All right. Ooh, it's been a while once again. Went on a went on a streak of streaming for like 3 days. Oh fuck. No 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 no. I'm hearing myself now. Gosh dang. Anyway, went on a streak for streaming for like 3 days, but that didn't really last. I'll try to make it last. um, I got a few. I got like 3 volumes left. 3 volumes left. It ends with volume 24, and then we go into other Mushoku Tensei content afterwards. But for the most part, it ends right there. Another change of rooms. So that was the living room back there. I was streaming in the living room back there, and I had to stream through Wi-Fi, which is terrible. So, um, I managed to get the Ethernet connection working, and now I am streaming in my room. It works. It works. It's a way more consistent connection, way more like stable. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I was trying to see if like the text would all the text in the page would make it there. Do you have Discord web novel links? No, I have old Google Drive links. I have old Google Drive links. It worked. I have it. They have illustrations built into them. I don't have those, but uh, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Let me get some music going. I finally found out that I can actually do community posts. That's actually very helpful. So I'll be doing that more often. So let's just do bu- bu- there you go. There you go. That'll work. So yeah. This I don't know if this is gonna be another filler volume. I'm not 100% sure. The last one ended off like really like strong, so I'm wondering if this will keep the pace up still, or if it's just gonna just slow down, be a drag to sit through. It's not nice. All right. So apparently this part adapts. Let me pull it up real quick. I'll tell you all the plan for finishing this series, since we're almost there. Shit. I gotta sign into my personal fucking hell, dude. This is gonna take a while. But yeah. Let's bookmark that. Alright. Alright. Da-da. And... Alright. So, here we go. I have... Fucking hell. Let's just go with, Sorry, I gotta... Fucking hell. There we go. Alright. So, why is it? Anyway. So yeah, here's the correlation between anime, web novel, light novel, manga. It's going to be really hard reading the chat because I only have one monitor, so please forgive me if I miss any of your messages. So we're around right here. As you could tell, the light novel has skipped. The web novel has a lot of missing parts that the light novel adds later on. Since the web novel came out first, they added a lot more chapters since then. And as you can see, the web novel volume 22 ends where volume 23 of the light novel ends. So after that, we have 2 volumes and that'll be it. Volume 23 looks pretty big, and volume 24 looks pretty small. So we only have like around 10 chapters for volume 22. So the plan is, I have all day today. I'll check the Reddit. I'll check the Reddit later. I'll get connected to that Discord link later. I'm not gonna do that right now. So yeah, with this, we can see that there will be 10 chapters of this volume specifically. I have all day today. I'm probably gonna finish this. I'm probably gonna finish this volume today, this stream. It's like volume 7, yeah. Yeah, it's like volume 7, just additional content. Not crucially important because he was able to write the entire story without him, so... the link to the volume 22 EPUB file with illustrations. I'll... Give me a sec. Man, this is crazy. I actually didn't know I had community posts. And it's like... Okay. This can work. This can work. Yeah, thanks for sending me the link. This volume has a very nice Roxy moment in it. But I love that extra volume. The cover is making me fall in love with it. Yeah. But Light Novel 23? Oh, Light Novel 23 cover. Yeah, I saw that. Interesting. Yeah. So, let me just close out of this real quick. Read. And I gotta make this larger. Match the size. Oh, fuck. Nah, fuck that. Scuff stream, let's go. Yeah. Let's just make that smaller. Make this bigger. There you go. That'll work. That'll work. Alright. Thanks for the link, by the way. Yeah. This can work. How's it looking on y'all's end? This series really turns into Avengers Endgame? What? There's gonna be cameos and shit all over the place. I know a few people return by looking at the covers, so yeah. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. Anyway, I think we can get started now. Dark Souls boss has come out. Okay. So one issue with having the auto reader is that there will be a few times where it'll skip over illustrations. I won't be able to tell when that happens. So yeah. That'll be great. Cool background, thanks, man. Here, let me move this shit out of the way so y'all can see it. So as you can see over there, nah. It's a great wallpaper, you know? It's a great wallpaper. I like it. As you can see, not Best Girls over there. For some reason Aisha's not in here, you know? I don't know what the issue is, man. I don't know why people underappreciate Aisha so much. She's clearly Best Girl. It's ridiculous how we got to this point. It's on pics, I mean, but like, yeah. Yeah, I first encountered it with my wallpaper engine. So, and then like I saw a PNG online, and I was like, cool, I'll take it. So yeah, I see the illustration coming up though. Bet. All right. So I see Gordon Ramsay makes a comeback once again. He comes back, and I already knew that Toph was gonna be back here because I used the cover for some thumbnails. So yeah, unfortunately I have to look at the cover beforehand, like every single person who reads the fucking book. And sometimes I wish I don't really see the cover, but sometimes it's necessary. Not 100% sure. So like Volume 13, that cover like got around within the community so much that like if you like read like if you were reading the if you were reading the light novel at any point, you would have seen the Volume 13's cover. And unfortunately, that shit's hella spoilers. You just see a kid with pointy ears that looks exactly like Rudius, and you're like, yep, alright. Sylphie and Rudius have a kid. That's beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Alright. Another illustration. Alright.
Chapter 229, Return, Report, and to the next stage. Part 1. Lilia's Perspective 1. That day,
oh, we're back to Lilia's perspective?
She came to our house once every few days and proceeded to make small talk about how a wife should be. Getting married, settling in a residence, even giving birth to a child, her husband going to a distant place, she would be lonely. Since I am a wife as well, I can properly understand such a feeling. However, her behavior is as usual, and something like loneliness cannot be sensed. She might have a bit of composure. Perhaps because of that, she frequently comes along and we receive consultation about the ways of a wife. At what age and how should a child be given education, from matters like that to trivial talk? I wonder how soon until Aisha learns to behave more like an adult. Let's see. It's not like she can't do something like that. Until a time comes when she personally thinks it's necessary.
I'm aware of the spoilers, by the way.
Personally,
I'm aware of the
if she
controversial chapter.
Would it be bad if it's Rudia-sama?
No, 100% details, but
like
I'm aware it exists.
Middle sister.
It's not that spoiler.
Then it's necessary to find a different person for her. A partner who doesn't turn his face when Aisha doesn't behave herself like an adult. That day, the one taking the advice was none other than myself. Ilanalai-sama looks much younger in appearance than me, but as I thought, it must be because of an old woman's wisdom, I have to give an IRM response. That is absolutely right. Not relying on someone younger. People who carry excess admiration.
The redundancy chapter that was deleted.
Excess admiration.
The infamous redundancy chapter.
Aisha, since the thing that is called reality can be taught while satisfying the longing of such boys. I am well aware of the fact that Aisha can never be together with Rudia-sama. Rudia-sama as well does not wish for it, nor does Aisha. Having said that, I don't think she will ever bring a companion for a formal marriage interview. Well, I would like it if it doesn't become like that. 2. Yes. Huh. Incidentally, when I hung my head and answered, Leo's figure was slowly revealed in the dining room. Lara-sama and Lucy-sama were riding on his back.
Oh
Probably playing horse race.
no.
Leo barked towards me. What might it be?
You get
Given that he is
one
very smart, he
time,
doesn't
one
usually bark
time,
without
one
any
time.
reason.
And then
Don't
I'm
tell me,
pausing
did
this
something
thing.
happen to Sylphy Sama's
Yep.
body?
Ha You fucking asshole. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. I'm going to change it. I'm going to change it now. I am going to change it now. Fuck. New book. Gotta change it every single fucking time. Because they can't handle SYLPHY. Fucking hell. I hate this. I hate this so much. Ah. Shit. Find Sylphy. SYLPHY. Replace with SILPHY. Because you can pronounce that for some fucking reason. Alright. That's done. Okay. That's good. That's good. My goodness. There's a lot of Sylphy in here. 31 occurrences of Sylphy, 21 occurrences of Sylphy. Fucking hell. At least I know how much Sylphy I'm gonna get. That one has 0. Fucking hell. Did I miss anything? Doesn't look like I did. Alright. Alright, Pog. Alright. Save all that. Get out of there. Open it. The return of SYLPHY. Oh, hey, Saturn. Fucking hell. SLYPHY. Fucking hell. I'm currently banned on Discord. What the fuck? Huh? Why were you banned? Is there some drama fish? There's a drama going on. Alright. Alright, so back to reading. And then make this a little bit taller. Yep, that works. Alright. Alright, so as you can see, I changed it.
Incidentally, when I hung my head and don't tell me, did something happen to Sylphy Sama's body? Wow.
There
wow.
you go.
While wagging his tail, he is watching me and the entrance alternatively. No, that's not it. This happy-go-lucky attitude. If something had happened to Sylphy Sama, he would have cried out. Towards the entrance. Is it a guest?
You horny bastard. You got banned in the Discord for sending hentai in the general chat. What the fuck, dude? So that's why you're banned. Of course you were. Of course you were. Of course that's the reason why. Fucking hell.
No, Leo doesn't wag his tail during a visit by guests.
Oh my
It could be that Roxy Sama had returned. On the occasion Zara Sama returns,
No,
Leo shakes his tail,
no,
but remains quiet without barking.
Fucking
While
hell.
thinking about such things, I raised my back and heard a gotchery sound from the entranceway. 3. As I thought, it must be Roxy Sama.
Is
Zara
it
Sama
a
opens the door with such
permaban?
force as if to break
I
it.
doubt it.
In order to receive her, I rushed towards the entranceway. Ah, Lilia-san, I've just returned. Welcome home, Rudius. Sama. The one standing at the door was Rudia-sama. Era-sama and Zenith-sama, Aisha is also there. But they've returned much earlier than the arranged schedule. Even though the planned schedule was to stay in Milas for half a year, it's only been approximately 1 month. On top of that, Rudia-sama's facial expression is unusually stern. I immediately understood at once. Ah, that something might have happened. Most probably, Claire-sama would be the cause. Claire-sama is not too flexible. To add up, Norn and Aisha as well were somewhat treated bitterly.
Was it good
Being the
hentai?
price
You
of
said it
going
was
to
god
Milas,
tier, so.
By no means do I think of her as a bad person, but I can't ladder her as a good person either. Her affinity with Rudia-sama might be the worst. Most likely, they might have gotten into conflict because of their difference in opinion regarding the family. Might something have happened? On hearing that, Rudia-sama's already stern expression warped more. I thought if it was Rudia-sama, he might be skillfully able to do it. Either way, a hopeless matter is hopeless. Yeah, well. Rudia-sama was prevaricating the words with a half-hearted attitude. Is it Claire-sama? On hearing that, Rudia-sama made a blank expression. No, I had eyed with Miss Claire, but we were able to
this
reconcile.
chat's going
I don't think
fucking
she is a bad
off
person.
about the
With those
fucking
words,
hentai.
I
Holy
simultaneously
shit.
tilted my neck and felt a bit relieved. Even though I thought that I would become an obstacle if I had gone along, I had been worrying so
Yeah,
much for
why
this
do you guys
entire 1 month.
assume that
It
it's
looks like it
Mushoku
was just needless
Tensei
work.
related? Gosh
But
dang.
then, just what might have happened? Then, just what? Rudia-sama made a difficult face and then turned his eyes away. Aisha is standing with an unpleasant face on his side. It looks like some kind of different problem has risen up. Looking at Aisha's complexion, is she the problem? Did Aisha make a mistake? Just before this, I was consulting about her with Ilanalai-sama, but even though this girl is already 15 years old, she still hasn't become quite an adult. Even though she has the ability, no matter how much time passes, her mind is still that of a child. Before a prodigy, with this I'll be able to repay my favor to Rudia-sama. I would puff my chest out and call her my child, she would remain a prodigy forever. 4. No, she perfectly made sure of the matters at hand. Then, just what? I thought in an instant that any more than this would be intrusive, but I still tried to hear it. Well. It would be good to gather everyone else since it would become a long story if I speak. Certainly, I deeply apologize. No. But it's not only just bad news, for one thing I also have good news. While saying that, Rudia-sama made a forced smile and proceeded towards his room with a quick pace. Arasama went ahead afterwards with an anxious look. Aisha and Zenith-sama were the only people left. Aisha was angry, but it looked like Zenith-sama was in a good mood. Aisha, were you able to perform normally? Blundered a little. That's different. She isn't mad, but feeling a little down. That's unexpected. Aisha is a girl who wouldn't make any thoughtless mistakes since before. Even if she blunders, she is a child who would get over it after a while. 5. That is, if she is informing me with such honesty. Though she's a child, even if I think she is a child, she might have become a little bit more of an adult. Is it a serious mistake? No, Ani-chan immediately settled the case. Then, just what might have happened? Not to mention Rudia-sama was making that kind of face. No, we'll be speaking afterwards to confer, so let's just wait till then. Firstly, I must aid Zenith-sama, who just returned. As I was thinking that, Zenith-sama turned her face towards me. And then, while being in a good mood, she extended her arm towards me and came forward. I grasped that hand and accompanied her to her room. Part 2. Afterwards, just when the evening was about to pass, all the members of the family gathered. On Rudia-sama's command, every member. At that place, Ilanalai-sama was also present along with Norn and Roxy-sama, who just came from the school. Of course, we usually gather like this whenever Rudia-sama returns home after a long period.
Good luck catching up, man.
Still, the number of times Rudia-sama himself proposes to gather all of us like this are few. He generally considers Aisha or Sylphie-sama's feelings and then innately gathers all members of the family.
Yes.
He does that many times. 6. On top of that, Rudia-sama's serious face. Something might have innately happened. While putting myself on guard, we heard the report. Reporting now, fiercely, the activity in Millis came to a close with a success. Cliff was able to skillfully merge into the business. Be relieved. Claire-sama created a small amount of trouble, but Cliff-sama was able to establish himself in the religious organization just as planned, and the launch of the branch of the mercenary group was also a success. On top of that, the Millis organization now owes a huge debt to us, and making Maiko-sama a subordinate of Orsted-sama was also a success. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a huge success. Ilanalai-sama gave a sigh of relief after hearing that Cliff had successfully risen himself up in the society. However, the real problem comes after that. Jisoo was Hitagama's apostle. Jisoo. Paul-sama's former party member and a member of the demon race. It looks like he was the source of trouble this time. He left and vanished after proclaiming a declaration of war at the end. It struck to no one that Jisoo had become an enemy. He had been socializing together with us since the events of the Bigurdo continent. At that time, he was continuously worried about Paul-sama's and Zenith-sama's health. Still, his year doing preparations for the sake of news gathering or labyrinth research was diligent and sincere, or so I remember. Jisoo frantically operated in order to help rescue Roxy-sama.
I hate geese.
Having a remarkable ability as a warrior, he encouraged the party members, mapping the area himself as though it was a natural thing to do and then selling the maps. He helped the sad and gloomy Paul, unbeknownst to him.
Be reading other side stories after you finish the main story. So if they're in the light novel, no, because of copyright reasons. I don't want to go get. I don't want to like. I read part of the official volume 14 light novel, but that was only part of it, and I felt like I was just starting streaming and I wasn't thinking about it. It's not. Okay, well maybe I will then. Other side stories. It's the prequel and the sequel. Oh, you're talking about redundancy and all that shit. Yeah, I'll be reading those. But I'm mainly concerned with these volumes right now, these 24 volumes. Love redundancy. Does web novel have cut content compared to light novel? Does it? Like, I don't think so. Let me check the table. Let's go check the table together, shall we? Let's all go check the table. Alright, the table. Any web novel exclusive shit? So far, no. Doesn't look like it. Looks like everything's included in the light novel. In some fashion. Yeah. I don't think the web novel has anything extra to provide, you know? That's sad. That's big sad. There is, though. Are almost completely original, like 80%. Yeah. I was talking about, like, does the web novel have any extra content? And the answer to that is no. And what the fuck is happening here? Why is some of it cut off? Fucking hell. There you go. It got me 4 new arcs and simply tries the fucking hell. Okay. Let's just keep reading. Let's just keep reading.
Roxy-sama in a bind. I was thinking about it since when you contacted me to put him on the wanted
Make
list.
sure you read the deleted redundancy chapters. I will.
Roxy-sama said so. With her skill as a labyrinth researcher, she had acknowledged Jisoo with only but a glance. That, excluding the area of combat,
I can't believe
reliable doesn't exist.
Okay.
It would have been nice.
What's weird to me is that people are looking forward more to redundancy than me reading the final volume, which is fucking weird. I hear a lot more people talking about redundancy than volume 24, which is strange to say the least. I did not expect volume 24 to not get as much attention as it is. So, does it end, like, weirdly? It probably doesn't, because I've heard other people say that the ending's great. So redundancy is very wild. Volume 24 is very interesting. Yeah, but not as memorable as redundancy, apparently, because a lot more people are talking about redundancy. Volume 24 is great. I'm sure it is, but a lot more people are talking about redundancy. I teared up a bit over it. That's great. Redundancy is effed up. Is more slice of life. You guys are gonna love my reaction to this shit. If it's memorable slice of life shit, that's just a meme machine. That's just a meme machine. No. I don't want to make memes over creepy shit. So fucking hell. Fucking hell, dude.
If it was a mistake. While saying that with a bitter smile, he took out one letter from his breast pocket. Roxy-sama received that letter and read over the contents, which made her usual sleepy expression cloudy. However, she immediately understood and accepted it with a nod and passed the letter on to me. Thereupon, I was instantly able to consent to it. The contents of the letter did seem like Jisoo's. Apart from the goofy nature and jokes, but somewhere, the one who left behind that one slide core was none other than Jisoo himself. 7. He didn't particularly hate Rudia-sama or Roxy-sama, nor was he trying to trap them from the very beginning. He may have become an opponent necessary to deal with, but he is not someone who has a grudge towards us, a feeling like that. Even though he's usually random, to say Jisoo behaves like such a gentleman occasionally is just like Jisoo, isn't it? Ilanalai-sama spoke while passing a sigh. Come to think of it, during the old days in the inner palace, reserved for women, of the Azura Kingdom, things like this frequently occurred. In that country with violent disputes over authority, even though no hate was involved, the occurrences of people becoming each other's mutual enemies were numerous. It's just that, now that they had become enemies, they had the tendency to eye fair
and square. The ending is God tier.
This letter might have something to comply with such an
intention. Glad you say that.
To everyone for the matter that we are indebted to Jisoo.
For the main story, I assumed it was for the main story.
While declaring that, Rudia-sama's face looked awfully painful. One might not think that, but Rudia-sama actually acknowledges Jisoo as well. Considering what I heard from Arasama, their relationship was good enough to the point that they called themselves out with nicknames like Senpai and Newbie. Jisoo as well, he talked about Rudia-sama's achievements as his own, and it looks like he had some fondness for him. It could be that the one hurt the most is Rudia-sama himself. Rudy. Sylphie-sama can't ind the words needed to be said after looking at Rudia-sama's expression. Roxy-sama is making a stern expression as well. She's also just like me, who had a personal history of uniting with Jisoo's party and receiving assistance. However, Roxy-sama's decision was too quick, her face doesn't particularly show any hesitation. Rather, she has a face like, if Rudius loses, I will. In any case, I will once again be available in the house for a short while. Even though we have Leo's protection, I don't know what Jisoo will try to do. Everyone should take extreme caution so that danger doesn't befall you. In the end, Rudia-sama firmly brought this matter to an end. Of course, it does not even need to be said, we don't have any intention of becoming Rudia-sama's weak point. Rudia-sama should go into battle with peace of mind, I have the intention of protecting this house while cooperating with the family members and naturally looking after myself. This is one good part of Rudia-sama, that he always looks back here frequently without sympathizing with that resolution, but he also has a small lonely place when he isn't dependent. 8. Our existence might be seen as somewhat frail on Rudia-sama's degree. I understand, Rudy, if Jisoo has become an enemy, then tell us what work we can do. If there is something that needs to be done,
the fuck is that
I
comment?
can't move around very well yet.
What the fuck do you mean,
Roxy-sama and
gaming?
Sylvie-sama are just like before. The faces of Eris-sama and Aisha displayed agreement as a matter of course. Norn-sama was feeling a bit uneasy, but ascertained herself with a strong nod. Thank you. Tomorrow I will go and consult with Orsted-sama again. For now, let's end this family meeting.
Yeah, I'll read Old Dragon's Tale as well.
While Rudia-sama was declaring the breakup of the meeting, Aisha called out to him.
Gaming.
You have to tell them about Zenith-sama as well.
Gaming.
That's right.
Gaming.
The matter regarding Zenith-sama. I could feel my body stiffening up after listening to that.
Gaming.
At the same time, I recalled the mistake Aisha was talking about that I didn't touch upon. My tension is rising. However, Rudia-sama smiled with a puff. Actually, the matter regarding Mother's curse was made clear. It looks like it was not a mistake, but good news. Her curse allows her to read other people's minds. She can't read all of it, but she appears to have a precise comprehension about our situation. After saying that, Rudia-sama started telling us about what Maiko-sama had told him. From there, the talk shifted towards how Zenith-sama sees this world now. Listening to that story, tears started spilling over from my eyes. At the same time, her memories of life up till now have been flowing like surging waves. Come to think of it, there were lots of times that she showed some ideas. She took initiative during the garden's maintenance, and when Lucy-sama was very small, it looked like she knew before Lucy would cry and then moved accordingly to precede it. Moreover, what would this matter be called? Zenith-sama actually knows about Paul-sama's matter and understands it. I thought that she might not know that we had suddenly lost Paul-sama. I thought that if her memories came back, it would surely be a painful experience for her. But Zenith-sama already knew about everything. On top of that, she had accepted it and was looking
you're
forward.
kind of late. Yeah,
You're
late. How dare you?
Lilia said. I apologize. Rudia-sama. Within everyone who was moved to tears, I was the only one who continued to cry out with a YAA while covering my face. Recently, I feel like nothing but crying. Since when I was young, I never cried so much that I would sink in my own tears. I considered myself as a human who was not moved emotionally by anything. This must be because of my age. I kept crying while Aisha patted me on my back. After some time when I stopped crying, Zenith-sama immediately brushed me gently on my head, and I started crying again. Rudia's perspective. I finished reporting to my family. Just like always,
I
got a reliable answer. Particularly, Roxy and Lilia might have some place in their mind about Jisoo, but they didn't show any complaint or disapproval, and were in agreement with the Eid against Jisoo. President Orsted is the next person to have the staff meeting.
I know what it meant,
even
but
if
I
say
don't
staff,
care.
Ariel, Cliff, and Maiko are not here, but still, Sylvie, Roxy, Eris, and Aisha, with these 4 people, I was sitting with Zanaba to have him make something for me. While moving with the horse-drawn carriage that is owned by the mercenary group, I picked up Zanaba in the middle and am now on my way to the abyss. Then, Zanaba, I'll be relying on you about the matter concerning the magic armor. Along the way, we were planning about the powering up of the magic armor. Resuming development of MK3. One more thing to add to that is the matter of the preparation of a trump card. After watching my magic armor, Jisoo might come up with something. I want to add measures on this side for once as well. I understand, Master.
Yeah, it's not going to surprise him, but can you outpower Rudius in that situation? I'm not 100% sure.
Striking his chest. The one who cut in our conversation was none other than Roxy. I have also been increasing my knowledge regarding magic battle formations. I think I can assist you on that. An assistant, huh? Certainly I would be grateful, but is it okay? Honestly, its construction and maintenance is very complex to the point that even I am not able to do it sometimes.
Bigger magic armor, yeah.
I think it's too good right now to just dabble in. Geez, Rudy, just who do you think you're facing towards and inquiring with? Sorry, that was rude of me. I recovered the balance of my mind. 9. Even though there is no such thing that Roxy-sensei isn't capable of doing.
You'd have to recruit, like, all 7 world powers outside of Orsted to fucking gain up on Rudius, you know.
I could help out with the maintenance.
Not all, but, like, more than one.
Sensei. Come to think of it, she was depicted as a fire saint class
and
in
I
magic
doubt Geese can actually do that.
It was not because she was able to do that in the former days. It could be that doing magic training after coming back from Magic University.
Like, I don't know how the fuck you'd overpower Mark III version.
I don't
know. I really don't know.
Entrust it to me. I was thinking that the magic armor's progress would not advance much further since Cliff is not here. It's a pleasant miscalculation. If Roxy made the armor, it would be tremendously strong. Even if the raw materials only consist of cardboard, perhaps it would be able to crush 3 Orsteds put in order. 10. Don't underestimate me like that just because Cliff is not here. While saying that, Roxy puffed her breasts. Looks like she has self-confidence in this. If that's the case, then the plan for improvement may also become true.
Man, where with the Fs?
I just can't match up to Master's master. With Zanaba's single sentence, the entirety of the carriage was wrapped up with laughter. Inside it was an unexpectedly quiet character. It's Eris. While deep in thought, she is looking outside the window. Eris might also be recalling the things regarding Jisoo.
I was on the money, okay.
Got emotionally attached to Jisoo after meeting by chance with him in the Great Forest. There is also the memory of her getting taught cooking by him. Eris' compatibility with various people is more.
Consume less
Jisoo was someone who
mana.
matched her rhythm.
Yeah,
Sylvie,
but
who was sitting next to me, suddenly grasped my arm
that's
tightly.
better
Rudy,
because he
you
doesn't have
alright?
to hold back
I'm alright.
on
I didn't quite get in
attacks.
what way or how I'm alright, but for now I gave that answer. The matter regarding Jisoo was a big shock, but still it's alright. Sylvie's stomach has also
He
increased a little bit
recruits
from before.
Thanos and some
It was
guys,
discovered
yeah.
that she was 3 months
Thanos,
pregnant. It's been
I
1 month
believe
since
in
then, so
Thanos
estimating some
beating
more
the
time, it can be
MK3,
assumed that she's more or less 5 months
the
in.
Mark III.
What about Sylvie? Unlike others, I was
Hmm.
not particularly acquainted with Jisoo, so. I see. That was not something I was expecting to hear, but I guess it's INE if that topic is not touched upon. She might have some composure because there is a second person. However, caution is advised.
Why are
A long
just a
time
bunch
ago,
of
Hitagami
F's
also said
missing?
that.
I don't understand
Something about
that.
how fate becomes ambiguous during pregnancy, so it becomes easier to kill women with strong fate. The fact Hitagami said that remains, so a demon beast was summoned for protection on Orsted's advice. That's why it should be INE, but as I thought, some anxiety
INE.
still remains. What to
The
do?
fuck, dude?
I want one more relief ingredient. If there is something that can be done, I think I'll be able to do something. I think until Jisoo is dealt with, we should stop doing erotic things. I thought the words that came out of my mouth weren't mine. Sylvie was staring in puzzlement, Roxy with a gaping mouth, and Eris was doing sidelong glances. All three of them respectively looked at me. If Rudy wants that, I don't mind. I don't mind, but. Do you want to have a Buddhist prayer? 11. I might have mentioned this before, but it's easier for Hitagami to aim at us during pregnancy. Jisoo might also be aiming for that, so let's stop for a short while. They look like they've heard that for the first time. Did I not tell them about it before? I told them, but they might have forgotten. It can't be helped. It looked like Eris was discontent, but she didn't object. She muttered that while returning her gaze back to the window. But I don't think Rudius will be able to abide by that promise. That's a bitter comment. I don't have much confidence in the lower half of my body. I am untrustworthy.
I don't know
I might be calm right
why
now,
the
but it's a
F's
male
are
instinct to shoot when
missing.
the bullet
It's
is loaded.
just,
And then,
fuck.
if the ironing hammer is cocked, I'll probably shoot if it's now or never. I don't think even Sylvie would be able to reject. You. Even I will be able to uphold it if that's what Rudy wants. No way. Rudy will say just a little, and then you'll allow it while saying. If it's just a little, right. I'll probably allow it. That might be possible if I just feel them up. If I can at least hug them to replenish my energy. Just a little, that feeling is fatal. That's why I will always stay beside Rudy, and if he tries to do something, I'll hit him. If I try to do something erotic, Eris will hit me. I'll lose consciousness. And forget about it by the time I wake
Yeah,
up.
you could trust
It's perfect.
Eris to actually
I'll be in your
hold up
care.
to that statement.
Alright,
I feel
from
like
today
she'd
onwards I am the
probably
abstinent Rudius.
do it
Be strong.
pretty
Part 3. We arrived at the
often.
device. If you look at the place, it emits a strange
Fucking
atmosphere
hell.
like that of a Devil King's castle, Orsted seems to
And
relax here
thus
without the helmet when he
absent
makes a
Rudy
stick.
was born.
No,
He was
it's wrong to
born in
just
volume
arbitrarily decide the limit
7,
on the
bro. I
atmosphere.
don't know what you mean.
Perhaps, it might not be. Just now, I had a hunch that the atmosphere softened.
There's no
Thought so, it's here.
coincidence
President Rudius.
condiments in his life.
Advisor
That's
Aisha.
great. Yeah.
Thanks for your hard work. The instant we entered, a young woman sitting in the lobby vigorously bowed to us. A woman who is a half between a human race and long-eared race, elf race. She might have the long-lived blood of the long-eared race, but she's still quite young. She's Orsted's secretary, who was handpicked from the many candidates that were carefully screened repeatedly. She stays here throughout the daytime and devotes herself to advice work, communicating with Orsted by exchange of words without accidentally meeting him, who sits inside the room. What was her name again? Thank you for your hard work. Is the president present? Yes,
Okay.
he has been staying in the room
She
since
might
this-
be almost as lewd as Rudy, but like, I feel like she's willing to hit Rudy like for anything. She's willing to like just punch him in the face. Like, I feel like you could trust her with hitting someone for being creepy. You know, I feel like you can depend on her for that. Yeah. Yeah,
Last month.
I don't know.
For 1 month, that means he's been staying there for almost the entire time since I've been to Millis. It looks like he's not out of the advice much recently. It gives off the feeling of a shut-in. No, he might have seen the situation of my house. According to the Maiko's observation of Zenith's memories, he visited quite a number of times. But, if I am the chairman and Orsted-sama is the company president, then it feels like my authority is sort of greater than him. Then, what should I call you? What would be good? If Rainia is the leader, Aisha the advisor, and if we assume I am the chairman. Commander-in-chief. Or something like that. Should I comply with that? That's right, I look forward to working with you. Anyhow, it looks like we're done with her ignorance. Any big problems have not risen up till now. Her wages were settled with a boost as well and she might be tolerant about the amount. Are there any problems besides that? No, there are none. Is that so? If there are any complaints, immediately say them, we'll grant the request as soon as possible. She got surprised. Why was she surprised? Certainly we don't have any Labor Standards Act, but we surely intend to become a white company. 12. I apologize. I ended up saying that because Orsted-sama talks like that. Is that so? We have already gained a lot of convenience. Even if it's usually indirect and such a suggestion is done, one would put himself on guard if it's a contract with the devil itself. It's only thanks to the helmet Cliff made which alleviated Orsted's curse. I wonder if it's INE. Even though I am much
I
obliged,
wonder if it's
it's a pity that I
INED.
can't even look at his face. It's because of his curse. The moment you see his face, the feeling that you're getting now would probably be changed to resentment or suspicion or the like. That's a rather dreadful thing. Yeah. That's why, you must never open the door 13 when Orsted is working inside. Be betting. 14. Ahem. Well, it should be INE if he'd put the helmet on at that time. Even Orsted wouldn't put it on at all times. In any case, I'll be making use of the conference room now. I understand. I passed the vice worker and opened the door. Part 4. Orsted was as usual, writing in a book on his desk. With the helmet equipped. Rudius, is it? I have just returned. When I bowed to greet, Orsted closed his bulky leather notebook with a snap. What were you writing about today? The same, information sorting. Is that right? I tried to take a peek in that notebook once when Orsted wasn't around,
Trying to not
but it was written in
acknowledge the
Dragon Race
chat.
language, so I wasn't
I'm
able to read it.
trying not to.
One would think that it contains necessary
Fucking
information,
hell.
since Orsted doesn't usually tell me about important things. Having said that, if it is something like a diary, then it would be like trespassing his privacy. Were you not immediately leaving for the kingdom of the Dragon King? Before that, I would like to revise this Times report in the meeting hereafter. I have already informed you over the lithograph, there is nothing else more from me to tell you. I expected to come back, and since our movements will change from now on, it's my obligation to report. I see. Orsted said that with a sigh and reseated himself on the chair. I told the 5 people that I bought along with to sit on the chairs and then sat myself. Why bring them along? I am concerned about Jisu's people, so just in case. I also wanted your opinion, so. On taking a glance at those people, the girls looked demure. The straightforward hostility isn't there like before. Eris is almost displeased. Then, make it brief. I cleared my throat with a cough. We've already discussed this over the lithograph, but it looks like Jisu is assembling war potential to kill me from right in front. We don't know whether it's true or not, but I am considering assembling strong comrades of our own to oppose them. Yet. Firstly, we need to call dibs on Death God in the kingdom of the Dragon King and then Adolf, after that we'll think about the North God. Are you aware of North God's whereabouts? After Adolf, I intend to call out at least the upper positions from the 7 major world powers. Rank number 5 Death God. Rank number 6 Sword God. Rank number 7 North God. They're arranged in this order, but prior to the meeting with Orsted, it was likely that it would be easier to call out to North God. That is why North God would be given preference over Sword God. I don't know. Those guys are wanderers. Just a little alteration in history and they end up at the opposite sides of the world. The distinction can't be gripped with this many changes. How does it look like usually? 2nd Gen North God in the Biggerdo continent and 3rd Gen North God ought to be in the strife zone in the central continent. Both of them are too far, and it doesn't seem like there is a landmark for them. Then that means it would be better to give up on the North God. If war is that important, War God would be a nice installment later on. That guy can mass produce good quality armor if he gets accustomed to the war, but has a weak point when it comes to hiding himself. 15. Understood. Then, next would be Sword God. For now, the sequential order is Death God, Adolf, and Sword God. I want to call out to even more various people. For example, the 7 major
I
world
feel like
powers
Death
ranking
God
superiors.
is on your side.
At the top of the 7
You
major
got
world
him.
powers is Technique God.
You
Dragon
got
God,
him.
Fighting God, and
He's
Demon
good.
God in sequential order. Other than the Dragon God, the others are missing or sealed. Was it like that? Which reminds me, won't Technique God become our ally? Certainly, there is the matter regarding him split into 2 and Demon God, but won't he cooperate if he hears about our ally with Hitagame? Futile. Because of his memories being vague? Then, let's just work out how to restore Demon God Laplace's true spirit back by combining him. But if we do that, Perogia-sama will get angry. But, that piece is appetizing. Stop it. With those powerful words I held my tongue. I don't have any intention of becoming those guys' comrade. Those guys. I somehow understood with those words. Orsted sees Laplace and Perogius as the same rank as him. Probably not just those 2, the rest as well, similarly, those people who are known as the 5 Dragon Generals. But then,
Is
Perogia-sama
Sophie's...
won't stay silent if it's something relevant to Laplace, right? If they become enemies,
I'm pretty sure she is. I'm pretty sure she is still pregnant. What do you mean? Don't worry about spoilers on the newborn. I'm aware that it exists. I'm aware that there's a chapter for it. And I'm aware that the new kid's on the cover of volume 23. So don't worry. I know that that's a thing. Chad C. And I know it. I know the name Siegfried. Yeah. I'm aware of its existence. You know how? Because I pulled him on the Discord mood I bought in my personal Discord server. So yeah. I know I'm aware of the name. I'm aware about how Siegfried looks. I'm aware that it pops up in volume 23. Yeah. So I'm aware of that character's existence.
I'll deal with them. I understand. I can more or less guess why he's so obstinate. Orsted's curse won't be effective against Perogius. Despite the curse effectiveness, Orsted will not become friends with Perogius. An obstinate refusal. The derived answers are not too many.
And of course I claimed
However,
him.
I hesitated to ask the reason. For some reason, I can't ask. It's impossible to ask now. The treasures of the dragon tribe that lead to Hitagama's place, are those the life force of the 5 dragon generals? If I end up asking that, it feels like Perogius or Orsted will become enemies. As of now, the unknown matter must be put in advance. Well then. Let's talk about it some other time. Yeah. I decided to change the subject. It's not a good thing if I persist the matter unreasonably even though it's in vain. Since I can say with confidence that I am his subordinate, I must abide by his decisions as well. I received quite some influence during this one case, but I didn't have enough stuff like a little bit of Orsted-sama's influence, so I have a proposition.
Influence.
What is it? Although I got used to calling myself Dragon God's right hand, but even now there are people who don't feel frightened, or how should I put this, there are still many who don't yet understand just how frightening Dragon God is. That is why. Would it be INE to just pick up an easier title like Dragon King? A very appropriate title like Mud Dragon King would be INE. Well, it's just a name. Orsted's popularity is low, but Perogius is famous. It's the same rank as that Perogius, and such a really amazing thing will be easy to circulate if you think about it. No good. Huh. There are many who call themselves the Dragon King. He is glaring at me. A terrifying glare. I can comprehend the anger beyond that helmet. What is this? Danger, danger, my feet are shivering. They live as they please with that tiny pride of theirs and die because of a foolish enemy. But you are different. Therefore, don't call yourself that. Rudius Rere. Yes. It was unexpected.
I knew there was a picture there. Aaron? What the fuck? Laplace becoming whole again would make an insta win for Orsted. Yeah. Yeah, but it wouldn't be too great. For everything else, I don't think that's a great strategy. Yeah, I really don't think that's a great strategy. When your boss asks for a pay, when you ask your boss for a pay raise, yeah, yeah, yeah. Everything else would be useless. Yeah. All right.
It was unexpected. That he would so strongly reject it? I thought he would say you can freely name yourself. Not good, my trembling isn't stopping. TCH. Eris, stop it. While I stopped Eris who was trying to come forward before, she clicked her tongue. It's alright. It's not a It's not a discord. I just made the president a little bit angry by saying the exact opposite about his management policies. So please stop raising your back while gripping your hand. That was an obtruded preposition. I'm very sorry. I don't mind. After I bowed, the anger vanished.
I was like, what was wrong with that sentence? I was like, oh yeah, he said
He has things that he can't concede to. I seem to have stepped there thoughtlessly. I don't really care, something like a nickname, it doesn't matter, anything is INE. Something like authority, I can just put that in any other part as many times as I like. For example. Something like borrowing Ariel's, Azura Kingdom's authority. Alright, let's go in that direction. Well then, apart from receiving Ariel's authority some way or other. Who should we IND to make a comrade after Sword God? Perhaps by Hylir country. Fierce God lives there. 16. Fierce God. Someone like that exists? Is it INE to make him a comrade? No, I investigated that guy thoroughly, he's a person who has a high possibility of becoming an apostle. If Jisoo is recruiting him as a soldier, then it should be INE to just crush him. Crush them to forestall it? I see. That method also exists. Increase the side's pawns and decrease that side's pawns. In order to not ally with all 5 people in one go, a method to crush each and every person.
In order
Are
to
there
not
any others who
fight.
can become possible enemies?
Great.
Let's see. With the exception of Fierce God, there aren't many important people. Hades Vita who lives in the Heaven Continent's labyrinth hell. The Demon Continent's unpleasant Demon King Kabera Kabera, it would be INE to crush both of them. Also, it's INE to choose the former as the last if you're proceeding in this direction, since it's just small quantity of bones. I see. Those are some Terry IC names. Would it be INE to just not eye them? They just have a high probability of becoming Hitagama's apostle. Presently, we don't know anything as of yet. They haven't yet become apostles. Then, wouldn't it be INE to make them a comrade before that? It's not like we won't be able to escape an urgent problem without making some sacrifice. 17. It's INE to just eye at that time if it's unnatural. I mean, if I go around killing companions who don't even know how they are related is. I don't want that. Well then, I'll be taking the method of making them into comrades or neutralizing them. That is right. For the present, it's been settled what to do about who. Next time will be details. Then, on to the next topic. It's about the visit to the kingdom of the Dragon King. After that, we concentrated on the preparation to go to KDK and gave that situation a closure. Still, I hadn't thought that he would get so angry when I mentioned about the dragon race. I'll be careful from next time. 1 TLN, it looks like Lilia talks.
No. I'm good. Oh. Well, I guess the next part starts next page. And they go immediately to Dragon God. Cool. Anyway, yeah, that was interesting. That was pretty interesting. Uh, so recruiting Death God, obviously, I think that goes without saying. Um, the North God, I have no clue who the fuck they are. Try recruiting the Toph. Good luck with that. That's all I'm gonna say. Uh, I don't know why you wouldn't try to recruit Bodyguardy, but sure. I don't fucking know. Uh, what's the Bodyguardy's title again? I forgot. Was it Demon King? Pretty sure. Chads. They are Chads. He's hard to find. Is a Toph's grandson. Dragon King, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so they didn't mention him, so that's weird. I don't know. I would have thought that like you'd try to recruit his ass, but I guess not if Rudius was able to one-shot him. But he's immortal, so like it's pretty helpful. Body's useless on his own. Yeah, you have a team. You have Death God, Bodyguardy, Rudius Mark III, you know, and Orsted if need be. Probably not going to use Orsted like immediately. That would probably be your trump card, but like, yeah. Because I know there's going to be like a fight overall, and I bet it's going to be like an Overwatch match with like fucking Geese and his like 5 other teammates, and then you have Rudius and his 5 other teammates. One of which being Death God, one of which being probably Eris, and maybe you have Roxy like as like sort of a ranged fucking nuclear bomb. So maybe I'm not 100% sure on that. He would need to find Kishiriga first to find you. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be tough, but you'll be able to find them, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask. How did y'all like that last meme video I made about Orsted? I thought it went pretty well for me making it over the course of like 2 days. It's fine. I think I did decent with speed there. Now you can show you find Bodyguard. You can't use Orsted. That point of the force is that he doesn't fight. She could use her demon eye. Body can't be seen with demon eye, so she can't find him. Yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah. So Bodyguard is probably not gonna be recruited. Who else? You're gonna love your own video for something that happens in this volume. Oh. Body can't be seen with demon eyes since he drank that elixir. Yeah. Okay, it's just a bunch of people confirming that. Can't find Bodyguard. Great. Wait, is this light novel extra content? I don't know. This is a Death God shit. I had a whole nice series, yeah. Okay. Oh, she chooses not to find them right. Okay. I'm just gonna continue. I'm just gonna continue with this.
Kingdom of the Dragon King. 1. This kingdom can only be described as unorganized. The heights of the buildings aren't uniform, and the people are all dressed irregularly. There was no attempt at city planning, an adventurer's inn was built right next to what looks like a noble's mansion. A sword god-style dojo was built right across from a north god-style dojo. But even if there's no impression of unity, it is a vibrant place. There's no history of social castes. This is a country built on meritocracy and imperialism. 2. After arriving in such a country, naturally I went straight to the royal palace. Not really. Since we have no social standing here, we can't move using authority. That's what I learned in Meles. When dealing with the government, I need to make myself known so I'm not taken lightly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Although it's a little different this time, I need to act and make preparations accordingly. Therefore, we're heading to the embassy. What embassy? Of course, it's the Kingdom of Azure's embassy. Ariel is a major shareholder in our company. So naturally the Kingdom of Azure is a backer for the Orsted Corporation. No, wouldn't it be the opposite? Orsted is backing the Kingdom of Azure. Well, at any rate, borrowing the Kingdom of Azure's influence will ensure things won't turn out as poorly as they did in Meles. I'll borrow a formal set of clothes and a carriage from the embassy, then head to the palace with a letter bearing Ariel's royal seal. Of course, I sent Ariel a copy of my directive and received permission. She responded, in the case of a decisive battle, you can count me among your war potential. Over the past several years, she seems to have been reinforcing her war potential and solidifying her position. If I asked for something like bodyguards, she could probably set me up with some. Well, I don't know about their strength, or how useful they'd be.
They won't be very
After
useful.
The situation,
They won't.
It seems that the embassy only has one room for us to change in. Aisha, if you like any of the outfits, you can bring them back home with us, so choose quickly. Eris is waiting. HNN. Ani-chan, I can't decide. After all, I wonder if a green outfit is best. Erisana is wearing red, brother is wearing gray. Aisha has been prowling around in her underwear, unable to decide on an outfit since earlier. By all accounts she's definitely a woman, taking this long to choose an outfit. Because Aisha requested I want you to decide, Ani-chan, maid-san gave me a criticizing look while I stayed to watch Aisha change. However, despite asking me to decide, it doesn't seem like she's really leaving the decision to me. Even if I suggest something, it'll just end up as no, that clashes with Erisana.
What bodyguard is going to give you the war potential of one Orsted?
Her maid clothes were troublesome.
Yeah.
Therefore, there's no objection to wearing a more proper outfit. But for it to take this long. A frilly, light three-piece dress. Since I've been surrounded by people who don't spend much time on preparations, this is new, but as I expected, it's tiring. I mean, I shouldn't be the center of attention, so should I maybe choose something plainer? No, even if it's lashy it's INE. Yeah, your cuteness would even stun the death god. Answer seriously. I got scolded. But, seriously. It wouldn't be strange for Aisha to meet a man in such a place. She might catch the eye of a noble boy in the royal palace, and it would be something like a Cinderella story. I'd like to see that. It would be troublesome if she brought home someone strange. Aisha has said it herself, the job this time isn't really job-like, and she's free to love whoever she wants anyway. Well then, wear the dark green one. It's plain enough, and it will match Eris's dress. That skirt is a bit short. It would show too much leg. Well, it should be INE. Although I want to say that, maid-san jumps in and says then that's no good, and discards the dress. You. With a groan, Aisha returned to picking out a dress. Well, seeing her in her underwear, she's growing into a healthy adult. She's growing in the appropriate places. Apparently our family has the nice body gene. The kind that attracts bad insects during the day. Zenith and Lilia are also like that. And Paul's family, the no-nose gray rats, love big breasts. Therefore, my grandmother must have also had a huge chest back in the day. It's hereditary. Hey, Ani-chan. A few nano. Suddenly, Aisha bent slightly at the waist and struck a pose with her hands behind her head. I've definitely seen that somewhere before. Who taught this to you? Persona. If I do it like this, she said it would be an instant knockout. That's not right. Using her pose right now can only be considered a misfire. You shouldn't have so much faith in her advice. But it was really popular in the mercenary group. Don't joke around, please choose quickly. Although we still have a bit of time, we should hurry. Today's appointment is a meeting with Princess Benedict and her knight Randolph. 3. They aren't particularly busy either, it's my understanding that they're free all day today. So we can relax until the afternoon. I don't think he'll turn into an enemy in the span of an hour. It's not my motto to wait until the last minute to do things. Having a bit of flexibility is always valuable.
Flexibility, fuck, what's happening with the Fs?
However, people that are
F's
always
in
in a rush
chat
also
for my
exist.
Fs, man.
One such fellow just
Fucking
threw the door open with a bang and jumped into the room.
Yes, he goes big
In a glittering red coat,
Oh my
wearing black
gosh.
pants.
Yeah, they
She
are
also has
furry
her hair done in
degens, aren't
ponytail in
they?
the style of the Kingdom of Dragon King's nobility. She looks like an awe-inspiring female swordsman. But, well,
Can't see anything.
this is actually a style reserved for men. According to maid-san, it's considered inappropriate to carry a sword in a dress, so she immediately decided on this outfit. You're taking forever to choose. Erisana. Sorry. I can't decide. Phew. She quickly walked over to Aisha, her bright red hair trailing behind her. Then grabbed one of the dresses arranged for us. A bright, wine red dress. Take this. But, Erisana is the one wearing red. What, you don't want to match with me? No, that's not it, I shouldn't attract that much attention because I'm an assistant. Shouldn't Erisana stand out more? You're not an assistant. As my younger sister, wear something good. Aisha blushed at Eris's speech. Then laughed with a hee hee and received the dress. If Erisana insists, I'll wear this. She seemed a little happy about it. I wonder if she was happy that Eris referred to her as her younger sister. I don't really understand a girl's mind well. Thus, Aisha determined her dress, and we proceeded to Kingdom of Dragon King's royal palace. Part 2.
I'm sorry, I have to sit for this. Oh my gosh! Oh, it's so adorable. Oh my gosh, Aisha is so cute. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry, I lost that bet, so I gotta. It's fine. I have to simp for images like this, even though they're not that great. I mean, just kidding. Fucking hell. Another must love MILF. Okay. Aisha Hooga Booga. I mean, like, she's like, how old? So they're not even like, come on, like, I'm just saying, there are better, there are characters with bigger honkadonk and bonkadonks sort of deal, you know. Um, well, about that whole thing with Lolly thing, okay. I think she is 17 or 18 in this image, yeah. 17 or 18 in this image, yeah. You must have forgot it's okay. Ah, fucking hell. We just had her birthday 2 volumes ago. She's hot though. Ah! Ah, she's cute. She's cute. There's a difference between Roxy and the Lolly. I've already showed this in my fucking video. They're really, yeah. If you find her cute, that's fine. If you find her like, if you have any sexual feelings towards Roxy, that's a fucking yikes. Anyway, FBI no 16, Paul was 19. Uh, Zenith had Rudius when 19, Paul was 19. Okay. Eris looks like a military woman in that costume. She really does, doesn't she? Yeah, she really does. Anyway, let's keep going.
Part 2. The Kingdom of Dragon King's Royal Palace. It's not as large as Azura Kingdom's Royal Palace, or as Re and Esmili's. To describe it in a few words, it was a bloated jumble of buildings with bizarre landscaping. It seems they've been constantly adding on to the main building out of necessity, but it just oozes vulgarity. Nevertheless, this is the result.
She could not be 16 to 17 when she had Rudy. She does not look 16 or 17. She does not. She really does not, but
it had
whatever.
the nature of something overwhelmingly unknown. If I had to invade this palace, I don't think I could help but hesitate. Although there's no need to feel overwhelmed this time. I'm well prepared. I'm in a carriage drawn by a white horse, in beautiful clothes, with an appointment. Furthermore, Orsted has a good grasp on the present and future situation of this country. It might not be perfect, but it makes a big difference.
I don't know, and I don't fucking care how old Radius is at this point.
Aisha, are you ready? Yeah. Yup. By the way, this time it's only us three. Eris, Aisha, and myself. If the Death God turns out to be an enemy, Eris and I will stall him, and, Aisha, you spread the complete set summoning scroll. Then I'll settle things in the MKI. Leave it to me. I actually wanted to bring Zanaba and Roxy, but they have their hands full with the MK3's production. For the present, it's just us. Eris and I are the combat force. Well, that's only in the case that the Death God turns into an enemy. I'll entrust Eris to the vanguard. That's why it's necessary to bring 2 people, in order to deal with such an unpredictable guy. Although, putting that line of thought aside, it's also important for Aisha to join us in preparation for installing a mercenary branch in this country. It's not a bad thing to get a feeling for the country in person. While we were having that dangerous conversation, we arrived at the palace's gates. There's nothing for me to say here. The person that came with us from Azura Kingdom's embassy does all the talking. From arranging the appointment to addressing the gatekeeper, and all the arrangements afterwards. Everything has gone smoothly so far, and now we've entered the palace. We have arrived. We disembark the horse-drawn carriage and are guided into the palace. After all this, I'm starting to feel conspicuous. A person wearing what looks to be noble attire chatting with a knight was staring. Act dignified. This time, in addition to coming here in the position of Benedict's friend, I've also made it clear that I've come here with Ariel's authority. To make an enemy of me is for the Kingdom of Dragon King to make an enemy of the Kingdom of Azura. There might also be rumors floating around of my involvement with the war in Chiron. It shouldn't be possible for anyone to know that Orsted was the criminal who killed the king. After this, I'll be in Ariel's debt again. Part 3. We were guided through the palace to a simple room. It was a small room, with a minimum number of maids in attendance. Greetings, it's been a while. Rudius Dono. And it seems the guards are at the maximum. The death god Randolph Marion. He stood there like a demon, with Benedict as his master, protecting the infant in her arms. Benedict looked at me, with her mouth tightly shut, and held her crying child. I decided to greet her before Randolph. That seems like the appropriate thing to do. Benedict-sama, I see you are in good health. No reply. But, there may be no helping it. She probably heard various things back then. About Zanaba and I, from Pax. I don't expect Pax spoke very well of us. Your son also appears to be in good health. Zanaba will be glad. Or is it a daughter? Benedict slowly shook her head. I seem to have been correct, it's a boy. Could I ask for his name? Pax. He received the name of his father, Pax too. Randolph supplemented. So he has the same name as his father.
Let's call him Pax too.
I'll call
Fucking
him little
hell.
Pax. I see. That's good. Heir. Ah, that's right. Today let me introduce my wife and younger sister. I am Eris Grere.
Pax
I am
2.
Aisha
Pax
Grere.
the sequel.
Happy
Fucking
to
hell.
meet you. Awkward Eris and charming Aisha.
Pax
Perhaps
the
because they're both wearing red,
second.
they
Nah,
look like
Pax
sisters.
the sequel.
That's not it, they are sisters. Sister-in-law Aisha. Benedict doesn't respond. She only looks up at Randolph anxiously. But Rudius Dano, I had heard that your wife was from the demon race. Thus, Randolph responded. Since his master refuses to speak, he responded, that seems a little rude. I have 3 wives. That would be Roxy. My goodness. That must not have a good affinity with the Mealy's religion. My priest friend preaches to me about it whenever possible. I turned to Randolph. Long time no see. Randolph-san. His appearance hasn't changed at all. That sullen skeleton-like face. At first glance he seems to be full of
Pax
openings,
2.0.
but that's false. Looking at Eris's pouting face, I understood that. You seem to be doing well. Yup, very. I'm full of spirit. Rudius Dano doesn't seem to be doing so well though. A short time ago, an acquaintance turned into an enemy. I understand. When I was younger, I had to cut down a friend, it troubled me deeply. Randolph responded, while sneaking a glance at Eris. While nodding, he slightly moved to position himself between Benedict and Eris. Eris, could you take a few steps back? Why? Randolph-san seems to have difficulty talking like this. Eris had moved to put Randolph inside her range. While Randolph had been moving little by little to block with me. The 2 warriors were each trying to outmaneuver the other, which took the shape of them each slowly moving opposite each other in a slow arc 4. If I left things like this, when they each reached their optimal position,
Pax
I would
respawned.
probably break out. But, this guy might also be an enemy. If he was an enemy, he wouldn't have let Eris in this room with her sword. Even more so, he definitely wouldn't have brought Benedict here. He wouldn't bring what he most wanted to protect to allied with a magician and a sword king. He would probably ambush us alone, or maybe with a group. Since Benedict was in this room, Randolph was not my enemy. But if this Benedict is a body double, then in that case, I'd like to think he would have come up with a better trap. If I try to anticipate everything, the possibilities of being deceived are endless. For now, let's assume this isn't a trap, and regard this as a tentative trust. Understood. Eris reluctantly stepped back towards the entrance. But now she was gripping her sword. Thank you very much, Rudius Dano. 5. No, I must apologize, please forgive me. However, this room is a little crowded. What about your friend's story?
Oh,
Should I ask? Of
those
course.
F's
That's
missing
why
are
I've
a
come.
pain. Yeah,
I
I
spoke
know.
about from his own experience. Those from the immortal demon race seem to be skilled in that
Oh
regard.
no, something
Well,
glitched.
that's
What the
why.
fuck?
So by
Bro.
all means, I want to borrow your power. Although I'd like to help by all means, I have no reason to do so. Furthermore, I don't want to get involved with Hitagami. Even if Hitagami was His Majesty Pax's enemy. Ho, what's this now? Please tell me in more detail. I explained how Chiron was dragged into Hitagami's scheme. And who was an apostle. 7. After Randolph listened to the last, he just laughed. An eerie kukuka laugh that stretched the skin over his skeleton-like cheekbones. If that's the case, then don't mind what I'd said, I very much want to avenge His Majesty and destroy his enemy. Randolph said that while still laughing. The first thing I think of seeing that ghastly face is treachery, but it's not good to judge people by their face. All in all, everything's gone smoothly. At this rate. And, there's something I want to say as well. But it's a little crowded here. Whoops, it doesn't look like this is going as smoothly as I thought. What is it? Nyafufu, weren't we on opposing sides just a little while ago? Saying that so confidently, I'm starting to feel cornered. But this might just be a friendly conversation for Randolph. You have the upper hand, please speak your mind. There is a condition. Do you still want to borrow my power? He certainly has the upper hand. In this situation, I can only listen to his demands. Well, what kind of unreasonable demand will I be stuck with? Or, this might be a ploy by Jisu. No, it's not a big deal. Randolph took a step back. From his position defending Benedict, as if to reveal her. Benedict holding her baby. She looks frightened for some reason. Although I suspect all of you are already aware, this country is in a state of chaos. Kingdom of Dragon King is indeed in a state of chaos. After Hitagami's plot in Trian Kingdom was revealed, Orsted killed the king of the Dragon King's kingdom. Be that as it may, the late king had his affairs in order beforehand, and had properly chosen a successor. The next generation king took control immediately, and the kingdom of Dragon King has begun to regain stability. But, that's merely the official story. They still don't know who killed the late king. Whether or not it was another country that assassinated him. Or even if it was a member of the imperial court. The perpetrator aside, they don't even know the purpose. This has torn apart any semblance of unity in the imperial court, those gripped by paranoia can't properly function as a government. The chaos itself, is not directly related to us. The queen's child is now considered a hindrance. 8. After all, Randolph's primary concern is Pax's son. Benedict is the daughter of the previous king. Although she was not treated as such, and was eventually given to Prince Pax of Chiron to get rid of her. Well, whatever. The useless
Sorry,
princess was ill-equipped to use.
I'll keep listening.
But, since the prince died in the civil war, now that Benedict has had his child, it's a different story. The troops that took control of the kingdom of Chiron have been steadily rebuilding the country. Although they can't do anything right now. However, they still hold a grudge against Pax. After all, Pax massacred the royal family. Personally, before Chiron is rebuilt, I expect that it will be swallowed by the north, but there seem to be a lot of people feeling uneasy about it. Because of the royal family's lineage, things have become troublesome. In a country like Chiron, one with the royal bloodline has the right to become king. So, for those who currently control Chiron, the fact that Pax's son has survived is something undesirable. If the kingdom of Chiron stabilizes in a few more years, they will nightly demand Benedict's child. In the future, the kingdom of Dragon King and Chiron Kingdom will likely want to remain on friendly terms. Little Pax is still the late king's grandson. Chiron is a vassal state, so such a request would insult the country's honor. Still, relations with Chiron would only deteriorate if they wouldn't submit. That's why there seems to be some movement to remove the concern beforehand. In other words, to kill Little Pax before the request is made. That way both the kingdom of Dragon King and Chiron Kingdom keep face. However, Randolph's presence wouldn't allow that. Wouldn't the death god Randolph stand in the way of that? Many people seem to think that hiding me is a better alternative to going to war with another country. Well, I guess it would be like that. Currently, while the kingdom of Dragon King is in a state of internal chaos, its vassal states have been attacked by other countries. In such a state, if Chiron, their northern breakwater, becomes an enemy, it would only be natural for people to feel anxious. Although from my perspective, Randolph is a much worse enemy. As long as I'm here, assassins and the like are meaningless. The way things are going, regarding the child's future. What do you say? Even if he survives the assassination attempts, all that's waiting are custody requests from Chiron. No matter how things play out, a peaceful life does not await Little Pax. If that's the case, even assuming I found a resolution, then it would still be impossible to bring Randolph San to the inner battle with Jesu. Yup, it's impossible. However, isn't an ally in the kingdom of Dragon King necessary? Having me as an ally will be very reassuring. Everyone says I am reliable. I suppose. Randolph won't participate in the next fight. But, on the other hand, that means he won't be an enemy allying with Jesu. He won't be an ally or enemy. However, that doesn't mean he's worthless as a piece. As he said, even if I can't take him to Jesu, it will be reassuring to have collaborators in Kingdom of Dragon King. Even if it's 10 or 20 years later, he might become a linchpin. It's a future investment. Orsted Corporation is a company that looks towards the future. I understand.
Orsted Corporation looks to the
Anyhow,
future.
Our company's president was the cause of this mess in years place.
Yeah.
That's a match pump. None. Yep, best regards. And with that, it looks like I've come to an understanding with the Death God. One aka Dragon King Kingdom / King.
Okay, I gotcha with the fucking nuts. Anyway, alright, we start here. Alright. Next.
9 Step 1, Chapter 231, King of the Dragon King's Kingdom. Part 1. After my meeting with Randolph, I went back to the embassy at once. And thus, once again, we decided to do formalities for the audience with the president.
9 to 5, but
I
yeah.
am currently assessed as the Dragon God subordinate, Ariel's friend, Randolph's friend, and Benedict's friend in the Kingdom of the Dragon
5 to
King,
9.
KDK.
He works
Whether
4
we will allow an
hours
audience with the
at
king of a
night.
large country or not. I expected it to be a difficult line, but unexpectedly we easily got permission for audience. Rudius Dano has been quite popular here recently, so it's obvious. Or so someone at the embassy said. I don't have any personal experience, but certainly the number of unknown people that are aware of my name are numerous. I want you to forgive me for becoming so popular that it's becoming difficult to move, but it's a merit in itself that I was able to manage a smooth audience in a place like this. Let that be sufficient for now. It's obvious if it's Rudius. No, elder sister Eris, if it's the king of one of the best countries, then you can't just meet someone like that. You have to rely on someone if it's that. As expected of Rudius. Eris is the same as usual. Part 2. Several days later, I made my attendance in the castle and turned up at the audience room of the Dragon King's castle. Although I am not boasting, I am a little fussy regarding audience rooms. Azura Kingdom, Chiron Kingdom, Kisirika Castle. Be it be an audience room of any castle, some kind of intrusion always happens. The audience room is made out of vanity. It has a vast space with magnificent ornaments and sometimes knights wearing silver one armor standing in a line can be seen, a place where people show off their power to each other by talking about how great their country is or how awesome their king is. That is the audience room. Azura Kingdom is a magnificent place with its spaciousness and splendor. The audience room of Azura Kingdom is spacious with numerous people and gives off a dazzling impression. It's probably because it's time for Ariel's coronation that the castle is always in a state of decoration. Vastness, personnel, condition of expenses, throne, the beauty of the person sitting on the throne. Any of those things are others class quality. But, I'll say it clearly. Azura Kingdom's audience room was certainly wonderful. However, it ranks second in the world. It's not only just the audience room. I'm distributing my evaluation over the regular route until one reaches the audience room. Outside the castle, despite a garden of excellent quality and lined up articles of INE arts that are a delight to visitors' eyes, I didn't meet anyone along the way. A corridor that continues to be peaceful without a noise. With a forceful lift in tension, the visitor feels a solemn atmosphere. And the gigantic doors that lead towards the audience room. The room that can't even be laddered upon its splendor is waiting before it's open. With the minimum necessity for it, the decoration is simple. Furthermore, 12 knights are lined up in front of the throne. Every one of them is wearing a mask and throwing an overpowering intimidation by not revealing their identities, which in itself feels plain. All of these are measures to give more attention to the throne. The one sitting on the throne is the only person not wearing a mask. That overwhelming feeling of a subtle and elegant existence. Just who would make light of such a mood? Where is it? Why hide it? It's the Sky Fortress Chaos Breaker. First in rank is the Dragon King Perosius. I didn't notice it before, but all of those came from production. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Perosius's taste is the best in the world. Oh. It was me who gave out a voice of astonishment while observing the audience room of the KDK. This country's audience room slightly differed from that of Azura's or Chaos Breaker's. It was a little rough at best. First of all, there were gigantic armors with helmets standing at the entrance of the audience room that looked like 2 gatekeepers. 2. Those might be more or less 3 meters. Their size might be identical to that of the magic armor, just like the statues of Yr's guardian gods, they look down imposingly at the people who come to the audience room. 3. There isn't any giant tribe in this world. There might be a gargantuan race that I am not aware of. At least, there is no one who can wear this armor in the KDK. Which means these armors are here to instill fear in the people who come here. And then when you enter inside, there are armors in front of your eyes. From the vicinity of the entrance to the throne, there are empty armors and helmets standing in line surrounding the audience room in a circle. And thus, aside from the carpet of gold thread that continues on towards the throne, the armor and helmet inside is standing as if to protect the king. It is the iron throne with a dark gray color that they protect. A cushion is nailed into the metallic throne as if the armor was made into a chair. The level of comfort looks really poor. There aren't many decorations. It's more or less decorated with the mark of an allied country or something like
It's basically the Game of Thrones throne, you know.
An unwritten stone wall with silver armor and helmet.
Like the spikes and swords and shit.
I need to just line up something this powerful, a suitable feeling like that. Despite this overpowering feeling of a great number of people standing by and watching me.
Just a really
Since I cannot recommend
uncomfortable
it to
chair.
all the people, the evaluation should be 4 stars. The 33rd generation king of the kingdom of the Dragon King, His Majesty Stelviovan King Dragon is now present. While I was thinking about it, His Majesty the King's introduction ended. With my face down as it is, I fell to one of my knees and waited for the next words. Raise thy head, what is thy name? I am Dragon God Orsted's subordinate, Rudius Rere. It's my first time meeting you. Your Majesty looks to be in good humor. Sitting on the throne of that audience room.
There you go, there's a guy. Weird thing about Mushoku Tensei is most of my favorite characters are demons. Roxy, Rocky's parents, Roxy's kids, Kitsurika, Toph, Bodyguardy, Luz, Sylphie, Sylph's kids, and even Geese. Sylphie is an elf? They're not demons. I don't think so. Do elves count as demons? I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure they don't. Makes sense too for a country made of competition, value, and efficiency. Chapter I said is in the next volume. Yeah. I guess he was just listing all of his favorite characters, you know?
Sitting on the throne of that audience room was an ordinary man.
It's fine.
With dull blonde hair that doesn't really match with the crown. His age might be around 40 years. He looks like Ariel's older brother in terms of his mood. Prince Gravel the First. 4. So it's you, defeating that water god Riada, that one person who stopped the army invading Chiron alone, the so-called Rudius Rere. The rumors are again getting embellished by mistake. It won't be long before I end up being a mere man. 5. No, water god Riada was dealt with by my master, and we were successfully able to stop the army with not just me, but by my teacher's help, and also together with the army troops stationed at the Karen fortress. What an honest person. I can't feel the dignity of a king. Is it because I just met him, or is it because I've seen so many people overflowing with dignity? However, water god Riada and North Emperor Obear are dead. I'm positive that those truths have not changed. Yes, I cannot deny that. Our country respects true strength rather than social status. We intend to evaluate highly those who leave behind actual results all the while they are in similar cases of such opposition. I'll hold on to those thankful words. Oh, that is an unexpectedly good feeling. I generally expect to be looked down upon, but, as I thought, it's thanks to my treading on steps. It might be because of the power of the clothes borrowed from the embassy. The opportunity to listen to a story from a person like thou is rare. But, adversely a person like thou does not need to appear without any business in front of
Thou. Oh my gosh, fancy talk.
Wait, don't say it, let me guess. The king stopped me from talking by pushing out the palm of his hand in front of me and gently brushed his chin. It was a neat and well-prepared beard. Come to think of it, there are many people in my country who grow out their beards. There are many shavers in Azura. It might be their culture. First of all, it's not some government service. Thou should have friendship with the Queen Ariel of Azura. Which means, other than our country, if thou went to Azura as well, it's pro-idable. It's because thou should also be able to have a title of nobility as well as government service. How is it? It's as you have said. The king stared even more exclave at me. And then he continued while smiling with a broad grin. I must provide convenience to someone like thou to come to this country. Well then. Oh, that's right. Come to think of it, there was a strange rumor floating around the streets. Shiggle, what kind of rumor was it? On the king's words, one of the knights that were standing to his side quickly lowered his head. His face gave off an air of delinquency. If you looked at him, he was wearing the same armor as Randolph, similar to night parties. Ah, no wait, Shiggle. He's a person who has been properly investigated. Rudius Grere is calling out to each and every nation to prepare for Laplace's revival that is 80 years from now, or that's how it's called. Commander-in-Chief Shiggle Galgantus. 6. KDK's first commander. A quarter-blooded long-eared race, his rough speech stands out, but he's an able person with his sharp conduct. Or so I heard, but his ears are short and his usage of words is also polite. Is it because he's in front of the king? Oh, that's it? Even Melissus Pope knew about it, but as expected, you can't make light of a large country's intelligence network. And aside the consistency in the call-out, thou put thy organization in each nation and perform business by use of those organizations. Am I wrong? No, you're not. He's not wrong, but even so, it feels like the conversation is going towards the wrong direction. And thus, just like every other nation, thou have come to me to ask for permission to cooperate. Isn't that right? The king has a satisfied look on his face. Well, yeah, I had that intention if not for Jisu's matter. But this time, it's a little different. Still, if I deny what he said, it might result in a bad mood after those words spoken with such satisfaction. It's not like I'm uninterested, but special permission is necessary for doing something so selfish. I don't dislike that attitude of thine. The king continues to talk with a good mood. He might have been looking forward to my arrival after obtaining the news about my movements. No, that can't be. However, it also affects what's called prestige of this country when I permit something immediately when demanded. It will be troublesome when foolish crowds of people descend down upon us after hearing that the king will grant anything if requested. Therefore, that one condition. What is it? The king made a puzzled expression when I silently raised my hand up. We're starting to lose the sight of conversation little by little. This fellow can't be dealt with properly. I apologize for interrupting, Your Majesty. Though what you say isn't wrong, what I came for today is because of a slightly different matter. HOH. I'll tell him about the previous matter. It's regarding Benedict Sama's child. King's expression changed. The worn atmosphere too. According to what I heard from my friend Randolph, it looks like Benedict Sama's child. Pax Sama is a burden to deal with, so there is some kind of movement going on right now regarding his disposal or so I've heard. What about it? The king didn't imitate timidness and overbearingly spoke out. Now that she has become a mother, there is no use for her as a political maneuver. At any rate, there is no need to let a person live who would become a hindrance sooner rather than later in this country. What about Randolph Dano? If you kill that person, Randolph Dano would immediately run away. The kingdom of the Dragon King is not a lesser country which can be easily influenced by one of the major world powers. Well, it's only right. There will be no reason to go with the matter of killing little Pax otherwise. In other words, the reason you came here was to appeal to spare that child's life. No. I said that while looking directly at the king. I thought whether I can accept it or not if it's something that is not necessary rather than sparing life. Ha. The king responded with a nose laugh and turned his side to the knight Shiggle on his side. Did you hear that, Shiggle? Certainly, with these airs. The king stamped his feet with a dun and bent his posture forward. Putting his elbow on top of his knee, he stared at me as if glaring. His attitude is different from before. This might be this king's true nature. Then I shall ask. Ruges Grere, what kind of mutual benefit will that proposal have? However, there is no need to panic. No need to feel nervous. Perogius's way consisted of dignity. Well then, let me gladly serve my story. All of the internal conditions of this country are within our company's control. The president knows everything. What would become of the result because of my movements and things like that? First of all, after the death of the former king, the vassal states of the KDK are being attacked by at least 3 countries. From the country of Strife Zone in the north. Even you say it's under control, a vassal state can't become that if not for support. The KDK has suffered a serious wound in the middle of this disorder that is war, yet even now you are coping with your absolute extent. What? About it? I can bring a stop to it all. Since it's Ariel who is stirring up that war anyway. Given that they force the sale of weapons on them by agitating the countries that can't help but attack the KDK. Azura Kingdom is rich and I am much obliged to them as well. But, money doesn't grow on trees. That is why they occasionally do dirty work. Well, even if Azura Kingdom stops doing something like that, they produce vast amounts of gold. That is why, if I had to say, then there is a stronger meaning behind KDK's harassment. If I tell her to stop, she would stop. Probably. No, surely. After that, Your Majesty. Since the king's death came to pass, a loan was borrowed from the Millis Church in a hurry because a large sum of money was necessary, right? Currently, although the loan itself was paid back, you ended up permitting the Temple Night Party sojourn in the domestic. With the Temple Night Party forcibly inducing their religion in the domestic, little problems are slowly but surely staring to rise. And you can stop that. I can stop it. If a little bit of loan is still left, I can't interfere though. But, if there isn't, I can't let the harassment of KDK by Millis Kingdom to pass through. If I give a call to the Pope or the Miko, the Temple Night Party would immediately return back to their country. I might end up owing a debt to Ariel or the Pope, but it's no problem. It's an advantage to have connections at a time like this. We'll consider about the demand when the time comes. Furthermore, in the case a problem arises between Pax and the Chiron Kingdom, let me take responsibility and face the full brunt of it. In that case I should take Zanaba along. With Zanaba and Randolph, that's 3 people. It will take the form of Pax's battle of revenge. How about that? I'll give 3 marks to my presentation in outline. It must be satisfactory to make the best use of the troublemaker as an advantage. But I can't outstrip the king's expression. He's glaring at me with a scary face. Was something insufficient? I think that is sufficient. The one who sent out the lifeboat was none other than
Insufficient?
the
I
knight
think
Shugo.
that is
Rudius
sufficient.
Dano can speak for both the Azura Kingdom and Holy Kingdom of Milis. He has authenticity. Rudius Dano's proposal won't work as a big plus for us since we already had a countermeasure plan for our country, but according to the inquiries on the streets, it looks like Rudius Dano has a IRM grip on Queen Ariel's and Milis's Maiko's weaknesses. It will be a plus to have a connection with the well-known Rudius Dano. The form it will presently take to cover up the big minus with the small minus, therefore the plus will. Shigel, be silent for a while. Shigel shut his mouth in a hurry on the king's peaceful words. I understand about the advantage being there. Then, just what are you dissatisfied with? But, I can't make light of this man's attitude. It's like we're playing right into his hands. I should have deprecated myself and praised him more. I might have gone a little bit too far. It's difficult to adjust such a thing. I didn't mean to say to accept it if it isn't agreeable. Treatment of Benedict's child should be done by the parliament itself. Like hell I would change that decision on one person's suggestion that suddenly arrived. That is why, your majesty, doesn't it explain itself that the parliament is the last resort? Would you bequeath the mayhem to sprout in the future or lose the death god sooner? I'm in favor of the former by the parliament, but if there is a better choice to choose from, then there isn't anything strange about that. That's not it? That's not it at all. I'm just worried over how to protect the dignity of the KDK's history. If it was known that I performed indecisive politics as soon as I became the new king, it would affect the loyalty of the future subjects. The king is worried about his honor. Looking at Chigel, he looks like a supporter. However, it doesn't look like they have any dignity left now that they have unfolded such a conversation in front of me. Well, it's I need to just decide at your own pace while bearing in mind that there aren't any personnel here. With people like the Prime Minister, at your own pace. It's understandable that it is not a bad story if properly talked with. On top of that, even if it's declined, I have already prepared my next move. All of the personal information of the leader of this country is already obtained and arranged. People liked, people not liked, weaknesses, if I remove the obstacles while making use of all of those, it might be possible to change his opinion. Since they will likely pull back later, I don't want to do that much. Kirk, what do you think? The king called out to the young man sitting a little far out. His age is around similar to mine. With blonde hair just like the king and a slight beard. I have examined him as well. Kirkland von King Dragon. 7. Currently the Erst Prince and next in line to become king. Extraordinarily smart and excels at political abilities. But, a pitiable future awaits him. The future called unrequited love. Currently, he has fallen in love. He went to the Azura Kingdom's crowning ceremony as an ambassador and fell in love with Ariel at Erst's side. Afterwards, he comes to Azura Kingdom countless times and confesses until he becomes 25 years old. An honorable defeat. Whether Ariel cruelly rejected him or not, thereafter Kirk loads the lag of anti-Azura. I think we should take that proposal. Although he has not yet been rejected. As of now, he expresses his friendship with the Azura Kingdom. Until the strife zone is suppressed, not letting the public know that we have a hostile relationship with the Azura Kingdom has always been my opinion. I'm well aware about the friendship between Queen Ariel and Rudius Dano. We should consider accepting Rudius Dano's proposal and also include the link of cooperative relationship with Dragon God Orsted, on the grounds that it will become hard for Azura Kingdom to interfere just like now. Above all, I advise that the following should be done for the sake of our country. An aura of an able person is loading from the one who clearly said all of that. There's a huge difference between us. About half of that speech might have an ulterior motive regarding Ariel. It might be because he's an able person that I can't even feel an atom of guilt in him. Probably the personality of a handsome man, Eichmann. The king looked up at the ceiling after hearing those words. As if the answer is written there. All right. Then, let's accept that. The king said with a sigh and returned his gaze to me.
A
That
bit of a
reply might have
boring
already appeared within
chapter.
him. He just couldn't consent to it in the middle of that expression. Thank you very much. In accordance with the manners, I bowed my head. But suddenly heard a voice from above. 'Tis I, raise thy head. The presence of a king changed again. I raised my head after he asked me, only to see a bitter smile on his face. There is no dignity here, it's just the bitter smile of a tired person. The kingdom of the Dragon King is currently in this state. This situation of disorder is continuing because of an indecisive king with no dignity. I apologize to you who are staring at 80 years later and preparing accordingly. I might be able to provide cooperation of little tiny icons. Well. So this is it? This is the true nature of this country's king. I recall Orsted's information while discerning that. King Dragon King Stelvio's time of reign is short. 8. After 10 more years, he comes down with a severe disease and transfers the throne to his son. After Kirk becomes the king, KDK shows a terrifying display of progress. The real KDK starts from there. Stelvio is only a character who connects that. Therefore, I didn't consider much about this character. But, why is it? I have now become interested in this country's king out of importance for Shigel and Kirk. 9. I ended up being pleased with just a little bit of conversational exchange. I have a fondness for such things. He sits on that throne surrounded by armors. He must properly do his role as a king without any talent. However, he was likely never corrupted while helping his surroundings, and he lived to the utmost as a king. No, it is likely he lives. While at least acting as a king. Ha ha ha, fondness. You are an impolite fellow. Rudius Rere. Please excuse me for that. He is undoubtedly a person who can't leave anything in history. It's not like he would gain some kind of great baniat even if he associates himself. But I want to get along with him as long as he lives. I thought that genuinely. Part 3. Thus we were able to save little Pax's life. Benedict was released from her everyday fear and Randolph was greatly delighted. It will also be a congratulatory matter that the KDK won't lose Randolph. I also took this opportunity to fulfill Meyer's goal of putting Jisoo on the wanted list and took a breath of relief. I'll look upon the matter of mercenary group's establishment sometime later. It should be INE if I take that matter during that king's reign. From now on, we are on cordial terms with KDK. It would have been excellent if not for this match pump. I will be taking a debt from Ariel and Pope this time around, but I'll pay it back eventually. We don't know what would become of this one case of little Pax in the future. When that time comes, I will settle that matter again along with Zanaba. Well, you saved me. At this rate I would have taken my master and was about to destroy KDK. Randolph said that with a clattering laugh while we were parting. This man might or might not have that power in actuality, but he certainly has the resolution. Whether to let the soldiers die hiding with Randolph, or let the dispute with Chiron Kingdom rise in the future. Why choose the former? Isn't that foolish? I might be thinking like that because I tasted Randolph's strength in person. However, if His Majesty the King has been satisfied with this, then the things that I'm capable of doing are lost as well. That is not good. He's trying to say that he has no intention of leaving Benedict's side to the bitter end. Well, it should be good if the case is that. Is Rudius Dano acquainted with the demon emperor Kisirika Kishirasu? Yeah, I've met her at least twice. If you're searching for a person, then I recommend searching for her first. I see. There was Kisirika as well. Roxy said that she used her powers to IND Zenith. The one who gave me the demon eye of clairvoyance. If we ask her,
I have
she
no
would
clue what
tell us about
happened to
Jisoo's
all
whereabouts
these
in an
Fs.
instant.
I
Though
really
I won't be able to
don't.
reach there immediately, but it should considerably narrow down the possibility. Why didn't I think of that before? Well, I don't really know whether she is in existence who can be relied on much. I don't know what she will demand as compensation, but if you take this ring and say it's Randolph's wish, she should be somewhat able to listen to an unreasonable request. Oh. So it's not necessary to treat her to food. I understand. Well then, I'll be accepting this. For one thing, I received a white ring from Randolph. It's probably made out of some kind of bone. An ominous item. It seems to be cursed, but it's a pro-idable piece of equipment.
Profitable.
Well then, Rudius Dano, I pray for your good luck. Be in good health as well, Randolph said. And thus, we left behind the kingdom of the Dragon King. Next is the Demon Continent. To Demon Lord Adolf's place. 1 TLN, in the line.
Yeah.
I don't know what means, but I guess it's somewhat closer
I'm
to...
gonna swap to the other. I'm gonna swap to the other one. We can look at the illustrations after. I love that ring. You did. Try to find. Found it. Cool. Like they're perfect for the moment. Let's hope so. If not, I can get rid of a few. So if there's any like repeating words that like constantly don't have F, I can get rid of, I can fix those. Similar how I do with Sylphie, but Sylphie is like a really predictable error. And I've already done like the Sylphie change to this volume, so you gotta adjust this. Give me a sec. Oh fuck. No. Nope. Did not mean to do that. There you go. Alright. I can send you that now if you want, or just do it later. I don't care. I'm not gonna get to volume 23 today. I might get through volume 22 today though. Question: do you look at the light novel 21 illustrations? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I am a minute behind. Sag.
Chapter 232, Infiltrating Fort Necros. Part 1. Demon Continent, Guthro Region. It's one of the most severe areas of the Demon Continent. The monsters living on the Demon Continent, when compared to the other continents, are extremely strong and numerous. However, even on the Demon Continent there are distributions. Like how the Bigoy region has many acid wolves and pack coyotes, this region is overflowing with monsters that are much stronger than the other regions. Able to release a petrifying breath, the basilisk. Flying freely through the sky and attacking with its powerful jaws and poisonous claws, the black drake. Imitating a pond, the enormous lake slime. Extremely nimble and covered in hard scales that resist magic, the white-fanged serpent. Besides that, there are areas that are covered in poison gas and deep valleys, so this region is called the worst part of the demon continent. There are few towns or villages, and the ones that exist are transforming into secure fortresses. Even adventurers rarely come here. However, it is said that those on journeys to sharpen their combat skills have this region as their final goal. After all, this region has the fortress once built by the immortal Five Elements Demon King Necros Lacrosse, the strongest fortress on the demon continent. The one ruling here is Demon King Atafaradov, the immortal demon king of the Guthro region. 400 years ago she was a powerful warrior for Laplace, who clashed countless times with the party of the armored dragon King Perosius. Among martial artists, there is a legend about her that is thought by many to be true. You who desire power, travel forth. You who desire power, set your gaze on the demon continent. Journey through the demon continent, reach Fort Necros. Journey through the demon continent, gain audience with the immortal demon king Atafaradov. Display your power to the demon king, and thirst for a greater power. You shall gain an overwhelming power that you have never seen the likes of before. And the ones who follow the legend and set out on a journey are never heard from again. Nobody knows the truth.
I wonder if
Most die along the way,
Rudius will
and the rest are
win
forced into Adov's
with
elite
his
guards.
armor against a
Occasionally
Toph.
there are those who return. But even
Probably.
if there are only one or two people who tell the truth, the rumor shouldn't disappear. That rumor is probably erased by Adov's associate, More. It's a cruel trap. Playing with the naive hearts of martial artists, a devil's trap. Well then. The members that are going to meet are number 3. Me, Eris, and Roxy. Aisha is in charge of mediation with Azura and Mealy's on behalf of the Kingdom of Dragon King. By the way, we're bringing alcohol as a gift. According to Orsted, Adolf seems to be fond of alcohol. Well, even so, it will probably turn into a fight. Part 2. Fort Necros was about 3 hours from the teleportation ruins. That's not such a great distance, but the teleportation ruins are in the mountains, and furthermore, it's in the middle of a black drake nesting ground. We traveled on foot while shooting the black flying dragons out of the sky, turning the defeated drakes into Yakiniku 1, and the discovered eggs into Tamago Yaki 2. From fairly high up the mountain, we descended while sometimes evading the attacking monsters but other times rooting them, and arrived after a full day. This is the first time I've been to a teleportation ruin so close to human habitation. Or rather, this is the first place where people live that I've been to that's so thick with mana. Well, we can afford to take it easy. When I turn to face her, Eris is gleefully cutting apart the attacking monsters. It's as if she's saying it's the result of her daily practice. Although she certainly has never skipped out on practice swings, she shouldn't have had that many chances to fight. It seems she's been hunting the monsters around the town when I wasn't looking. As expected of such a feared place. Just thinking of coming here alone gives me goosebumps. Roxy's fatigue is showing. She's been trying her best to find a route that avoids the monsters. It's no exaggeration to say that it's all thanks to her we were able to protect the gift of alcohol. Roxy still has a long way to go. Back in my adventurer days I moved around more, but recently I've just been working at a desk. If you're like that, you'll be looked down on by the students. You're right. Then, please help me practice sometime. Of course. While listening to Eris's and Roxy's conversation,
Killing dragons are nothing at
beneath
this
us.
point.
The
It's
overall
like
color is black. It's probably made from the same materials as Kishirika's castle. It's not too large. It seems to be just a castle and town protected by thick ramparts. It's not a rare sight in this world. What classifies it as a fortress is probably its structure. It is separated into 5 blocks by the ramparts, and goes up like a staircase. The 3 bottom ones are a normal castle town. The second from the top contains buildings that don't look inhabited and something that looks like a sports ground. They're probably military installations. At the top, a black castle-like building towers imposingly. That's probably the keep. We end up approaching it from behind. From back here, it looks pretty defenseless. Although since the rear is guarded by a mountain, it's only natural. Ah, someone's there. As we drew closer while thinking that, we saw people standing upon the rampart. There are around 5 people wearing black armor, outfitted with helmets. They are watching us, and seem to be raising a bit of a fuss. Do you suppose it would be bad manners to enter from this side? No, there's no such etiquette. They're probably talking about how rare it is for travelers to approach from the mountain. When Roxy plainly said that, Eris rapidly progressed forward. What should we do if arrows rain down from above? Though I was thinking that, the people on the wall weren't showing any signs of attacking. Before long, we reached the rampart. There seems to be a rear gate, since I confirmed the existence of a large door. Since it's a black gate on a black wall, it's not visible from afar, but looking up close it's quite obvious. Oh heroes. Congratulations on reaching Fort Necros. It's the demon god language. It's been a while. Like how you never forget how to ride a bike, learned languages aren't forgotten so easily. Rather, what did they mean by heroes? What admirable spirit, crossing the demon mountain. Is what you seek the honor of being a champion 3? Or perhaps it is the demon king's power. Whichever it is makes no difference to us. If you want to pass here, you will first have to defeat us, Adov's elite guards. In other words, we can't enter here. It's only natural. No country would let an unknown man enter through the rear gate. I understand. We will circle around to the front. It's not particularly a problem if we go in through the town. We'll obediently circle around here. We're here to ask a favor, after all. The black armors went silent. They're all asking their neighbors what to do. I've heard about Adov, but I never heard anything about fighting here at the gate. Did I say something wrong? Ah, if you could tell Morzan that Rudius Grere brings tribute for Adov-sama, it would be a great help. It may be better to tell them up front that I'm no one suspicious. While I was thinking that and about to turn around. Wait. Are you a visitor for Adov-sama? That was shouted at me. Yes, I have talked with her a little before. I would like to give her my greetings. I understand. We're opening the gate. Oh. They seem to be willing to let us in. It's bothersome going around, so it's good that we can go right in. I wanted to enter from the front, though. Eris complained, but I think it's better to enter from here. Please excuse me from an attraction like having to defeat the Shitenu 4 to proceed. Part 3. We arrived in Fort Necros's audience chamber. It doesn't have a ceiling. It's an open-air room. There's a long staircase sandwiched between thick pillars carved with devil-like images. At the top of the stairs is a large, spacious room. The room is surrounded by candles burning with violet flames, and in front of each candle is a soldier clad in black armor standing at attention. The room is completely open, with no walls or handrails. If you approach the edge, you could probably look down on the castle town.
Unfortunately,
an ominously decorated throne.
Events will repeat themselves, similar to Turning Point 4.
The place where in dire times, a giant magic circle is engraved to call out an ancient demon.
Eris will die from fighting the Toph, and it's gonna be big Sag. Big Sag.
It's a battleground. Oh heroes, well done in coming this far. Now then, sitting on the throne is a woman. She's wearing the same black armor as the others around us. Her height is around the same as Eris's. With a gleeful face, she spread her mantle. The evening sun descending over the mountain cast a profound shadow upon her. It appears to be a very impressive and fantastic scene. It appears to be. I am the immortal demon king, Adafaric of Rabaku. We entered through the back gate, met with more, and waited for about 2 hours to be brought to this battleground. Were they making preparations during that short time? Or did they anticipate this fantastic scenery and wait for evening? Either way, I'll give them 4 stars. How admirable,
stars, not
coming
5.
this far with the body of a human. O brave ones who overcame countless trials. I ask you thus. Is what you desire the prestige of being a champion? Or is it the title of hero, 5 or perhaps the Demon King's power? What a distasteful question. If you answer champion or hero 6, you get beaten up and made into a subordinate, and if you answer Demon King's power, you are made into a subordinate without getting beaten up. It's an extreme multiple choice where you can only answer yes. Feel fun. Ah, somehow Eris started grinning. That's right, you like this kind of stuff, don't you? Adolf-sama. Mumble mumble. Right then, the nearby black armored Moor whispered something into Adolf's ear. It's probably about the program. Even though I said that I came to apologize, she's been saying hero this and hero that, so there is probably some kind of misunderstanding. Shut up. It's too bright here and I can't understand. Adolf punch. Morkun is blown away. Show me your face. Adolf left her fist that blasted Moor out and rapidly approached. And then, she was right before my eyes. Ah. As soon as our eyes met, Adolf's expression rapidly changed. She is glaring. And then, she spoke in a low voice. It's you. Her voice sounds like she's saying I found you. Scary. It's been a while. After working with Perogius, to catch me in a trap, you, without concern, came here. Adolf has a ferocious smile on her face. However, that is within expectations. That's why we brought a tribute. It's no exaggeration to say that we came here to apologize. About that, I would like to give my apologies. It's fine. You're making a much more manly face than last time. It's a good face, full of resolve. The heroes that challenged me all had that kind of face. Adolf isn't listening to me. She's just closing in on my face with her eyes spread. Then she smiled, showing her teeth. I could see her growing fangs. It's the face of someone prepared to die. Huh. That's strange. I should have predicted this. Huh. Why, are my legs trembling? Not good, the trembling is spreading to my whole body. Then, my vision was filled with something red. Red hair. Get away. Eris forced herself between me and Adolf. Who the hell are you? Eris Grere. Who? Adolf took a step backwards. Then, she stared into Eris's face. That's a good expression, good killing intent, and you're even carrying good weapons. And your guts to prepare to cut me down. Adolf shot Eris a sharp gaze. Eris stared back with a beast-like glint in her eyes. The tension is rising. Are you a hero? That's right. No, it's not. What the hell are you saying? That woman is determined and observing the surroundings. A magician. That's right. My name is Roxy Grere. It's an honor to meet you. Roxy slightly lowered the brim of her hat and gave a greeting. I think it's pretty obvious that she's a magician just from looking at her clothes, though. You also have a good expression. You want to fight me? If Demon King Sama is planning on killing my student, then yes. Though I am not worthy. Ah, even the calm Roxy is planning to fight. Which means I'm currently cowering that much. Enough that she thinks she has to protect me. That's no good. I've got to pull it together.
Meanwhile, Rudy's just like, guys, we don't have to fight, please. Stop.
For 3 people who just happen to have the same name together and come before me, is truly interesting. That interpretation is certainly interesting. Both Eris and Roxy are my wives. Yup. Okay, I've calmed down. Adolf-sama, before fighting, can you listen to what I have to say? I stimulated my shivering legs, and turned to Adolf. Why? Because we came to talk. I hate talking. Since you human race people always say things I can't understand. I think what I have to say is pretty easy to understand. Then I exchanged looks with Roxy. She put down the bag she was carrying and drew out a wooden box. I received it from her, and held it out reverently in both hands to Adolf. First take this. It's an apology for last time. What's this? It's wine from the kingdom of Azura. Alcohol. Adolf's complexion changed.
Alcohol, yay!
Just like my information. According to Orsted, among the heroes that fought her were those that challenged her to a drinking contest, planning to defeat her when she was dead drunk. They ended up losing though. In the drinking contest, That is. During the Azura Kingdom's coronation ceremony, it was presented to the crown by Lord Nodos Grere, an extremely rare and expensive good. Is it tasty? Very. Or so I answered, but I never tasted it, so I don't really know. According to Ariel, this is wine that was produced 100 years ago. About its taste, the fields and warehouses that produced it were regulated by the royal purveyor, who said it would be a waste to drink it all up, sealed it in the depths of the warehouse, and declared that it wasn't to be brought out except in special circumstances. However, it's been 100 years since then. The royal family had many important events, and it was all used up. However, that's only concerning the royal family. There are still some remaining in the storehouse of the producer, Nodos Grere. For Ariel's coronation ceremony, 10 bottles that were in the storehouse were presented. Part of Philemon's brown nosing. The current price would be around 300 Azura gold coins per bottle. It's worth 1 rhenia. That's why it should be quite delicious. Of course, it's not like I bought it. When I asked Ariel what a good alcohol would be, she gave me one of these. Later on, when I asked someone else for its worth, I was surprised. She immediately consented to the
Ariel's just throwing shit
Lately she's been
out the
selling me a lot of
window
favors,
for
and it's kind
Rudy.
of
It's
scary.
just like,
It seems
here,
like sometimes
take
she's really
whatever
going to
you
take one of my
need.
children.
Just
I see, so it's tasty.
worth
Yes.
a one
So
reading.
please forgive me for the previous matter. I forgive you. I'm much more lenient than that Perogius. Something like that is nothing to me.
Fuck.
Thank you very much. I guess this means that we're even. She might forget after drinking, though. However, I won't forgive Perogius.
Radius now occurs.
Please feel free. That's something between the two of them. I'm sure Perogius won't bow his head for forgiveness. So, is that all? No, there is something else. I took out one more bottle from Roxy's bag. This is something I got from Orsted. This one isn't in a box, and the maker and price are unknown. The glass bottle seems old, and is losing transparency, and some sort of pattern is carved in it. However, Orsted said that Adolf will be pleased with it. So I think the contents should not be bad. This is. Oi. It was snatched away. Don't tell me. It can't be. More. At her sudden scream, the black armors became discomposed.
More!
In the rowdy atmosphere, one person calmly
More
approached.
was this?
It's the
What
man
is
whose
this?
face caved
It
in and
can't
collapsed
be.
in a pool
It
of blood.
can't be.
More. Look. What do you think? Moore took the bottle and carefully examined its surface.
Oh,
Then,
no.
seeing the marble-like deposition inside, he took a deep breath. It's exactly the same as what we saw before. Right? Where did you get this from? From my master, Dragon God Orsted, who wishes to get along with Adolf-sama. Dragon God. Then, there's no mistake. Adolf looked at the bottle while trembling from head to toe. This is without a doubt, what Europain sent for mine and Cal's wedding, the phantom alcohol passed down through the dragon race. Oh, so something like that happened. Then of course she would be pleased with it. Its name is Dragon God Jewel Spirit, Aleshneel. Whoa, what an amazing special technique. I'm getting goosebumps. Or rather, it's ale, huh? The glass was so dark I couldn't tell. That's the only time I've ever drank this. I've searched far and wide, and finally I have it once again. Tatarata 7. Adolf held the bottle so joyously that it seems like that sound effect would play. In any event, if she's pleased with it then that's great. I should say as expected.
I just read the following
He knows well who
line.
would like what.
Fucking
I feel
hell.
sorry for Ariel, but this match
Tope is
Orsted's
so
complete victory.
small brain, holy
Then,
shit.
that alcohol. I've decided. I'll defeat you and take this alcohol. Adolf declares that with wine in her right hand and Aleshneel in her left. What she wants, she takes by force. Truly a demon king. I'm giving it to you. What? It's a small gesture of friendship from the dragon god Orsted to immortal demon king Adolf. I reply in a loud voice. Question marks are rising from Adolf's head. When 3 question marks have risen, her head burst. You. Don't chicken out. Fight me. Even without a fight, I'm giving you that alcohol. I don't get what you're saying. So she doesn't get it? Is that so? I'm pretty sure I made it easy to understand, though. It's not a banquet, it's not a congratulatory event, it's not as an apology. In that case, why would you offer something like this? Moore followed up nicely. That's right. It's no good if I don't explain that, right? Right. To tell the truth, in the near future I'm going to be fighting with a man called Jisu. He said he was going to gather powerful troops to defeat me. I was thinking I would like Adolf-sama's assistance for that fight. I'm not going to touch the topic of the coming war against Laplace. According to Orsted, if I ask her to help in the war against Laplace, she would definitely not give her approval, and it would end up becoming a fight. It's not like she feels a sense of duty towards Laplace. It's simply that it's too complicated for her to understand. In the future that Orsted knows, Adolf will unmistakably serve Laplace.
Fucking hell.
It's definitely safer to not try persuading her. It's probably best to request such things from Moore later. Okay, I understand. I'm not an idiot, after all. It's fine. I'll do that. Adolf definitely does not understand it very well. She's nodding with the same face as Eris when she says I understand when she really doesn't. This kind of answer means that Adolf probably won't be taken along by Jesus Kajoli.
No.
So then, is the talk over? Yes. Thus, I gained Adolf's cooperation. The Death God and the Immortal Demon King. Getting the 2 people who defeated me to the side feels like a large
Might as well
advantage.
fight her. I mean,
don't
come
know where
on.
Jisu is or what he's doing,
Just
but it looks like things are favorable so far. But I'm glad.
might as well fight.
At first I was
It's
thinking
fine.
it would turn into a fight and was on guard, but it's great that we won't have tea. Okay, now let's duel. Huh?
You might as well
Earlier,
fight,
you
you
said
know.
before we fight? Our conversation is over. Then, next we fight. Huh? I said something like that? No, but, huh? I gave her alcohol, and was forgiven. She promised to fight on my side. There shouldn't be any more reason to fight.
There's no
That's
animosity.
strange.
It's
Once you
just
never told me
fighting.
about any of
It
this.
just wants to.
I am the
She
immortal
wants to
demon
challenge
king
you.
of
It's
Hoterika
fine.
Reibaku. Heroes, all three of you, come at me at once. Why the hell? I'm bewildered. Roxy also has question marks above her head. The elite guards aren't moving, so this is probably the Adolf Standard 8. However, an astonished atmosphere is floating this way. More has a there's no helping it kind of expression. There's only one person who stepped out in front as if to say she's been waiting for this. I'll be your opponent. It's Eris. As if the distance to her opponent doesn't matter, she walked right up in front of Adolf and brought her face close. HOH, you want to fight me one-on-one? Their faces are close enough that you could think they may be about to kiss.
Not a good idea to have her go one-on-one with a toe. That's all I'm saying.
Adolf fell for that obvious provocation,
That
and
ain't
let out
good.
killing intent. In these past 100 years, you're the only one to say something like that to me. If she wasn't holding a bottle in each hand, that would have been a cool line. However, if she fights like this, the bottles will surely break. Or so I was thinking, but Moore said I shall take care of these from beside them, and carried them away. Someone like you is fitting to be one of my elite guards. I'll beat you to a pulp and make you my subordinate. If you lose, will you do what Rudius says? Sure. Fight, win, make an ally. Easy to understand means something like this, huh? I messed up. I made a bit of a misunderstanding. I'll give you something so forgive me for earlier, and I'll give you something else so become my ally is too complicated for Adolf. In any event, I knew from the beginning that it would likely turn into a fight. Fight, win, and make Demon King Adolf into a supporter. We made plans for that, and properly prepared. Let's do it. Thus, our fight with Demon King Adolf began.
Bruh. Yep, the fight's gonna happen. The fight's definitely gonna happen. Alright. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. Hold up. Alright. Alright, with that done, let's go. The great Seja international audience here. Hope we can all read English here. That's all I'm saying.
Chapter 233, Fierce Battle, Demon Lord Adolf. Part 1. I am the immortal Demon Lord Adolf Ryback. I'll bestow you with the title of hero if you can defeat me. If you lose, I'll make you my puppet and use you until your last breath. Spreading an overwhelming killing intent was Adolf. Moreover, the one who was opposing her was the figure of a hero. Sword King Eris Grere. Eris held one of the Sword God's 7 swords Phoenix Elegant Dragon sword above her head and confronted Adolf. Sword God style, huh? She happily unsheathed her sword without separating eye contact from Eris. I'll tell you beforehand, the sword of light is ineffective against me. Eris isn't agitated by Adolf's words.
Just a bunch of people just speaking in different languages, and then I just see baguette. Baguette. Croissant. Fucking hell, dude, no.
Even she knows that. She has heard about the legend of the immortal demon lord. Immortal demon lord Adolf can never be defeated. She doesn't have any technique. Her sword is dull and slow. She just can't die. No matter how many attacks she takes, no matter how many fatal wounds she sustains, she won't die.
Yes,
she
I can
even after
speak
receiving any
another
type of
language too.
And then gain victory
Croissant.
at the end. That is the immortal demon lord Adolf. There are only less than 10 veterans, including one of the 3 heroes Demon Slayer, who were able to oppose her during Laplace's military campaign.
That's funny.
Feared as the symbol of dread, the only one who was said to have solely defeated her was the North god Kalman. Eris is having an insight. She is thinking, can I defeat that demon lord in front of my eyes with my strength alone? Nay. It's impossible with just one person. Exaltation can be felt for challenging a legendary being, but she doesn't hold any techniques to defeat Adolf. However, there is no need to lament over that. Even if she doesn't have a playing hand, there is a person who already has one.
Alright, Google Translate, help me, thank you. Yeah,
Hey,
volume 22 is really
Eris doesn't
interesting.
talk. Well, there was a fellow like you who
There was
concentrated all the
one
nerves and
dud
fired an
chapter
extremely powerful
though,
blow.
in my opinion.
Fufu, I remember it since I have good memory. Although that blow never did reach me and I smashed that person with my fist like a frog. Adolf might have recalled about that time. She glared at Eris while a wicked smile rose to her face. How about it? Eris Grere. It's a once-in-a-lifetime gamble. Would you expose ungratefulness in front of your trusting comrades, or is it honor? My neck is right here. If you take my head back home, you will be regarded as a hero of the human race and leave your name in history for eternity. Striking her neck with a taunton is Adolf. With an expression that is overflowing with self-confidence. This woman won't be able to kill me. That sort of self-confidence. The surrounding Imperial guards are sighing. Ah, Adolf-sama is getting negligent again. And sighing. Nevertheless, against heroes.
I'm sorry, but if you don't want me to talk, it's gonna...
Not really.
This
I
isn't
don't
the
want
stream
something
for
like honor
that.
or anything.
There are
Eris said
audiobooks
clearly.
out there if you want
I'll
to
slice off your head.
watch, if you
Well
want to
said.
listen to this
Eris
volume
Now, come.
without
Adolf
me
shouted reverberates.
talking.
The evening sun falls behind the mountains, the surroundings are wrapped up in slight darkness, and the violet flame lighted on the candlestick shines upon the two people. Adolf's eyes that glitter with burning fire. Eris's eyes that are undauntedly staring back. The gazes of the two cross and their killing intent collides together. A critical situation of two people. However, the Imperial Guards weren't watching the two of them that time. They were looking behind Eris. There stood a giant. A stone giant was standing within the slight darkness having a height of 3 meters. Where the hell did it came from? Is it summoning magic? No, there are no traces of how it was done. Furthermore, a blue-haired magician is standing separated several steps from that giant. As if to say it's a success, the giant suddenly grips its hand and looks up from behind. Ah. The reason Eris of the sword god style, possessor of a seemingly rough disposition, didn't attack. A person who was standing within the Imperial Guards understood it and let out a voice of admiration. The reason is that while Eris was stalling for time, Rudius was busy in preparation. He summoned the magic armor MKI. Oh, ugh. The shadow standing behind Eris. Adolf groaned, looking up at it. There is a remembrance. That armor. Even before Laplace's military campaign, during the Second Great Human-Demon War. She remembers seeing it before it was sealed. Its form is slightly different. Its color is slightly different. However, those are trivial things. Like hell are there many instances of this sort of armor in this world that can be collected. Fighting god armor. Adolf was looking up dumbfounded and muttering. Gaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaa nape of Adolf's neck, who was looking up at the magic armor. With the shortest distance, the demon sword that transformed into a long straight beam of silver light glides towards Adolf's nape while keeping the overwhelming power of bloodshed as it is. And without change goes through. So. It stopped. The sword came to a halt midway through Adolf's neck. Adolf's sword was sticking into Eris' right shoulder very deeply. Eris' right arm lost movement with just that. It didn't stop. It was stopped. By a thrust of the sword into the gap of bone and bone like a support rod, though expressed as the strongest sword technique, Longsword of Light was stopped. 1.
Yeah.
Eris gave up on her right arm.
Spam the A's.
Using only her left hand, she swung the sword. By all rights, something like a neck is severed in just one strike of the Longsword of Light. But the power is halved if it's dealt with just one hand. Only 1/3 of Adolf's head was left while adhered to her torso as it is. That would naturally result in death. But the enemy is Adolf. The immortal demon lord Adolf Eridolf. Sr. Adolf, who was looking like a half-corpse, kicked Eris in the air. Roxy caught from behind Eris.
It's fine. MK1's
continued
fine.
to look towards Adolf with ferocious eyes while the top of her shoulder was gushing out blood. Her turn was up till now. Oh. Adolf turned towards me while raising her roar. She prepared her sword as if to defend and took up a forward bent posture. And thrust her sword into me as I was preparing the Gatling gun. Since Eris was blown off, I started shooting in a straight line. Shoot it, Thorup. A rain of rock cannonballs poured down. First step. Adolf's armor was smashed into several small pieces. Second step. Adolf's shoulder was torn to pieces and the sword danced in midair. Third step. Adolf's upper half of the body that became full of holes was blown off and separated from her lower half. There isn't a fourth step. The lower half of her body, now without the upper half, while waning and shaking violently, fell. This spectacle is bad for the heart. Since she is the immortal demon lord, blood isn't coming out, but if blood had spurted out, I might probably feel sick. I can't get used to becoming a murderer. There is no way I can get used to it. I was able to do it because I knew that she wouldn't die even if I fired the Gatling gun from such close range. That's right. She won't die, right? Even though things may appear this way. Did we do it? Roxy inquired while applying healing magic to Eris and anxiously surveying the Imperial Guards. Until Adolf gives the order, they won't attack. Everyone, there is no need to worry about Adolf. I have absolute faith towards the proprietress of immortality. Not yet. I replied while being vigilant. Is it our turn after this? No, that's unreasonable. Look at the floor. Hasn't the black weekday steel been gouged out? 3. Even that armor doesn't make any sense. What's that magic? Before when he fought Adolf-sama, that guy used a rock shell with amazing power. It's probably that. Ah, I see. So it's a rapid-firing rock shell. Which means, apart from the armor, that staff might be a magic tool. I am getting analyzed for some reason. What a careless bunch. But they probably know that Adolf won't die from just that. Adolf revives. The scattered pieces of flesh draw near towards the large piece of meat. Little by little, those pieces combine and start returning to their former size. I guess it returns back by itself even if you pull out the hair, unlike a certain parasitic creature. 4. It also feels like a life force that will regenerate from a small piece of meat by cell division even if the pieces of meat don't entirely return back. 5. Such a creature can wear armor on its body and even use martial arts. She'd obviously be powerful. Adolf returned back to her previous form as I was thinking that. However, as a result of blowing her full of holes, her upper half is naked. I ended up seeing the muscles more forged than Eris's and large breasts not inferior to Eris's. Is there any significance in forging those muscles even though she is such a creature? There probably is. Rather, the matter of forging them becomes even more meaningful to her than it is to humans if you consider that the cells won't die. Very interesting. Do you still want more? After the regeneration finishes, I asked the now unarmed Adolf. With the resolution to fight. However, it's not like opposition won't come if it comes to fighting seriously. More, who is looking from behind, will be deemed as a hostile opponent if we have to erase Adolf here in all seriousness. He will commence the attack by leading the Imperial Guards when he judges us as hostile. Or so I've heard from Orsted. We've also more or less come up with a plan if it comes to that, but... well, it's better to satisfy Adolf by knocking her down many times over. I don't know how many times I will have to face her, but I'll keep her company until my magic supply is exhausted. Don't want it? Or so I thought, but Adolf shouted. Thereupon, Moore rushed over and put a cloak on her. I'll immediately go and pick up a change of armor, so. Humph. Adolf sat down on the ground with a plunk and crossed her legs. She doesn't intend to fight. But she's looking at me, seemingly annoyed. That's really unexpected. I certainly thought that she would be rushing towards us like a wild boar while reviving. Or give the order to her surroundings and siege us. She was disregarding Eris, who was standing next to me and setting up her sword. Roxy, who was preparing the staff, was also standing behind oblique to me, but I guess there is no need for her turn. Adolf is fixedly staring at me. Silently and motionlessly for a short while. More, do you remember? And said that with a sigh. No, during the Human-Demon War, I was still. That's right. That's how it was. Adolf muttered with an unusually calm and low voice. It's different from that time. It was more golden in color during that time. Its power and speed are there, but such a weapon didn't exist. Adolf might be talking about the original fighting god armor. The strongest armor made by Laplace. But the human race was like that. At first, they were weak. Absurdly weak. If we invaded, they would easily collapse and run away. But they steadily changed after a short while. When I realized it, they had changed their personnel, armor, and weapons. Their method of fighting was like that too. They would become firm, fall apart, and lie in wait within the mountains and across rivers. While doing so, they became stronger little by little.
Yeah, he kills apostles, he struggles to, he hesitates to kill anyone else.
The way she's talking feels somewhat intellectual as well. The immortal demon clan probably enters a wise man state after regenerating once. Did you build that? Yes. I see, you're strong, truly strong. Adolf said that with a refreshed face. It's a pleasant story. Since father wasn't able to win against the dragon race after many hardships when the worthless human race were able to overtake. 6. Adolf slowly stood up. With more on her side, she looked up at me with her arms folded and talked. While I wasn't able to catch up with her meaning, she continued. I recognize my defeat. As promised, I will be under your jurisdiction while you continue to live. Thus, Adolf became a comrade. Rudius Guerre, you are a hero who defeated me. Incidentally, I became a hero. Part 2. After that, a party was held at Adolf's fortress. It's a party for the subjugation of the demon lord. The organizer is the defeated demon lord herself. Imperial guards are the staff. Participants are also the Imperial guards. On the occasion of the party, a large military drill was organized. Organized in the center of the arena, such things as tree persons are put in order for athletics and a carpet made out of beast leather is spread out to encircle the circumference of the surrounding area with all of the guards eating and drinking.
7. The long-ass sentence.
Adolf was defeated.
Fucking hell.
Having said that, the people captured by Adolf weren't released. It'd be troublesome for
Imagine
me.
me trying to read that out loud. Fucking hell.
Adolf definitely might have understood that situation too. For now, it's just like before. They're not all cops and robbers and we can't proceed to release all the members just like that. 8. Well, if some fellows want to return no matter what, we'll send a few of them little by little when we get the chance. If it's just a little, then even Adolf won't notice.
That's cool.
Although every member of Adolf's Imperial Guards is absolutely enjoying the party. They don't seem to have the intention to fly the banner of revolution. Today is an auspicious day. Drink, sing, and fight. Even though Adolf was defeated, she was in a really good mood. A party hall right in the center of the arena. She's glowing in satisfaction by waging fights against fellow subordinates over there. It seems she's pleased to receive the alcohol I gave her, looking at how she's shouting delicious. Each time she takes a drink. It's a really mysterious feeling, but it slightly resembles that of Bidigades around there.
I like how fast-paced this volume is. But I have a feeling that's probably not going to stay the same with the light novel, with how many additional chapters there are between these few chapters. We get Ato's mini backstories and some more fights with 4 of Ato's guards. Is that necessary? Oh, best fight ever is coming. I heard it is fucking awesome in the light novel. Well, I guess we'll see like in a year, whenever that fucking volume comes out. Because right now, I have volume 16, the newest light novel for Mushoku Tensei, that English printed. But, like, just got from Barnes & Noble, but, like, yeah, it's really fucking weird. So, like, I moved, so I don't have any of the other books with me. But, I will later in the summer, but, yeah. So, these come out every few months or so, yeah, I don't think we'll see volume 22 for a while. Toph still half naked. I mean, she has a cloak around her, so. The real fight is coming now. Perfect conditions, I got.
Things like drinking and singing first before a duel. They're siblings after all. The immortal Necros may have been a fellow like that too. Ha 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 ha, that's good. Crush am good. Your guard is down. Raise it. Raise it. Wow. There are many hand-to-hand fights that are being performed in the arena. It's a manly fight with only bare hands without armor nor weapons. There are robust men of the Imperial Guards who tightly grasp their fist and knock their opponents hard. Ah, no, wait. That's not a fellow guard. It's not even a man. The victor is Eris. The one in the arena is Eris. That fight might not have been enough for her. The demon race of Adolf's Imperial Guards are knocked down by movements like those of a ferocious stray dog. They were said to be the elites, But Eris too isn't holding a sword. If it's a fist fight, whether they are equally matched or one of them goes easy on another. No, they're not holding themselves back. Some players that have fainted are scattered around the side of the arena. As if Eris has already beaten the crap out of at least 3 people. They are hurt, but Roxy arrives and uses healing magic within a second, so it should be fine. You become strong, Eris. Ahahahaha. Strong aren't you? As one would accept from the comrade of the hero. Who's the next one? Who will dare? Fight me. Demon Lord Adolf. Get down here. Ahahahaha. You're an even bigger fool than Kisirika if you're challenging me to a fist fight.
Fucking
Alright,
hell.
I like it. I'll become your enemy. Adolf suddenly threw her clock off while getting her upper half naked and comes down to the arena. The grounds were filled with nothing but shouts of joy. The party is now at its climax. Will Eris win or Adolf? Odds are
Seriously,
probably higher for
Eris, chill.
However, if it's Eris, a totally unexpected result could.
Let's go. Fucking hell.
Excuse me. I'm not participating in that party. I'm in the middle of a meeting at the fort's room with more regarding the matters hereafter. Even though I should have been the leading actor, the party is now at its climax. I wonder for what reason the party was held. Ahem, I understand the regarding circumstances. Search and kill that Apostle Jisu and Hitagami and also provide backup when it comes to war. Search for Kishirika-sama. Establishment of an intelligence organization. Provide backup during Demon God Laplace's war. Is that roughly all? Yes. Unlike Adolf, Moore was a person who understands conversation. Listening to my request, summarizing it, he's positively considering it. Perhaps he holds Adolf's intelligence characteristics, he might have been born by jumping out of that narrow skull. Aside from the former two, the latter two, especially regarding the war with Demon God Laplace, we probably won't be able to provide support. Is it unreasonable after all? Because of the debt to Laplace or the like? Adolf-sama was defeated by you personally. If you die, that will be over. Or will you be able to live even until 80 years later? I guess that's difficult. Personally until the end. Individually. It might be possible to let them think that Roxy defeated her, but... well, it can't be helped. This too is probably fate. Assisting the mercenary group is difficult as well. Is it a territory-conscious thing after all? Adolf-sama reigns over this region, but the ones who control it are the Imperial Guards. Building a different organization is convenient to make use of, but we can't look after their troubles. I understand. Mercenary Group 2 is overdoing it.
I'm not gonna bother with like
fine,
these suspicions about who's related to who.
To settle it, strength is needed instead of wit. Surely, such an incident might occur, and before you realize it, destruction would have set in. Regarding the search for Kishirika-sama, let's send out letters containing Adolf-sama's sign to the demon lords of various areas. They will surely lend a hand if it's just a search. Please do. There is no need for you to request. The one delivering the letters will be you. Since we don't know the exact place of the teleportation magic circle. Ah, yes. That's right, now that he mentions it, these people already know about the teleportation magic circle, so there is no need to hide it. Teleportation magic circle. It's a taboo for the human race, but it might not be a taboo for the people of the demon race who have longevity. Since Kishirika-sama doesn't run away without a particular reason, she will probably be found out immediately. It's better if she's found as soon as possible. It depends on the speed of the letter's delivery, but she might get discovered within this year. I can't find where Kisirika is as usual. Just why does that person wander around like that? Well, it's unclear to me just how the members of the ancient demon race think. But of course. In my opinion, I think Moore is also from one of the ancient demon races. I don't know how long they live, but if it's the immortal demon race, they might live for centuries at a time without getting affected. However, Rudius Dano sure has become stronger. There's quite a difference if we compare you from before when we met. It's the power of the magic armor. Such an honorable honesty. There is no conviction in my honesty. I was able to obtain Adolf-sama's power by making her surrender, but I myself haven't dramatically become any stronger. Strength can be produced. It's an agglutination of magic and skill. It doesn't mean that I can just obtain that strength with my power alone. Me, Zanaba, Cliff, and Roxy too these days. If not for them, the magic armor would never have seen completion nor operation. You're the second person after North God Kalman whose strength was recognized by Adolf-sama in just one blow, and she decided to come under your jurisdiction. I think I am inferior in regards to the level of the major world powers. Before long, the one defeated would have been me if she had kept resurrecting and continued fighting again and again. Since I don't have an inexhaustible supply of magic, will readily supply if there is insufficiency. Be it skills, armor, or comrades. Adolf-sama has come to recognize all of those. Therefore, she always hangs around all of the members. Since that is the strength of the human race. He's probably saying that, the strength of the human race is the power to put things together. Making use of weapons, armors, and comrades as well, while accommodating all of those with strategy and tactics. No matter the enemy, we won't utter cowardice. For this reason, Adolf accepted defeat and Moore is praising me. I'm somewhat content with that. However, just like Adolf, we the Imperial Guard still have the swordplay of North God style. We don't think you fought in all seriousness. I'm deeply impressed by those words. Adolf fought alone this time. But that is the minimum force as far as she's concerned. She still has much more power to bequeath. I don't know where she will intend to use it. The future me was outwitted by Moore and was defeated. I just happened to see a vision of conflict with the Imperial Guards, so for that reason I prepared something in advance just in case. Roxy was there for that reason. She possessed scrolls for every hypothetical situation. If we're able to pin Moore down even for just a short time, we could at least prepare our retreat. Or so I thought, but it might have been risky if the Imperial Guards had genuinely participated. Moore. Muari. Bring Rudius here. And the
Mure.
call-out came from Adolf. The loud voice which called out to more resounded till here. When I looked out the window, Eris was falling face down and Roxy was rushing towards her in a hurry. Looks like she lost.
Mure.
Well, that's obvious. We should
Get
start
over
going
here.
soon.
Bring Rudius
Please
with
use the
you.
lithograph that was installed just now for making communication. Yes, but before that. While saying that, Moore presented a box that was located to his side. Looking like a large Japanese dictionary. A box that has an ominous demonic pattern carved into it and feels like I'll be cursed if it's opened. It was unexpectedly light after I held it. From Adolf-sama, I hand this over to you from us. And this is. When you're caught in a dilemma, please open this. It will definitely become your strength. I see. The enjoyment of trying to open it, is it? 9. Well then, shall we go? Yes. I put the box in the baggage and left the room. After that, I sat next to Adolf, watching the competition from a special seat and treating myself to alcohol. A team competition of 5-5 by the Imperial Guards. Moore and others are showing off very flashy magic. The rest are doing acrobats like the Chinese Athletic Association, and musical instruments are being played resembling a former troubadour. Although I wasn't able to enjoy much looking at them. For some reason, Adolf, who was sitting next to me, was naked above the waist the whole time and continued to do so. Good gracious, I am in trouble as to where to look. The abstinent Rudius has become greedy because of the abstinence itself. When I started taking glances, before I knew it, Eris, who was sitting next to me, pulled my ear, and Roxy, who was sitting on top of my lap, blocked my field of vision towards Adolf. It was an enjoyable party. Not sure. TLN, begin. Yup, no idea. Abstinence itself.
Nice. Alright. Disappointed. I just kind of imagine the fight against a Toph 1-on-1 with Eris just happening like this. Just fucking hell. Just.
This mustn't register on an emotional level. First, discombobulate. Dazed, discombobulate. Distract target. Discombobulate. Block his blind jab. Discombobulate. He'll attempt wild haymaker. Discombobulate. In summary, discombobulate.
Do it. That's kind of how I imagine that fight would have happened. You found your channel yesterday and I was reading the same part. Nice. just fucking wrecked. Just fucking. Yeah, that's kind of how I imagine it going. Alright. Let's head to the next part. Man, what the fuck is this? Alright. Spy Family episode 9 looking sus. I haven't been. Oh, no. No copyright content. No copyright content. Maybe I'll do like a timer thing at the bottom, maybe, if I ever do any reactions to anime like that, but like, no. The only reason why I'm able to do this is because it's not copyright. It's a fan-translated web novel, and even the web novel by itself is not, there's no, like, claims for that, so, yeah.
Interval, we're married. An assembly of dozens of houses. Crude fences. Small fields with pack-on flowers, one on the sides. Middle schoolers flocking to a large cauldron. All of them were just as before, just as in memory. I trust you're still healthy, father-in-law. I wonder about that. It was as if time had stopped in the meagered village. About 2 months had passed since Adolf was recruited. During that time, I made rounds delivering letters to Demon Kings in various locations. With Adolf's letter and Orsted's recommended tributes in hand, we went from one end of the demon continent to the other, which is to say with the teleportation circles. The Demon Kings were a colorful bunch. Bagrahagratu, the gourmet plundering Demon King who resembled a pig.
Thanks for subscribing.
Who could only have an expression like that of a Moas statue.
Can't really say that name.
Demon King of Light who always emits light from his body. Paddle Settle, the alluring Demon King whose semi-transparent body was concealed by a veil.
Okay. The fucking ReZero. I've been on ReZero before. I've tried reading the ReZero web novel starting right after where season 2 ended. Oh my gosh, it's fucking boring. it's it's really the ReZero web novel is really fucking boring. At least that part is. Uh, I was thinking about making a ReZero video about my favorite episodes from season 2, which is like the last part of the first half. But like, oh my gosh, I didn't like it. It like, to be fair, like I only got through the beginning parts of arc 5, so maybe it gets better in the middle. But like, oh my gosh, I could not read it. I don't know why. Maybe if maybe if I have like an auto reader like this, I'll be able to read it like easier and be able to get through the boring parts. But for me, I couldn't get through the boring parts.
And the list goes on. We even met Quebracabra, the demon king of displeasure that Orsted had warned about. He was a spherical demon king with open holes throughout his body, and was constantly emitting the stench of vomit from the so-called holes. We had went to all the locations with the resolve to fight. They're demon kings, after all. When thinking of demon kings, Atafaradov or Badagati are the idiots at the top of the list. They aren't the type to listen to what you have to say. Or so I thought, but they were surprisingly communicative. They were delighted like children when I gave them gifts, and when I gave them Adov's letter, they would mutter, "A hero." With their faces pale, avert their eyes, and hang their heads. Some were even unable to control their bowels while reading, "Please don't kill me." Quebracabra, the demon king of displeasure, was even one of them. I came to a good understanding of just how feared and irregular Adov is. Demon kings are basically a bunch of nice people who simply just do what they want to do. If you give them a firm request, they'll consider it with a serious expression. However, while I had also asked about the search for Kisirika, most of them had replied, "I'm not sure about that, far off for the things related 80 years from now." The long-lived demon kings apparently don't think about future matters. On the way, we stopped by the town of Rakarasuthri, both the town that Badagati rules over and where Kishirika's castle is located. The crater town that Kisirika had once set up as a stronghold. Badagati wasn't there, nor did it seem like he had ever returned upon asking around. No matter where I wandered to, the soldiers would only shrug. For the time being, I gave a letter to the defending soldiers and requested they not just search for Kisirika, but Badagati too. There were a few demon king castles left and it was looking like things were going to end without a hitch. When we got to that stage, Roxy called out to me. "Would it be alright if I visited my hometown for a little bit?" "Don't worry, it'll be over right away and I'll quickly come and go on my own." "Like hell I would let you go alone." I promptly returned home, grabbed Lara and a betrothal gift, and returned to the town of Rakarasuk. And upon ending a 3-day journey, we arrived where we're presently at, the Meagard village. Just Roxy, Lara, and I. Eris had said this and that and restrained herself. I told her to at least thank them for the sword, but upon realizing that even she had remembered the thing called restraint, I was deeply moved. Rokari, Roxy's mother, froze upon seeing Roxy. Well, not quite, she wasn't looking at Roxy. She saw me standing intimately next to Roxy, the child Roxy was carrying, and then froze. Some people in the village took a look at Roxy and then stared intently at her. I'm sure they were trying to use telepathy, but Rokari was different. Her thoughts had certainly come to a complete halt. She was petrified for about 5 seconds or so. "Mother, I've returned." Spoken out to, Rokari then trembled. "Our Roxy, who is this man, and this child?" "My husband and child." The next instant, Rokari made an expression as if to say oh, and surveyed her surroundings in a fluster. Almost simultaneously, the nearby Meagards looked at the spot we were at, so she was probably yelling something with telepathy. Or maybe she was calling for Royn, Roxy's father. She might even be saying, "Eek, honey, Roxy brought home a man." The silent gazes hurt. However, I'm Roxy's man. I must behave myself in a way that she won't be embarrassed. I folded my arms, aligned my legs, and threw out my chest, cladding myself in psycho power, for "Mother, is father around?" "Why yes, I just called for him. He's at the elder's home, so I'm sure he'll be back right away." "Then, please let us wait at the house." When too many gazes gathered on Rudy, he started making a weird pose, as you see. Wait. Weird. It was the pose of a venerable evil leader, though. "Now then, Rudy, this way." "All right." Abiding Roxy, I followed after her. The luggage feeling heavy on my back was likely the pressure from meeting the father-in-law and mother-in-law. I want to think that the affectionate posing didn't belittle my beloved Roxy. "Thank you for having us." Glancing about while following after the two, we entered the home of Roxy's parents. Come to think of it, I didn't ever go inside their home last time I was here. Maybe they'll let me see Roxy's room from when she was little. Well, I already know there's no concept such as a private room in this community, though. I wonder if there's enough food in storage. No, we'll be leaving before long, so don't worry over us. But Roxy, you finally returned, so stay a while. While listening to Rokari's lonely tone, I sat down near the hearth, and Roxy promptly sat down beside me. "We're rather busy, you see." "Is that so?" Rokari looked rather dejected. "If we're inclined to, I think staying 3 or 4 days would be fine. But Roxy isn't all that fond of her hometown, so it may only be natural she would want to leave quickly. Nevertheless, you returned so suddenly, and with such hand-dome gentlemen in tow, too." Rokari once again looked at me, and after a fairly unrestrained examination from head to toe, she suddenly nodded her head as if realizing something.
Handom.
Oh, how slow of me. I'm Roxy's mother, Rokari. It's nice to meet you. Meet me, huh? It goes to figure she wouldn't remember me when we only met once over 10 years or so ago. I'm Rudius Grere. We've met once before. We have. Yes, around 10 years ago, once. Rudyard had brought me here. You're acquainted with Rudyard Superdia? But he was last here. Hearing Rudyard's name, Rokari put a hand on her chin as if pondering it. Eventually, she let out a small voice, seeming to have something come to mind. Are you by chance the small human child who was with Rudyard when he was going on his journey? That's exactly right. Oh my. How nostalgic. You've certainly gotten bigger, I see. Only a little less than 10 years have gone by, but when humans get so big, they're already splendid adults, right? Right. I think of myself as an adult.
Oh my
though lacking in
gosh,
many
the
areas.
scuffed light novel, the scuffed web
late
novel
notice, but I
translation.
went your daughter.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, certainly.
Handom.
ERM, are you fine with this girl? This girl is very fine. I spoke, looking at Roxy, and her face went red. Is Roxy being a proper wife for a human? There's friction between humans demons, isn't there? She isn't being a bother, is she? Regardless if there is some, I'm constantly being helped by Roxy. The most reliable one in my home is none other than Roxy. Is that right? Roxy poked me in the side. Wondering what it could be, I looked over at her, and she spoke to me in a whisper. You're flattering me too much. Not a word was exaggerated, though. But, such a handsome. Are you really fine with our daughter? She repeated the question she had just said. Even Rokari seems fairly flustered. Rudy has 2 other wives as well. I have a position similar to a concubine, so even if I were more or less unworthy, no problems will arise. Roxy interjected. Roxy doesn't have a single unworthy point about her, nor have I ever treated her as a concubine, though. Is that right? But. Mother, you're making it embarrassing, so please cease. Oh, okay. But I'm still worried. You were always unsociable and silent back then. I understand my own faults. But as you see, I've still given birth to a child, and am fulfilling my duties as a wife. Duties makes it sound businesslike. Even if, for example, she never gave birth, my love wouldn't waver, though. But maybe it is better to say it that way. Rudius, is this true? Yes. At the very least, my love for Roxy will never run out. I swear to God. My love is agape. It's infinite love. I see. Rokari wore a bewildered expression. It's probably best to show with action after all. Thus, I tried embracing Roxy's shoulders. Oh, she caught my hand.
Agape.
You got it wrong, Roxy. I wasn't thinking of trying to touching your butt, I thought, but she grasped my hand. Roxy's hand was very warm. Like that, I see. Rokari seems to have reached an understanding. Then Lara, who was sitting next to Roxy, suddenly turned her face toward the outside. Oh, Royne's returned. Looks like the father-in-law has arrived. I'll have to once again give him my regards. I'll brace myself. I was ready to prostrate myself any time. Things went smoothly with Royne. He had a similar reaction to Rokari. He would say similar phrases, and I would say similar responses. It was very smooth operating. Looks like I won't have to prostrate after all. At any rate, congratulations, Roxy. I'm glad as long as you're happy, Royne finally said, being moved to tears, and grasped Roxy's hands. Thank you, father. Roxy and Rokari were also tearing up. I wonder if I'm actually making Roxy happy. In the first place, what is happiness? I'm not certain, but I want to maintain my love for her. Still, Roxy married, huh? The Roxy that would trip over nothing and be a moment from crying when she was small. Please leave out these kind of stories in front of Rudy. When Roxy was little, I'm sure she was adorable. Or maybe her outer appearance wasn't all that different from right now. If I had met her at that time and grew up together, I'm sure our relationship would be different than it is currently. Well, regardless of the relationship, I don't think the destiny where I respect Roxy would be replaced. Still, I never thought I'd see my grandchild's face. Seems like Royne was getting emotional. His words were that like of chiding, but he lifted Lara up in a good mood. Lara, like always, didn't struggle and simply stared at Royne. Seeing this made Royne break out into a grin. I see, your name's Lara. Being able to clearly say your name, you're a clever one. Huh. Huh. I think Roxy and I let out a voice at the same time. Lara has yet to say her name. Or rather, she has yet to say anything at all. So what is this? I thought, when Roxy came to a realization and stared at Royne. Can our girl use telepathy? Huh? Yeah. She still has a little difficulty with it, but is clearly understandable. Roxy and I exchanged glances. The shocking truth that just came to light. That our little girl was an Esper. Thinking it over, it really isn't that strange of a thing. Roxy can't use telepathy, but both of Roxy's parents can. Which means it just isn't hereditary. You weren't aware. None of us can use telepathy, you see. Really? But Lara says she often talks with Grandma. Grandma. In this case, Lara's grandmother, doesn't refer to Rokari. It's Zenith. AHH. At the same time, I reached a sort of understanding. Maiko had said so, that Zenith can read others' minds. Thus, Lara was quite the chatterbox in Zenith's memory. The always silent Lara who wore a stern expression. She had happy memories of chatting with Zenith. I see, telepathy. Lara had always been talking with telepathy, which is how she was able to converse with Zenta. For some reason, I'm relieved. But Roxy didn't share my feelings. She had a somewhat troubled
Misspelled
expression while hanging
Zenith
her
to
head.
Zenith.
She might be thinking about how her
Fucking
daughter can
hell.
do something she herself cannot. It was getting dark here. Really? What should I do? Lara, it's Daddy. I said, standing up and brushing Lara's head. Lara didn't smile or anything, just staring at me. She's probably saying something. She says she has no idea what you're saying. Oh dear? Oh, right, I was speaking in the demon god language. Lara, it's Daddy. This time I used the human language and peered at Royn. She says she knows that. Oh, she knows. I suppose that's natural, there's no way she wouldn't. I say it often enough, anyway. Nevertheless, how dry. I think even an I love you daddy would be fine even as just lip service. Recently, even Lucy been saying it. I suppose
Lars
language and
Anya
telepathy aren't related.
confirmed.
Maybe spoken words come off with a different nuance. I suppose so,
Sure.
otherwise conversing with
Not
Zenith would be
100%
difficult.
sure about that,
At any
but
rate,
sure.
I was thinking she was a bit of a late
I
bloomer,
guess.
but I'm actually a little relieved. She's still young, so she can only speak with her head, but I'm sure she'll be speaking with her mouth before long. Royn said with a nostalgic smile. I'm sure what you two are feeling is the same when we had Roxy. What do you mean? We also thought Roxy was a bit of a late bloomer when she was born, since she couldn't speak. Roxy, the only one in her family who can't use telepathy, and Lara, the only one in her family who can. They are similar situations. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. All the same, I'm relieved. Our girl is growing up just fine. I really was worried she had no one to speak to at home, but it was nothing of the sort. Zenith clearly has been, and likely Leo also has some sort of telepathy power as well and has been conversing with Lara with it. Once she's able to speak with words, she'll be able to interact with the other family members as well. It's just a little longer. Lara is just like Roxy, isn't she? Ha ha ha. Right, just like her, particularly her eyes. Royn was happily laughing and Rokari was enjoying herself, too. Even Lara, in some way, looked like she had an expression of enjoyment. After that, I paid back the money they had lent me times 10, and presented them the betrothal gift. I was grimacing inside at the Great King Land tortoise cooking I haven't had in so long, while on the outside I was saying how delicious it was. It was a fun time. I'm glad I came here, I thought, but Roxy's expression didn't liven up. She didn't cheer up all the way to the end. In the end, Roxy and I decided to stay the night in the village. Maybe in consideration of being a married couple, we were staying at a vacant house nearby Roxy's parents' house. The three of us were sleeping with Lara in the middle in an unoccupied house with a little dust still remaining. Were this a hotel, I'd feel something over there only being one bed and two pillows lined up. Though it's not like I can do that stuff when Lara's with us, and right now I'm rudiously abstinent anyway. Even with Roxy lying next to me, I can keep my hands off of her. But seeing Roxy lying down with her eyes shut certainly isn't helping. I started to feel maybe just a little was okay. I'm getting excited, or rather, I am excited. Well, let's think about it. I began a life of abstinence for a little while so I can't have any children. To flip it around, anything fine as long as it can't end up with children. Fate won't go amiss just from the act of ejecting the evil matter. Roxy is safe. That said, if you'll pardon me here. Rudy. I'm sorry. It was just a passing impulse. Are you still awake? ZZZZZZ. Skip the pretend sleep. Didn't you just look me in the eyes? I reluctantly opened my eyes. Roxy, who was lying next to me, was staring at me with a serious expression. It's about Lara. Lara was already sleeping soundly. Usually she had the most brazen expressions, but her sleeping one was that of an angel. To be honest, I had been thinking that was how it was. What is, I couldn't bring myself to ask. It was what she spoke of today. The fact that Lara can use the meagered racial ability just fine. I had been quiet up until now, but every time I saw Zenith and Lara staring at each other, I considered the possibility. It never came to mind for me. I'm sure. You've been quite busy these few years, always moving around. I haven't been watching over my children, is what it felt like she said. Well, if I had assert one or the other, maybe it would be that I haven't. Maybe I've just been watching the cute parts and doting on them. I haven't done a single thing that would count as raising or educating them. Frankly, I've just been taking advantage of Sylvie and Roxy for that. What kind of expression is that? I'm not blaming you for it. I appreciate that she can say that. No matter how much I worry and reflect over it, my hands are currently full with the Hitagama stuff. I have no resources to devote to raising children. It's just, I was thinking a little. About what? Roxy was stroking Lara's head. I was born in this village. Once I became aware of my surroundings, I grew up always feeling alienated. Thinking back on it, those days were really difficult. Leaving the village, going to a town where they came to mutual understanding with words, making acquaintances there, and when I began my life as an adventurer, I keenly realized that the world I lived in was right here. She can't do what everyone else can. Not being able to do just such a simple thing. When asked why she couldn't do such an ordinary action, she wouldn't even know. Just unable to do it and spoken of as a useless failure by her peers, and she even recognized herself as such. But that really wasn't common sense. She was glad she couldn't do it. When Roxy knew that, she undoubtedly had an indescribable sense of freedom. If Lara is raised as it is, maybe she'll have the same thoughts I did. I may be glad I left the village, but Lara isn't me. There aren't any other races that can use the same ability as the Meagird. Roxy, then, suddenly looked away. But she may be right. The Meagird don't leave the village often. Even on the demon continent, I had almost never seen a race like the Meagirds. It may not be exclusive, but they are a self-enclosed race. I can't say that Lara won't feel alienated in the future. So I was thinking. Roxy said, still facing away. She had a troubled face as if she had no confidence in her own idea. How about leaving Lara with my father and mother? I wondering that it might be best to live in the meager
That's a
village as a
no.
meager until she's 10 or 15, until she's grown to some extent. Afterwards,
That's a
wouldn't it
no.
be for the best to decide if she should leave or stay in the village? That's what I was
There's
thinking.
no way. You
I
can't.
want to be with my son and daughters as much as I possibly can.
Nah.
I think that's the obligation as one who conceived them. I view taking responsibility as including that. Minus the Hitagama stuff, I want Lara to be raised somewhere I can see. But Roxy was telling me something she had thought hard over. She isn't saying it because she wants to escape from responsibility or because she wants to resign from childcare. It's because it will be hard on Lara. She's saying it because Lara wouldn't want to go through the same things she herself had. A child with blue hair who has a different means of talking with others. There's no way there won't be painful times. It goes without saying a parent can't shoulder the child's pain. I'm against it. But if you think it's for the best, then The words wouldn't come out. I can't choose. Should I prioritize my own feelings or Roxy's suggestion? I could only keep silent, unsure. I'm sorry, Rudy. Please forget this. The conversation never happened. Roxy said after a brief period of silence. That was where we ended the day. Roxy and I slept with our hands held. The meagered village was a quiet village. You can't hear any conversation. Since the villagers talk with telepathy, there were no conversations in the village. Maybe some of them would greet Roxy, but she couldn't hear it. But Lara probably could. The conversations of the people preparing food over there, or a lover's quarrel inside a home, or all other kinds of racket. Seeing this lack of change, I can understand the richness my past 10 years had, or rather, the bustle human livelihoods have. Roxy spoke, turning her gaze to our daughter that she was carrying. Lara, as always, was staring at Roxy with a surly face. I don't think this village would change even after another decade. Or even were there to be a change, we wouldn't notice it. Then, take care, alright. It's alright if you stay a little longer. Roy and Rokari were seeing us off at the village entrance. They looked rather lonely. Could I hold Lara once last time? Roy asked, and extended his arms. Grandchildren are cute no matter where in the world you are. It didn't appear like they have any intention of having children aside from Roxy. It's perfectly fine, here. Roxy held out Lara, who she was holding, to him, or at least tried to. What's this? Lara was firmly clinging onto the neck area of Roxy's robe. It was like a scene I had seen somewhere. Come now, Lara, say goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma. Lara, making use of both her arms and legs, was clinging onto Roxy like a cicada. Just like that, she looked over at me. The usual surly and brazen face she always had was gone. Her mouth was warped, her brow furrowed, and she had an expression that looked like she was going to cry at any moment. It was an expression asking for help. AHH. Ha ha ha. Never mind, it's fine after all. Roy spoke with a wry smile, waving his hand. She's saying she doesn't want to be separated from Mom. Roxy looked at Lara, surprised.
Aw, that's
Upon
cute.
seeing Lara's expression close to crying, anxiety filled Roxy's own expression in the blink of an eye. No, want to be together. Lara said, as if squeezing out the words. Our little girl, who had never spoken before, asserted herself for the first time. Perhaps, Lara had heard last night's conversation. Even if she hadn't, maybe she had a dream where she was left behind due to it. Maybe all we did was make her meaninglessly uneasy. It'll be just fine. Roxy hugged Lara tightly in silence. Her lips were tightly pressed together while holding back tears. As both mother and daughter were making the same expression, Roxy spoke. We'll always be together. With those words, Lara relaxed with a relieved expression. Roxy, when will you come back next? Let's see, once Lara is a bigger. I think we'll come again in about 10 years. Alright, that's good. Take care, okay. Rokari said, not seeming to think of 10 years as all that long. And thus, we departed the village. The two saw us off at the village entrance until we were out of sight. It was a bit awkward at times, but I'm glad we visited them. Eris and Sylphie's parents are gone, passed away. Roxy's
Wholesome
parents were
AF,
estranged,
yeah.
but even so, parents are still parents. I think that as long as they're alive, you can visit them as many times as you want. Now, Rudy, things are going to get hectic again. They sure are. Before that, I'll tidy up the immediate tasks. With such thoughts in mind,
The first
we
word
returned
was
to the town of
no.
Ikarasu, as in the piranha plants from Mario.
Lara's first word was no. No. Let's see this part of illustration. Give me a second. This one. Wait. Alright. I got it. This one. Yeah. Yeah, you like that one. That's pretty good. It's a pretty wholesome one. No. I like it. I like it. It's good. It's nice. So good. Agreed. Agreed. Alright then. Yeah, that was great. That was a great chapter. The fourth one. Ooh, the fourth one. I don't know what that means.
Chapter 234, the fourth one. Part 1. We've finished going around and greeting each of the Demon Kings. They've each given me their consideration. Point 1. Using Adolf's name is really convenient. For now, everything has been going smoothly. I've been getting along well. Almost to the point that I'm starting to think it's gone too well. We haven't run into any issues. Jitsu has been strangely silent. There hasn't been any interference from Hinagami either. I've been diligently
That
checking
should
back in on the
definitely
house,
be the
and
name
there's
of
no
the
sign of any
illustration.
interference with my family. I've had a look at the information on world affairs that the mercenary company has been collecting, and there haven't been any strange movements. At least, my actions don't seem to have conflicted with Jitsu's plot. Jitsu's letter might have been a bluff, he could be plotting something entirely different. Or something like that, I don't know yet. Even if I don't know, it's important to keep moving forward. For now, there haven't been any Jitsu sightings. He's hiding himself well. At least until I make a request of Kisarika,
No,
but she hasn't been found either. Well, finding Kisarika is only a matter of
not
time.
really.
In the meantime, I've decided to continue networking. The Holy Land of Swords. Sword God, Gulfarian. According to Orsted, he's a man of good character with a hobby of collecting rare swords. According to Eris, he's not the kind of person to listen
That's
to
a
what you have to say.
stretch.
Once in the past I had also met Nina Farian, although, well, I had the impression that she was
It's a
similar
neat
to Adolf.
comparison, in my
According to
opinion.
the circumstances,
Okay.
I might have to bulldoze through the negotiations in
Eh.
the MKI. If that's the case, then it would be good to bring reinforcements. That place will be full of people like Eris and Ghislaine. At least Adolf's elite guard, even seeing their boss stare down defeat, won't act unless commanded. If a large number of sword god-style swordsmen were to attack simultaneously, I feel reluctant just thinking about it. First of all I'll bring Eris. But, who else? It would be unreasonable to ask Ariel to let me bring Ghislaine. You. Clear your plate quickly, don't make a mess. Lucy, too. Sorry. Yes, choo-choo, Norn. While thinking about such things, I was at home, having a meal with my family. Don't just eat everything but the bell peppers. Lucy. Eat the bell peppers too? I don't like bell peppers. Norn. Leaving the bell peppers is no good. Adults have to eat things even if they aren't delicious. Lucy. My wife is still small, she's 5 years old. There's no roof on our house. Our tableware is made of stone, and we're eating mud dumplings with muddy water to drink. It's surely my fault, I'm not earning enough income. Such hardship. Babu, Norn, 3. Already, but Norn-chan, I gave you my breast a little while ago, and you're already hungry again? I guess it can't be helped, say AHH, Lucy. Speaking of which, Norn is already 15 years old. She'll be 16 years old soon. She'll also graduate from the Magic University this year. We should probably hold some kind of event despite being busy, but she still seems to miss Mama's milk. Wow Mama, thank you, Norn. That's no good. Baby talk is no good. Lucy. AA. Yes. Babu, Norn. My daughter still isn't good with words. She's still an infant, so it can't be helped. Wan. Aisha, 4. Already, Aisha's hungry too? There's no helping it.
This
Hey,
is a weird
everyone,
ass
time to
dream.
eat, come to the kitchen. Lucy.
Is
Our
he
pet is
having
15
an
years old too.
acid trip or
Recently,
something?
she's had to balance between housework and managing the mercenary company, almost like a career woman, but she always ends up playing the role of a maid. Even so, she's still a brutish dog that can't fight against her appetite. Wafun. Aisha. After you've eaten properly, you can go play with Norn-chan.
I've never,
Lucy.
no.
Wafu,
I guess.
Aisha.
It's so
Babu.
fucking weird.
Norn. Yeah, it tickles. Lucy. In a fit of excitement, Aisha jumped up, licking their cheeks. A truly happy family. I'll join in too. Yay Papa, Norn.
Gonna...
No. Papa, don't do that. Lucy. Rejected. This must be what's called domestic discrimination. Point 6. Although it looks like a happy family, the marriage has lost its passion. A cold married life, a rut. I mean, why can't I act like a pet? I want to hug and lick too. Sob Papa is hated. Norn. It's different. Papa is great, but he's rarely home, and I'm holding the baby, I still love him. It just can't be helped. Lucy. Maybe not that great, since I'm listening in. But it can be helped, because I also want to hug the baby. Love is warmth. And since I'm warm, I'm happy. Rudy. Is now a good time to talk.
Kids have no
Sylvie.
restraint.
Suddenly,
Yeah.
from behind, a voice was heard. Turning around, from the window of the neighboring house, mother-in-law was. Well. That's enough of that. As I was standing up, the hem of my shirt was caught. Lucy was holding it, looking up at me with an anxious face. Papa, are you gonna go to work again? I was considering it an hour ago. About who I should bring to the Holy Land of Swords, maybe I should just ask President Orsted to make the trip. Or how should I start the negotiations, maybe I should just go in strong. And various other potential issues, then Norn brought Lucy over to play. While hiding behind Norn, Lucy was fidgeting saying Papa, play. I consented without a second thought. No, I'm just going to go talk with Mom a little. Don't go. I shall return immediately. Until then, play with your big sisters. Yeah. Lucy responded with a squeak and hung her head. I'm reluctant to leave that cute face. Point 7. If it were possible, I'd play all day. It was fun playing Lucy's husband. But, because my true wife is calling, I must go.
Yeah, I've
What's the
caught
matter?
on.
Sylvie. As I head back through the living room after washing my hands,
I've caught
I
on.
found Sylvie sitting on the couch. Yeah. Recently, Rudy's been busy, right? So, I heard you earlier, and I don't think it's bad. Sylvie said with an embarrassed face while scratching the back of her ear with a crunching sound. I wonder if it's something difficult to say. If I heard properly, are you leaving already for the Holy Land of Swords? As soon as preparations are complete, Probably another 2 or 3 days. I still have to decide who to bring. Eris and someone else. I'd like to bring someone sensible who can understand the sword god style. I wonder if it would really be unreasonable to ask Ariel to lend out Ghislaine or Isolde. How long will you be gone? I'm not sure, probably between 10 to 30 days. I'll be back to visit. Near the Holy Land of Swords, where famous swordsmen polish their skills, there are also master blacksmiths in training. I also intend to forge a connection with them. Is that so? Yeah, well, that won't be in time after all. What? The delivery. As Sylvie said that, I noticed her belly. A big belly. And a slightly larger chest. They are body changes unsuitable to the slender Sylvie. Ah. It's that time already. No way, of course I wouldn't forget. Sylvie is always in my mind. It was just that I didn't realize we were so close to the due date already. The stream of time is one that flows briskly. Can I touch your belly? As I said that, I moved into touch. Even though I'm just touching her belly, from the depths, I can feel the pulse of life. The feeling of 2 hearts beating, something miraculous. Sylvie is caring for 2 lives now. And, after that life separates from Sylvie, it's going to become independent. Soon Lucy's little brother or sister will be born. Sylvie gently placed her hand on top of mine as I was touching her belly. This time,
You better
Rudy won't
not
be here
leave,
for birth.
fucking
No,
Rudy.
I'll
You
be
better
here,
not
in
fucking
the
leave.
house.
You better stay
But,
there. Fucking
Rudy,
yeah,
I'll be here.
yeah.
After hearing my child is about to be
yeah,
born,
fuck
I
yeah.
can't just say, well, take care and leave the house on a business trip. If I do that, I'll truly lose sight of what I've been doing everything for. Thank you, Rudy. I love you.
This
love
is
you
such
too.
an optional
Sylvie closed
trip,
her eyes
bro.
and put her hand on my shoulder to embrace me. Yeah, I'm happy. Ah, that's right. Before the birth, we should choose a name. Before you left for Mealy's, you said you'd think of one, right? I sat in a seiza on the floor. Part 2. Thus, I decided to stay home for a while. I don't feel a particular need to rush things. Nevertheless, I feel a bit uneasy. As I assumed a seiza pose, bowing with my forehead near the floor, I informed Sylvie that I hadn't thought of a name. She looked more disappointed than angry. She was blue in the face, at a loss for words. Like she had been betrayed by something she had believed in, she had that kind of expression. But it only lasted for a second, and she followed up with, well, then, we need to think of one. That's the face of disappointment. I'm wearing out her patience. Her voice just trailed off after that. Yeah, that's right. Surely, Sylvie has, for the last 6 months, believed in me. Even when I was far away, she was looking forward to celebrating the birth of our child with me. Of course, I had every intention of doing so. I had the intention. The action, however, I fell short on. There's no doubt about that. Papa. What's wrong? Stomach hurts. No, well a little, I accidentally hurt Mama's feelings. Then, you should say sorry. Lucy was trying to comfort me. But, what Sylvie wants isn't an apology. She doesn't want some superficial apology. She doesn't want a heartfelt apology either. No, what she wants is something more vague. She wants a sense of security. Lucy. Even if I tell Mama I'm sorry, I don't think that will help, her feelings will still be hurt. But, Papa won't hurt Mama's feelings anymore. I won't. Well then Mama will forgive you. It's Sylvie after all, I should have understood that from the beginning. I need to be home for her. In this kind of situation, I'm probably missing something. Even if I think I understand, her feelings may be different. She's been enduring for a long time. When I left her while she was pregnant to go help Paul. When I married Roxy, then Eris. Time and time again, instead of exploding, she's only shown understanding. I've been allowed to do as I like. Once again, she's enduring. When she heard that I hadn't even thought of a name, she was holding herself back. Surely, even now, she's still enduring it? I'm the one making her endure. Everything's fine for now. However, a time will come when her patience reaches its limit. Just like water overflows from a cup, there's also a limit on what a person can put up with. At that time, I'll lose Sylvie. Just like in the diary, she'll up and disappear. That would be awful. I want to spend the rest of my life with her. Together, through the painful times too. That's just my own selfishness. Even if she falls out of love with me. At the very least I want to give Sylvie a sense of security. I wonder what I should do. Part 3. While I was worrying over those kinds of things, the delivery date rapidly approached. We're expecting it in the next week or so. Sylvie has been spending her time as if nothing had happened. In fact, I was starting to think it wasn't such a big deal either. She's not the type to hold a grudge for this kind of thing. Perhaps the other day she was just disappointed, and didn't take things too seriously. I don't think things became awkward. While I was spending as much time as possible with Sylvie, I was desperately thinking of a name for our child. Just like that, Sylvie started having delivery pains. Eris had a calm face and took off sprinting to the doctor. Lilia and Aisha prepared for the delivery. Roxy was waiting off to the side as an auxiliary healing specialist. Leo was taken with the children to another room. And I was next to Sylvie the entire time. After a little bit, Eris returned with the doctor. Under her arm that is, his eyes were spinning, but he immediately set out to prepare for the delivery. Everyone was familiar with the process. This is Sylvie's second child, my fourth. If I count the number of births I've witnessed, including Aisha and Norn, it's 5. If I count my previous life, it's a few more. Even the doctor is a veteran, there isn't a single inexperienced person here. With this lineup, I can have peace of mind. And with everyone present, the delivery began. There was no panic or confusion, everyone was calm and proceeded smoothly. Ugh. When the head crowned, the doctor moaned. My peace of mind broke in an instant, anxiety is coursing through my body. Even though I'm accustomed to the process, delivery then birth. I shouldn't have relaxed my guard. I know it's not a breech delivery, because the head was crowning. There's no way it could be a stillbirth. Roxy stood up with her staff in hand. Do we need healing magic? That's not necessary. As the doctor said that, the delivery continued. The delivery proceeded smoothly, with Sylvie letting out as little of her voice as she could. I don't see anything going wrong. Then, suddenly, in the quiet room, a baby's cries emerged. The doctor finished delivering the baby without saying anything. There doesn't seem to be any problem. But, the doctor's expression is stiff. Now I see why. From a glance at the baby, it's obvious. The reason why the doctor still has a stiff expression, that is. The baby's hair was the problem. When Lucy was born, she had a little bit of light brown hair. Lara was born without any hair. Aruz was born while I was away, but when I first saw him, he had red hair. Sylvie's second child. The baby's hair was green. It's not bright enough to be emerald green. But, it was green. Almost similar to Sylvie's old. That. Sylvie's complexion has gone completely blue. A lie. Roxy, Eris, Aisha, Lilia, and I have normal expressions. In this house, it's not unusual for a child with colorful hair to be born. And, I'm also good friends with Rudyard. I don't see anything wrong with green hair. But, Sylvie. For her. It's different. Congratulations. It's a boy. Sylvie looked at the baby with a hopeless face. The doctor presented the baby, held to his chest, when Sylvie put up her hands like she didn't know what to do. Sylvie. We should be celebrating. There's no reason not to celebrate. Out of appreciation for Sylvie, it's necessary to celebrate. Afterwards, we need to raise him to become a fine man. With as many smiles as possible. In order to create a sense of security. Everything's fine, it's fine, thank you. Rudy. I'm sorry. Before I could say anything else, Sylvie replied. There's no reason to apologize, so. As I said that, as if her battery suddenly died, she lost all of her strength. I caught the baby as he slipped from her grasp. Rudy. Please move. Roxy and the doctor suddenly pushed me out of the way. Sylvie had lost consciousness, they were checking on her condition. I can't seem to do anything but look on, stunned. She's only fainted. A feeling of relief filled the room at the doctor's words. I was still frozen in place, holding my naked baby. Unable to move an inch, just standing there. Aisha approached with a cloth. Aniakan, we need to wrap the baby in this. Why yet? As Aisha said that, I took the cloth. Sylvie was uneasy. She's had a vague sense of anxiety about her. And, her uneasiness was proved right when she saw her child's hair was green. As if she had finally snapped under the tension, or whether her stress had reached a limit, she fainted. If I'd been better at providing her with a sense of security, things might have gone differently. I'm sorry. But, I also feel as if this is a sort of blessing. Certainly, he has green hair, but there's nothing wrong with that. Everything went smoothly. This is my fourth child. I properly thought of a name. You, why are you here? Eris, who was sitting in the corner of the room, abruptly asked. She was asking me. I've been acting cowardly, and Eris responded with harsh words. With that feeling in the pit of my stomach, I turned around. That wasn't it? She wasn't referring to me. There's a strange guy in the room. Blonde hair. Wearing a white school uniform, with a buttoned shirt and long pants. And, a familiar yellow fox motif mask. Aramanfi. Aramanfi was watching me patiently. Or, more accurately, my baby. He was patiently watching my green-haired baby. Rudius Rere. Perogius requests your presence at the Sky Castle. It would seem I've been summoned by Perogius. I don't think this can be translated as support. It's more like
I forgot. The fucking... He did tell Rudius to, like... Go to the castle, go to him, like, for... Once he has a kid that's born, it's a male and his green hair. So, yeah. I forgot about that. Sylvie's perspective, let's go! Fucking hell. Let's see. We're 61% of the way through this volume. This volume's been pretty good so far, I'm not gonna lie. Rudy's baby Laplace, doubt. Press X down on that one. I don't think so. He's not gonna come until like the next 40 years or something. No, not 40. 80? 80. I think it's 80. Something like that. Or a century or two. I don't know. But it's definitely not around this time. I doubt it. So yeah.
Chapter 235, Naming. Part 1.
Yeah, Purge is gonna be a bit of an issue.
Dragon King. A child was crying inside that dream. A child with green hair was crying. There was some kind of black shadow in the surroundings. The black shadow surrounded the child and threw something like black lumps at him. The child was desperately trying to run away, but the black shadow persistently chased after him. But there was a light ahead of that child. The child approached the light and the light surrounded the child. The light then drove the black shadow away by throwing a ball of light towards it. The child was tenderly wrapped up by the light and the child slept peacefully. When I had that dream, I thought that it was a
If
dream of the
he
past.
thinks,
That the dream was of the
here's
old
the
days when I
thing,
was being bullied by the village's children.
if he thinks that the baby's too sus, he's gonna like pop off and he's gonna be like, we must kill this child, and then like cuts head off, you know.
I thought that I really love Rudy, don't I, after having such a dream at this point. I writhed like a little girl on the bed after thinking that. Several months after that, during the time when Rudy went to the demon continent, I had a similar dream again. But it was a little different from that time. The child having green hair. It wasn't my face. The child who had Rudy's face was being chased by the black shadow. And for some reason, there was no light ahead of that child's escape. I rushed towards that child in a hurry and decided to protect him from the black shadow. I tried to drive it away barehanded as I couldn't use magic within the dream. The black shadow had been sticking to me and didn't easily vanish. The child was trembling in my arms. When I had that dream, I got anxious that something might have happened to Rudy. He might have gotten injured or had been captured. Even though Eris and Roxy were there, I seriously started considering how should I make my move if that had happened. In the end, he came back the other day and my anxiety was liquefied, but in exchange for that, a different anxiety rose within me.
Yeah,
My stomach, which was
the
getting bigger.
familiars
I thought whether
shouldn't
the
be
dream
an
was this child's within the
issue,
stomach.
I don't think.
However, I immediately considered it as needless anxiety. Rudy will definitely protect the kids. This child is sure to have the light. I thought that I had become just a little nervous because of pregnancy. I immediately forgot about the dreams. And then Rudy came back from the demon continent. I tried asking him about the child's name. It had been 6 months since I asked him to think about it. It would have been fine if I asked after the birth, but since he was leaving on a trip again I wanted to ask beforehand. I'm sorry. I haven't thought about a name yet. At that time, the thing about the dream crossed my mind. The figure of the child coiled about by the black shadow and no one would come to his rescue. I thought that perhaps this child won't be loved by Rudy. No, that couldn't possibly be. I immediately thought that, but as expected, I had a dream the evening of that very day. The black shadow was swarming the child who was too far away from my hand's reach. I desperately ran and tried to save him. But I couldn't make it. After I finally arrived, the black shadow was disappearing and the child was dead. I was drenched in sweat after I woke up. It's just a dream, I'm only nervous. I could only convince myself of that. But I ended up thinking about various things after all.
Okay, the
If a child with
Laplace
green hair is
thing
really born,
seems a
that child would undoubtedly be
little...
persecuted. Just like I was. But Rudy will definitely protect that child even if he has green hair. It's the same for Roxy and Eris as well. Even though I know that, just why isn't my anxiety disappearing? I arrived unexpectedly faster at the answer. I've heard it. About Laplace's factor. About the reason my hair color was green. About why Rudy for a period of time was feeling a little anxious about that matter. If the child born is Laplace, what would Rudy do? It's a little different this time around, but Rudy was originally assembling war potential to fight Laplace. If my child is Laplace, then what would become of Rudy's work? What to do? By no means do I not have faith in him. I trust him. But, what should I do? What do I want him to do? I started losing sleep every night as that thing kept spiraling inside my head. Eventually I concluded that a child with green hair won't necessarily be born. It's just, it would have been better if it wasn't green hair. But it was green. Rudius's perspective. We named the baby Sieghart. Baby girls Lucy and Lara were named after their parents, and baby boy Aruz was named after the hero of the past, so that's why we named him after the immortal hero Siegfried with regards to the previous era. 2. At first we were going along with that, but if it's Renoa, then the names something hard were numerous, so we quickly changed it. His nickname is Sieg. Sieg looked normal. Frequently cried and often slept. He peed and pooped. At least he's far more normal than Lara, who doesn't cry too much, and Aruz, who cries if I hold him. A reincarnated person. No, let's stop with the obscurement. I don't think he looks like Laplace. Though I am looking at him, what do you think about my family's child? It's been 3 days since then. At late night. The one sitting before me is Orsted. Orsted is in front of Sieg, who is soundly sleeping within the basket in my home. Not long ago he was crying, but now he's fast asleep. Orsted looks somewhat drowsy as well. By the way, Eris is standing behind Orsted. Even though it's fine not to be so vigilant about it, she has been keeping her hand on the sword on her back. Were you not able to comprehend my words? No. Of course, I obviously understand your words, I believe them. That's right, Laplace certainly hasn't been born yet. But, look, were you not talking about it before? That if Pax is dead, then Laplace's place of birth becomes unknown. Which means, my existence made things like that, because of Hitagame, Laplace of this period was, so it could be. Orsted gave out a sigh. With a face like, do I have to explain this again? Laplace's place of birth becomes unknown because of Pax's death, but Laplace's factor hasn't been converged yet. It's possible after 50 years, but no matter how you see it, Laplace's resurrection isn't going to happen anytime soon. I don't remember hearing anything about the convergence. But when I believe that, which means this child is just a cute baby. While saying that, Orsted tried to extend his hand towards Sieg, but stopped after hearing Eris moving her sword. It's alright if it's just a pat on the head. Then, what about this green hair? Sieg's hair color is green. A color which is quite similar to former Sylphie. It's only green. Laplace's factor or just hereditary, that's probably all. It's just green, huh? It won't particularly become small even if we get closer to it, but this child is not Laplace. I can guarantee you that. Thank you very much. Despite giving my thanks, I still have some doubt left. Orsted isn't flawless. Even if he says it was like that in the previous loops, this loop has too many irregularities. In fact, even Orsted can cause some miscalculations. So if Perogius properly examines him and he really turns out to be Laplace, that possibility exists. Or the possibility of Perogius misrecognizing him also exists.
I have a
The fact is what
feeling
a
that
person says and does is
Orsted's
never
correct
absolute.
on this one.
3. If it's possible, would you be able to accompany us when I go to Perogius-sama's place? That way if he really does turns out to be Laplace, won't you please protect us? I guess it's alright. Yeah. Perogius won't be able to gain an upper hand if Orsted is standing behind me. Alright, it's settled. As for this, that is. Why the long face? Is there still something more? No. Since then, Sylvie was noticeably depressed. On the surface she behaves the same as usual, but she often looks gloomy. She might be feeling responsible for giving birth to a green-haired child. Of course, no one in the family cares about that. Only Roxy seemed to understand that scarce feeling, since I glanced at a counseling-like scene between them. But Sylvie remained depressed. Even I talked to her about one thing or another. So what do I do to bring back Sylvie's smiling face? I don't know that. It's because of the family's circumstances, that is why. I see. So then, how soon can you come to Perogius-sama's place? We'll come when Sylvie stabilizes. I made Aramanfi wait. That the child has just been born and it's impossible to come so soon. Aramanfi left after saying a short I understand, but Perogius might be highly anticipating me. He even revealed himself with the fastest speed possible. 4. Orsted said that my child isn't Laplace. Be that as it may, Perogius won't consent to it even if he's informed unilaterally. Not until he's seen it with his own eyes. It might be hard, but let's take Sylvie as well. I had a hunch that it would be better like that. Part 2. 20 days passed. Sylvie's physical condition stabilized as well. There are no problems with the child.
That's kind of okay.
Sylvie has been feeling depressed as usual.
Rudy's doing okay. I mean, like, it's mainly just her, like, this mental stuff's on her, basically. That's all I'm saying.
With a gloomy face, she has been tightly holding the baby during the daytime. Many times, her expression looked as if she wouldn't hand this child over to anyone and was worried too much. Sylvie, I intend to show Sieg to Perogius-sama. When I suggested such a thing to her, she held Sieg tightly with a frightened face. No. As if she had turned back to her childhood, a frail attitude. Moreover, that expression was not aiming for me during the old days, but aiming for the ones who bullied her. Why would you say such a thing? So that I can make you realize that our child isn't Laplace by Perogius-sama. Sylvie cast her eyes down. If he turns out to be Laplace, what will you do? As I said before, even Orsted-sama says that he's not Laplace. But the possibility of him being wrong is there, right? Well, even Orsted isn't flawless. It might be possible that he was carried away by Sieg's cuteness and said that. I don't think that's possible, but at that time, I will protect Sieg even if the Sky Fortress falls. Sylvie cast her eyes down again after hearing those words, and murmured an okay with a faint voice. Part 3. And thus, we had decided to proceed towards the Sky Fortress. The members were me, Sylvie holding Sieg, Eris, Orsted, and incidentally Zanaba. I decided to take someone along who can easily persuade Perogius just in case. Welcome. Please come. The reaction of Silveril, who encountered such a large family, was the same as always. Firstly, a sincere respect towards Zanaba, Eris, and Sylvie. Just an exterior respect for me. An unpleasant attitude towards Orsted. Just as always. Well then, this way please. Perogius-sama waits. And thus, we go towards the audience room through the usual route. There is no conversation. Sylvie, who is holding Sieg, is walking beside me. Eris is walking as if to protect her with her hand laid on the pommel of her sword. Zanaba, who looks slightly tense after hearing the situation, is walking behind us with Orsted in tow, whose face cannot be seen because of the helmet. We go past the door which was praised before by Zanaba without any change in that formation. Illusions of white particles could be seen coming out of Sylvie and Sieg. They might be coming out of me as well. I thought it was a little strange that nothing came out from Orsted. He doesn't have the Laplace's factor? Silveril looked at us silently. She's smoothly proceeding before us without accidentally saying anything particular. Look, Sylvie, it's different as we expected. Yeah. Silveril is walking without looking back. Passing the corridor which is lined up with stylish interiors, we stand before a splendorous door. Now that I look at it, the door still looks in good taste.
Guess.
Is it because he looked around the castles throughout the world?
I guess.
I can understand why Zanaba kept praising his castle that day. Silveril opened that splendorous door. Please advance.
Fruity didn't
We
keep
entered the
up
audience
picking
room on
one.
Silveril's call.
Sophie wouldn't
The usual
feel
scene is spread out here as
inadequate.
before. A large chandelier as if propped up like a large tree. Curtains painted with the crest of the human race and the dragon race. 12 men and women wearing masks are standing on both sides of the red velvet carpet. The Dragon King with silver hair who sat on the throne. Gorgeousness and greatness. A scene that will make you forget about its divinity before you even finish talking about it. 5. You won't find such an audience room even if you search the entire world. And to top it all off with Silveril, it becomes perfect. There's one person more. Nanahoshi is mixed in. What's she trying to do now? So you've come, Rudius.
Yeah.
Yes. I've kept you waiting.
Yeah, she
Perogius-sama.
did feel that
I
way.
bow my head while standing.
Like, from
Sylvie,
the very
Eris, and
beginning,
Zanaba all have fallen to
sort
their
of
knees,
deal.
but I'm just standing.
Ugh.
I had better fallen to my knees too, but being Orsted's subordinate, I've been constantly taking lesson these days to not lower my back too much. Sure enough, Silveril was a little offended, but Perogius doesn't seem to mind. But he looks displeased today. You've made me wait for quite a bit. That is because my child had just been born. Erymanthe was telling me that. That's why I waited. I wouldn't have tolerated if it had been a foolish reason. As one would expect from a tolerant gentleman. But considering that, he looks displeased. He has been tapping the armrest on the throne quite restlessly. That expression, this occasion, you seem to know the reason why I summoned you here. Yes. And then with these members, you've resolved yourself to fight unhesitatingly depending in which way the conversation flows. Yes. Perogius is glaring at Orsted with a loathsome face. Orsted's face can't be seen with the black helmet on, but he probably has that angry look as usual. However, Perogius-sama, is it a must to fight? 6. Huh. A must to fight, huh. I see, this is why your speech has such confidence in it. Who knows, but, there is no reason to fight, Sylphie. I told Sylphie to get up and showed the baby held within her breast. Please look at it. This is my 4th child. What about it? Everything about it? Did you not speak of it before? To bring the child here if a son is born to Sylphie and me. Perogius' movements come to a halt. The tapping of the finger came to a halt. I don't care, I'll continue. Even Orsted-sama has seen him, but this child isn't Laplace. Nevertheless, you won't accept it until you have seen him personally. As for me, I thought whether it would be fine to show him or not, but, for the sake of Perogius-sama's friendship in the future, I judged that it would be better to let that thought pass for now. Perogius kept his silence. However, if Orsted-sama had mistaken his judgment and this child turns out to Laplace, then I will fight. Perogius's eyebrows twitched. Weren't you visiting various places for the sake of fighting Laplace 80 years from now? That's right. So you will fight in order to protect that Laplace. It's contradictory if you say it now. If this child is Laplace, then I will protect him. All of the things I've done up till now will completely be in vain. After this child matures and if he really causes a war against the human race, at that time, I will take it upon myself to deal with the preparations for the sake of that time. Intending to nip the bud, is it? Yes. If my son is Laplace. I think I didn't give it too much thought despite thinking of it as a very scary thing. Laplace will wage war 80 years from now. For that reason, I went to each nation to appeal to them so that the burden on Orsted becomes lighter as much as possible. But wait. What if I can stop that war? What happens if I recover Laplace's consciousness and stop the war? The child has only just born, there is plenty of time for persuasion. That is to say, we can carry out training for the sake of the future. If we teach Laplace everything so far and everything from now on, he could be treated as Orsted's comrade. No. Orsted said this. That Laplace must be killed. It's probably for the sake of obtaining the dragon treasure. Which means, Orsted will eventually come for my son's life, and that means... Shit, aren't all the doors blocked then? No, calm down. I should be able to see what I want to do if I think in order. I will always stand beside my family. I became Orsted-sama's subordinate because there was a person who hurt my family. If even that Orsted-sama will hurt my family, then I will fight him. Even if your son becomes the cause for that. I intend to properly teach him how to judge good and evil. The kids are still small, but at least until they become adults, until they become 15 years old, I'll protect them. Afterwards, if he still disregards my words. At that time, I will take responsibility and deal it with myself. Ho, deal with it, huh, how will you deal with it specifically? Re-educate him as much as I can. As much as I can. Not being able to do the duty even though they're kids. No. You won't say that you'll kill him. Given that no matter what kind of life he lives, if he makes a mistake, then I want to give him a chance to start over. I can't say it like that. I don't want to say any further than this. I don't even want to think about the future where Lucy, Lara, and Aruz oppose Orsted and are killed in cold blood. But no matter how splendid the training I give them, if the case is no good, then it's no good. A person can't be raised as one would expect them to be. Given that even I wasn't raised as I expected. Even though he's a child, it's impossible to raise him as a different individual would expect. That's why I think, I should at least give him a chance. It's about finding common ground. I don't have a child of my own. That is why I cannot understand that way of thinking. It's like your way of thinking is you reap what you sow. Perogius laughed while saying that. However, in order to protect your wives, you became a foolish person who recklessly challenged Orsted to a fight. It's obvious I can't understand. I can't understand, but, I understand that you have strong faith. Perogius descends from his throne and slowly walks towards us. And then said. A shocking brief comment. I can't understand what kind of misunderstanding you have, but I already knew that the child wasn't Laplace. It was until after 5 seconds that we understood his words. Ah, is that so? Erymanthe is my eyes. I shouldn't be able to mistake him for Laplace. The eye color is different. Even his magic capacity isn't much impressive. And even that annoying curse isn't there, a curse that can shake the innermost depths of one's heart. Which means since the moment of the childbirth scene, he already knew that my child wasn't Laplace, is that it? In other words, this isn't related at all, but did Erymanthe trespass during the private childbirth scene? I give my apology for that matter. It seems he was unexpectedly summoned during the worst timing. Although if your child had turned out to be Laplace, it would have been either the best timing or a fine ordeal. Say that first if it's so. What's with that? Let me see. Perogius stopped before Sylphie. And extended both of his hands towards her. Let me hold that baby as well.
Sounds
Sylphie,
really fucking...
Let me see.
Just like...
Say that first if it's so. Say that first if it's so. What's with that? Let me hold that baby as well. Sylvie hugged Sieg close to her while being vigilant.
But
But when I put a hand on her shoulder, she thought a little bit and then handed Sieg over to Perogius. Perogius held Sieg gently in his hands,
It
firmly and
sounds
gently
so
using his hands as if
bad.
handling a work of art. Sieg looked long and hard at Pegia's face. HRM, green hair and slightly pointed ears. Eyes with a glint,
It
but gives
sounds
out an
really
affectionate impression,
bad.
a fine child. T, thank you very much. On thanking, Perogius nodded with a yet. Alright, then let's bestow him with the name Saladin. 7. Sylvie looked at Perogius with a blank face. What are you so befuddled about? Didn't you promise before? That if a son is born, I'll name him. Did we promise something like that?
This is in volume 23, isn't it? You guys said that the images were really spoilery, so I'm gonna avoid, because I might run into another volume 23 image.
No, but
so...
I think like we did. Certainly, I feel like I remember about him incidentally saying to bring him here. But, this child is. No need for thanks, accept it as a modest gift from me. Perogius said that arbitrarily, returned Sieg to Sylvie, and then turned back on his heel. This child has been pretty much named Sieghart, which is a very fine name. What to do? I can't reject it now. Well, it's fine. Sieghart Saladin Grere. The name doesn't sound so poor, it feels powerful. Speaking of the name given by Perogius should be prestigious. Yup, it's not poor. I thought it wasn't bad when I said it. Well then, let's move on to the main subject. Perogius said while heavily sitting down on the throne. Main subject? What was the main subject? Ah, that's right. Perogius's business was not related to my child, then that means. A different errand came up, so he summoned me. Rudius Grere. He's looking down on me with a completely different severe gaze than before.
What is it?
What is it? What did I do now? You bastard, you joined an alliance with Adolf, didn't you?
Oh, that.
Perogius and Adolf are on bad
He
terms.
said the same
It would
fucking
have been
thing.
better if I had sent a word to Perogius before calling out to Adolf. In spite of the war against Laplace, you went ahead and called out to her first. Why didn't you call out to me?
Coincidence.
That is,
I think
because-
not.
But it's fine. Listening to your faith just now made me feel gratified. I'll ignore it. From the start, I intended to fight against Laplace by myself. Is that fine? Therefore, there's just one thing for you to do. Perogius jerked his chin and a girl came out before us. A girl around the age of 16 years old is wearing a white mask. A girl who remained young, and before we noticed, was even younger than even me and Sylvie. Nanahoshi Shizuka. She, who was nonchalantly blended within the 12 subordinates, came out before us and removed her mask. And said with a meek face. The magic circle for my repatriation has been completed. I see, finally. The answer that came from the back was from Orsted. Nanahoshi tightly grasped her fist in front of her bosom after seeing Orsted. Yes. Orsted. Finally, though it's still not perfect yet. So you did it? Orsted's words were warm. Those were familiar words, but for this reason only, Orsted congratulated her from the bottom of his heart. Yes, yes. Natahashi's voice was getting excited. She looked up and stopped her warped face, which was just about to overflow from tears. Even I felt like crying. Repatriation teleportation magic circle. The thing Nanahoshi was craving for. It's been 10 odd years since she's been in this world, she has been living up till now for this moment only. She only aimed to go back to her home as she overlooked her violent homesickness. From a concept to hypothesis and from dismissal to conception again. And then putting the technique into practice after the theory is completed and repeating the experiment over and over again. It's been almost 5 years since she came to Perogius's place in pursuit of knowledge. It's a long time. And thus it has finally completed. Rudius. You might have hated being summoned because you've been busy, right? No. So I was summoned because of Nanahoshi. I've certainly been busy these days, but there's nothing to hate about it. I would rather apologize for not being able to help you out up till now. Congratulations about your child. Thank you very much. I was somewhat surprised, you properly thought things through. Properly, huh? I wonder about that. It's about me, so I can't help but think that I can't arrive at a conclusion. We need a fairly large magical power for the final experiment. You should be busy with a lot of things, but please lend me your power. Nanahoshi bowed her head while saying that. Those eyes had power. The final step. With a face as if she's seen the goal. Of course. It might take 1 or 2 months, are you alright with that? It's fine. A month, huh? I have a motive to refuse, but there's no reason to refuse. 8. I want to say that I want her to wait until we defeat Jisu, but I don't want to put it in words that she's an unpleasant person. Thank you very much. Nanahoshi again bowed while saying that. And then suddenly looked in Sylvie's direction. She's still wearing the anxious face. Nanahoshi ran towards her and whispered
I
something
am
into her
aware
ears.
of that.
Sylvie was shook up with a start, and looked at
I
Nanahoshi
am
with a
aware that
surprised face.
she's 26.
Nanahoshi nodded, and Sylvie,
Or
who was giving glances
older
towards me, also
than
nodded.
what she looks.
Well then, let's move to the magic circle after this. I don't know what she talked about, but Nanahoshi declared this. The audience was over. Part 3. After that, I gave Perogius one more greeting and left the audience room. It had been decided that I will go towards Natahashi's lab in order to listen to her difficult explanation. When we were walking through the corridor, I was suddenly caught by the hem of my clothes from behind. It was Sylvie. She was looking down as usual and murmured Rudy with a faint voice. I silently gave the signal to the others to move along with my eyes. I stopped and everybody went away. Now with just the two of us, I turned around and put a hand on her shoulder. I gently hugged her slender
Yeah.
body so as not to crush Sieg.
The
Rudy,
wench.
sorry, poor things. I became slightly anxious. After looking at the green hair, I recalled the old days and pondered what to do after this. I was thinking that maybe this child won't be blessed by others. It can't be helped. Anyone would become anxious. Even I forgot about thinking up a name for him. Yeah, in addition to this, you were constantly going on trips with Roxy and Eris recently, right? That's why I thought, will I have to protect this child alone? There is no need for that. When I forcefully denied it, Sylvie was surprised for a moment, but then became shy while laughing. Yeah. I know. I knew. Sorry. No, it's fine even if you don't apologize. I just became a little weak. Sylvie gently stroked Sieg's hair. Sieg had been sleeping for a while now. I wonder when he slept. But it's all right now. For some reason, I was relieved after watching you just now. You said that you will seriously protect them. Was there a relief factor somewhere within me a few minutes ago? It was a grand fruitless effort after all. I declared that I intended to train a kid even if it was impossible. I think it was the figure of a fool who gave out a half-hearted answer. Anyhow, Sylvie was feeling clear-headed. Sylvie-san. What is it, Rudius-san? Is it alright to get angry at me because I forgot about the naming of our child? But I'm not really angry. If I were to name something, anxiety or despair would be more appropriate. Sylvie said while scratching behind her ear. That face wasn't gloomy anymore. What she's saying was awfully stirring my heart, but at least it's the usual Sylvie. I see, it would have been better if I had gotten angry. Let's see, I'll get angry next time. It's no good if you forget about me and our child. Understood. I was scolded with a no. 9. At any rate, looks like it's fine now. Work and children. It's difficult to manage both at the same time. If the situation calms down a little after the matter with Jisoo gets settled, then I want to look after the kids a bit more. Well, should we go then? You have to help out Nanahoshi too. Now that you mention it, what did she tell you in the end? It's a secret. Sylvie laughed shyly. I returned a smile, caught up to everyone, and started walking. Along with Sylvie. TLN.
Alright. Nanahoshi's arc is finally gonna come to a close. It's gonna be great. But I need to eat lunch. So I will be back very shortly. I'm gonna get myself a sandwich and then come back over here to start the stream again. So yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna, yeah. Alright. Actually, wait, hold up. Chat, decide for me. Mini corn dogs or a sandwich? Eat in the stream? I'm just making the food. Do you think Sylvie invited Nanahoshi to be a fourth wife? Fucking hell. Sandwich. Alright. Sandwich it is. What about eat while watching? Yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing. Alright. I'll be back. I need to make the sandwich. So, I gotta get some music. We'll go with this one. Alright. I'll be back.
Let it go, and touch the sky. On a sunny morning, I touch the sky. Next morning, I touched your heart. What's the start? I play my role when I rip the mic apart. Do what I got to do to place a spark. I'ma put it down, seeking no crown anymore. From the moment I saw you, it's all gone. Hard to believe to a pimp like me. Used to have every woman every day of the week. Big time, I put that behind. Said I'm sorry, I got to go from the side. Lie to the man, I aim high to the place no human has ever even tried. So I got to go, I got to go. All I want is for you to stay. Man out of grave resurrected, now he's connected. No concession, just ain't better by you. Yeah. Take a deep breath. Let it go, follow my lead. No doubt about that. It's a happy day. I gotta tell you one thing. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Till you feel the clouds and touch the sky. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Till you feel the clouds and touch the sky. I won't deny that I used to play. Young days I've done things that I can't even say. Trying to make up my day. God, it's so hard to regulate till I met her yesterday. I was the dirt and you're the purifier. I'm the gasoline while you're the fire. Keep it on the DL, no inquire. Which makes me wanna talk like Esquire. I don't want a partial, I want the entire. Buy any juice from gold to sapphire. Crack some jokes and turn satire. We'll be careful not to get you damn tired. Make it short, but I'll take you higher. When we have a baby, we'll be in a child. That's what makes me most inspired. Hope seeing goes with you, baby girl.
To answer your question, yes, it is over. I got my sandwich. I'm ready to go. Rock and roll, baby. Let's go. Alright. Where in the story are we at? Nanahoshi is about to use a teleportation circle. I ate yogurt for some reason. Nice. I'm probably going to be finishing volume 22 today. Gonna move this a little further away so I have room to eat. Alright. The Parallel World Teleportation Magic Device. Let's go! Alright. Let me pause this. Alright. Now we can get on with the sauce.
Chapter 236, Parallel World Teleportation Magic Device. Part 1. Flying Fortress, Basement Level 15. Descending the stairs, one immediately comes into a wide entrance hall. There, that magic circle is set up. Teleportation Magic Circle. However, its form bears no resemblance to the ones in my memory. Furthermore, it is wonderfully enormous. It's around 50 meters in diameter, and 1 meter tall. It is composed of 1 meter square lithographs, each 10 centimeters tall. They are stacked 10 high, and those stacks are repeated in 50 rows and columns. In addition, above it spans a gigantic arch. The interior of the arch is carved with closely packed designs, so it is also probably part of the magic circle. An extremely three-dimensional magic circle. No, maybe it should be called a magic device. Wow. This'll make Cliff feel bitter. Zanaba let out a voice of admiration. The magic device is not only large, but also delicately and precisely carved. At the very least, me and Zanaba aren't able to make anything like it. It's probably too difficult even for Roxy, who has been researching magic circles recently. Maybe Cliff. But even Cliff doesn't have this much experience drawing magic circles. It's magnificent craftsmanship. Perogius threw out his chest as if it were his own achievement. However, I can understand that feeling. For one's disciple to have created such a device, it's only natural for the one who taught her teleportation magic to feel proud. Although I'm sure Perogius himself was involved in its construction. How is it, Orsted? For it to be something of this magnitude. I'm astonished. Even Orsted was admiring the magic device. Using 25,000 lithographs, a three-dimensional magic circle. Even Orsted has never seen anything like it. Even the Mad Dragon King's automata had at most 50 parts, and the parts themselves were much smaller in size. Nanahoshi probably combined magic circles with absolutely no thought given to how large it grows. Right? Look at that arch. Is that also a part of it? It doesn't seem to be attached, though. No, it's something else. That's a device for confirming whether it succeeded. You are aware that teleportation leaves traces of mana behind, right? Yeah. That changes depending on the type of the teleportation magic circle. By measuring it, we can determine whether the parallel world teleportation was a success or not. Is such a thing possible? Phew, I never thought the day would come when I could teach something to you, who holds such extensive knowledge. No, that's not true. I've learned a lot of things from you. A lot of things. HN, how pretentious. Even though you acted as if you knew everything from the moment we met. Perogius and Orsted were having a friendly conversation. To the Perogius who was proud at having outwitted Orsted, Orsted's voice held hints of nostalgia. It was also slightly bitter. Rudius. Nanahoshi turned around, and came over to me. To start with, let's send over something simple. After that, by analyzing the teleportation magic circle's characteristic mana remnants, the monitoring magic circle will adjust the magic circle for parallel world teleportation. After that succeeds, we'll send over a living thing, and finally myself. Is that good? It's good, but please excuse me from another teleportation disaster. Don't worry. There's no need to worry about that. Nanahoshi repeatedly said not to worry. That actually makes me worry more. For the record, she did give me a detailed report earlier, but it has way too much information, and I haven't finished scanning it yet. However, Nanahoshi has performed numerous experiments to ensure that she doesn't cause a teleportation incident. Me and Sylvie helped with that as well. Are you confident? I am. Then, I'll believe in you. You seem to be confident enough. Well then, shall we begin? Yes. Then, starting with an apple. Nanahoshi probably prepared one ahead of time. From the basket that was left in the corner of the room, she produced an apple. Holding the apple, she climbed onto the magic device, trotted to its center, and placed it there. Perogius-sama, if you will. Perogius moved to the opposite end of the magic circle. No, not just Perogius. His servants moved one by one into evenly spaced intervals around the magic circle. Only Silveril moved instead to the base of the arch. Rudius goes over here. At Nanahoshi's instruction, I stood opposite to Perogius. Right, there were two hand-shaped marks that all but said place hands here. At my signal, insert mana into there. As much as you possibly can. Roger that. As told, I put my hands down. It's kind of exciting. I turn my head and look over to Sylvie. She was staring blankly at the magic circle while whispering with Zanaba. They also took the bait one, so they must be interested. Eris wasn't taking part in the conversation. She was in her usual pose, looking up at the arch with a seemingly proud expression. She probably simply likes big things. The Orsted who sluggishly standing behind her is Perogia-sama. Please begin. Yeah. Whoops, I need to concentrate. Even though I said concentrate, I just need to pour in mana. In any case, just concentrate. We're starting. Perogius and his servants simultaneously touched the magic circle. In the next instant, the edge of the magic circle faintly gave off light. However, it was only near the edge. The tiny magic circles around the edge are strongly shining, but the center remains dark. A failure? Rudius. Yes. As told, I sent mana through both hands. The next instant, my right hand felt as if it was sticking to the magic circle. I could tell that my mana was being sucked out with frightening vigor. For some reason it's only my right hand, mana is being sucked from my left hand as well, but it's weak compared to the right hand. Should it be strong in the left hand, too? The moment I thought that, the amount being sucked from my left hand explosively increased. In exchange, the amount being drawn from my right hand diminished. Right, left, right, left. The strength at which mana was being drawn out alternated. Feeling it carefully, the strength at the fingertips and palm differed slightly. However, rather than mechanical, I could feel as if it were being manually controlled. The one who is controlling it is Perogius, huh? I can't see his face, but it seems like his job wasn't just starting up the magic circle. And then, the ones assisting him are his servants. It's not automatic once started, but needs to be managed. It's correct to call it a magic device. The radiance of the magic circle increased. While changing color from blue to green to white, the room was filled with an overwhelming brightness. It's already too bright to see anything. Is this the intensity of the magic circle? I've never seen a magic circle this bright. No. I've seen it once before. That was during the teleportation incident. Patsu. A sound rang out, and the light disappeared. No, it didn't disappear completely. The arch. Only the arch's light continued to faintly illuminate the surroundings. And then, directly beneath the arch. The very center of the magic circle. The place where the apple was. Where the apple used to be. In that place, something bluish-white was remaining. A bluish-white, particulate something. The particles lightly floated into the surroundings and slowly disappeared. The experiment was a success. Nobody answered Silvero's words. Without waiting for a response, she filled something in on a nearby piece of paper. From here, we will analyze the mana traces and increase the certainty of parallel world teleportation. However, the data for that analysis is already gathered, so it will not take much time. While listening to Natahashi's explanation, I removed my hands from the magic circle. Rudius, are you okay? When she asked me, I thought back to the mana from earlier. Only one time. With just 1 or 2 activations, the mana drain was that much. 3. If I were to do that repeatedly, it would certainly suck me dry. I'm okay, but doing that repeatedly would be impossible. I see. Thank you for your work. I pretty much intend to go at a pace of once every 1 or 2 days. Go rest for today. Nanahoshi said that and bowed her head, then ran over in Perogius's direction. While discussing this and that with the research team, she was jotting down notes. She'll probably consolidate the reports for this experiment and make use of them for the next one. The parallel world teleportation system itself is complete. All that's left is to put the finishing touches on that arch, and while analyzing the mana traces and observations, change the teleported objects to be progressively more Nanahashi-like. That will take around 1 more month. It's troubling to take that much time while Jisu is moving in the background. But there's no helping it. This is the result of failing to make Perogius a comrade. 4. Part 2. Since the experiment started, 2 weeks have passed. While I went back and forth between my house and the flying fortress, the experiments continued. The experiments use up quite a bit of mana. It's questionable if that much mana can be recovered in a single day. For the sake of the experiment, I decided that even if someone attacked with this timing, I would try to use as little mana as possible. Once I decided that, I immediately became bored. No, it's not like I had nothing to do. Talking with Zanaba about doll sales, talking with Roxy about improving the magic armor, using the lithographs to exchange information with my collaborators, talking with Orsted about our future plans without results, and such. There aren't many free days. However, compared to this past year and a half where I continuously traveled, it's pretty easy. There are times when the mercenary corps branches or the doll sales offices contact me through the communication lithograph to make a decision, but in Sharia, there are many people that I can consult with, and I don't need to think of everything from the ground up. Furthermore, travel doesn't take much time, so I can spend time with the children before going to bed. I talk about the day's happenings to Zenith,
the
can
thing
read
with the
talk
Toph has
about the
been
flipper
done already.
when she visits, help teach Lara to talk, watch over Lucy's studies, be made to cry by Arus. Days with few worries. I wonder if this is what it feels like to be an office worker who works every day of the year taking an extended vacation for the first time in a while. I can somehow understand why Orsted hasn't left Sharia recently. There are times when I wonder if this is okay, but humans need times to rest, and maybe I was in need of some relaxation. If there was late night fun in bed it would be awesome, but the abstinent Rudius needs to have patience until he accomplishes his goal. Part 3. Now then, after various things, a month has passed. The experiments finished in the blink of an eye. The experiments went very well.
I'll still be
As the experiments
listening, but I
progressed,
gotta
the
go
objects sent to the
get
parallel
a
world
charger
changed
for
from
my
fruits to animals.
headphones.
The animals used were larger and larger, and each time the
unless
magic
this
circle
is
was
a-
adjusted, over and over again. Eventually a horse
This is
around
a really
3 times
short
larger
cord.
than Nanahoshi was sent to the parallel world. The results of the arch's measurements. The horse was transferred to a land between 10 meters and 30 meters above sea level in the parallel world. That is the limit of our ability to measure from here. There's no way to tell from the mana remains whether it flew to Japan or America. When adapting the same world
Yeah.
teleportation circle patterns to parallel world
Yeah, it is.
teleportation, all that can be determined is whether it went to land or sea and the general altitude of the land. However, by specifying dry land 10-30 meters above sea level, the chances of dying instantly upon teleportation is greatly lowered. Although we say parallel world, there's no guarantee that it's the same parallel world that we know. Of course, since we summon things like pet bottles from there, the probability is high. But there is no definitive proof. It's possible that it's actually a different world that is very similar to the one we know. Even if it is our old world, with vague constraints like land 10-30 meters above sea level, there's a high chance of being sent to a distant foreign country. And then, there's the road home. Although there's a good chance of making it to Japan if she teleports with a large amount of food and water, warm clothing, and something that can be exchanged for money. It'll be a rough trip. However, even then she's going. She's already resolved herself for whatever may happen. All that's left is to send Nanahoshi herself. Taking my mana levels into consideration, the main event will take place in 3 days. Part 4. 2 days after the experiments concluded. Nanahoshi came to my house. Before I go, I want to use the bath at your house. Is what she said, but that's probably just an excuse. In that case, how about we have a farewell party? No, there's no need for that. While saying that, Nanahoshi entered the bathroom. Right now, she's probably all alone in the bathroom. I don't know what her true motives are. Maybe she wants to renew her spirits before the event, or maybe she just wants to say goodbye. Maybe she wants to spend a night with me to make memories of this world, in which case I should go barge into the bathroom. No, there's no way. It's just a delusion brought about by the abstinent Rudius's overflowing sexual desire. If I actually did that, Sylvie would probably get mad. Yesterday, it seems like she went
Probably,
around
she
saying farewell to
definitely
everyone she
would.
knows
I
here
don't
in
know what
China,
you're
so
talking
she's
about,
probably
man.
here for that. For her last night in this world, she decided to come say farewell to my family. In that case, what I can do is secretly ask Aisha and Lilia to prepare a more extravagant dinner than usual. Mostly potatoes. Norn seems to be coming home today, too, so while it may be meager, at least we can send her off warmly. Hey, wait. I don't wanna. While I was thinking that and helping Sylvie look after Sieg, Lucy came running into the living room. Completely naked. Like that, she jumped up into my lap. Papa, save me. What kind of event is this?
Yeah,
Being asked for
Zeke
help by a
just got
completely nude
born.
woman.
Was just
Since when has
born.
Lucy
Yeah,
been such a devilish woman? Anyone who refuses isn't a man.
this is basically
Leave it
the
to me,
equivalent of
whether
light
it's a dragon
novel
god or a
20,
demon king,
volume
I'll send them
23.
flying. Rudius. The one who appeared was a red-haired demon god. She's also topless. That's no good, the abstinent Rudius is weak to that. It hits my weak spot. Rudius, catch Lucy for me. She hates baths. Even though earlier she said that she needs to take a bath since she was sweating during sword practice. I caught Lucy. Sorry, Lucy. However, you need to take a bath after exercising. I don't wanna. Red Mom is violent. Violent. Eris. Hitting me is one thing, but you shouldn't hit children. How rude, I don't hit her. I'm just a little bad at washing hair. So that's it? When I look at Lucy, she puffed out her cheeks and grumbled, yeah, when Red Mama washes my hair, stuff gets in my eyes and it hurts. I see, so that's the reason. I'm sorry, Eris. Even you wouldn't hit children. Then, Lucy, why don't we help you learn to wash your own hair? Papa is. Okay. Lucy began to say something, but held her tongue partway, and was taken back to the bathroom by Eris. I think she wanted to be washed by Rudy. Yeah, you may be right. But Nanahoshi is in the bathroom right now. There's no way I can get in. Ah. Come to think of it, I didn't tell Nanahoshi, did I? That someone else may come in. No, I think she already knew. The custom of entering my house's bath with several people has been here since the house was first built. After all this time, she probably won't complain about someone barging in. After a little while, Roxy and Norn came home, and went into the bath with Lara. Switching out with them, Nanahoshi, Eris, and Lucy came back while releasing steam. Maybe because it was such a long bath, they were all red. Guess what, Papa? Nanahoshi Nichan taught me how to wash my hair. Is that so? Thank you, Nanahoshi. You're welcome. It seems Nanahoshi was taking care of Lucy. She may have been talking with Eris in the bath, since there wasn't any dangerous atmosphere. 5. As expected, baths are great. Naked socializing is the way to peace. Part 5. After me and Sylvie had a bath with Arus, it became dinner time. The menu is meat and vegetables and rice. And then potatoes. Potato chips and french fries. Junk food. Nanahoshi made herself inconspicuous 6 at the edge of the dining table, but she helped herself to plenty of potatoes. Even though when she makes it back home, she can have them as much as she wants. Honestly, what a gluttonous potato
Yeah,
woman.
basically.
This food
Yeah.
is pretty good.
The
She didn't eat only
entire
potatoes,
series
but had
is
rice
like
as well.
that.
You can get rice in the Flying Fortress, right? But I like the rice here more. I think. Is that so? This rice is a product of Sharia, Aisha rice. How about we make the brand name Beautiful Maid? The under 20-year-old virgin maid, gathered brawny men bulging with muscles, made it in a rice patty that they made while dripping with sweat, my favorite masterpiece. It was made to suit the tongues of the Japanese. This is the last time you'll eat this food. Make sure to chew it properly when eating. Why did you suddenly take a motherly tone? After saying that, Nanahoshi continued to eat in silence for a while. At some point, her gaze shifted from me to my family. Lucy is happily talking about recent events, and Norn is listening to her enthusiastically. Roxy is talking about this and that concerning magic circles with Sylvie. Eris was feeding Lara, while Aisha did the same for Arus. Lilia and Zenith are watching over that. It's a lively scene that I wouldn't have been able to imagine long ago. Nanahoshi was watching that scene attentively. As expected, she misses her own home. While I was thinking that, the meal ended. After dinner, Nanahoshi kept the children company for a while. Maybe thanks to the naked socializing, Lucy became attached to Nanahoshi, and when Aruz is held by Nanahoshi, he buries his face in her chest with a broad smile. Lara is the same as always, though. Nanahoshi, why don't you spend the night? In the end, because of Sylphie's words, Nanahoshi ended up staying over. It seems like a natural course of events. However, the guest bedroom was made into a nursery a long time ago. Since there is no place for guests to stay, Sylphie ended up lending Nanahoshi her room. Part 6. That night, I talked with Nanahoshi. In the house where everyone had fallen asleep. In the living room, two people facing each other, illuminated by the moon shining through the window and the light of the fireplace, talked while slowly drinking alcohol. It was just useless talk. Stuff like Perogius's hobbies and how much Silveril admires Perogius. Like how Orsted and Perogius have poor relations, but seem to recognize each other. It was truly useless idle chatter. Rudius, you're already a splendid adult. While we were talking, Nanahoshi suddenly said that. Is that the case? When I first met you, you were a small child like an elementary school student, and the next time you were like a middle school student. To be honest, there were times when I thought you were younger than me. However, recently you've been very adult-like. You got married, and had kids. It's not like getting married and having kids makes you an adult, though. I honestly don't really understand this adulthood and childhood stuff. There's no mistake that in my previous life, I was just a big child, though. That's true. However, recently you've seemed much more of an adult than me. Is that the case? Yeah, you've been thinking about various things such as your children and family. In comparison, I haven't been. I haven't changed at all. That's not true. Nanahoshi has changed a lot from how she used to be. She used to not let anyone approach her. The invincible silent 7-star Sama. If it was the you from long ago, you wouldn't have played with my children or anything like that. Is that really so? However, that was because of the time when you saved me. Until then, I had never thought to get involved with the people of this world. In the previous world, would you have taken care of children? Probably. No, I might have been a bit cruel, because of entrance exams. My tests were coming up, too. Entrance exams and tests. It's got a nostalgic ring. I wonder how many years have passed over there. Don't say unpleasant things. Oh, sorry. Since she came here, roughly 15 years have passed. If 15 years passed over there, she would be like yours Himatara. 7. It may be possible that as soon as she teleports, Nanahoshi ages 15 years, too. However, I somehow get the feeling that not that much time has passed. Why? With a drunk face, I told her my thoughts. Me and Nanahoshi were run over by a truck on the same day, right? However, I came here around 10 years before you. So the flow of time is probably different between here and there. That's why, you don't need to worry. Huh, is that S? Nanahoshi suddenly put on a thoughtful face. Wait a minute. What do you mean, we were run over by a truck on the same day? Ah. Does that mean that you were there? That is. Wait a minute, wait. Nanahoshi put her finger on her forehead and shut her eyes as if trying to remember something. She suddenly raised her face. The fat ass from back then. What have I done? It's because of the alcohol. Even though I was so careful. Or rather, that's rude. What do you mean by fat ass? Although I was certainly obese. But what, I see, so it's that person, Rudius is that person. You became this cool, Nanahoshi put her hand to her mouth and opened her eyes wide. Not good, she's become excited. I thought she'd be disgusted, but she somehow seems happy. Nanahoshi equals San 8. If possible, that is, I'd be thankful if you could keep it a secret from everybody. Why? If they find out, they may abandon me. I don't think they chose you because of your face, though. Even so, there are things I'd like to keep a secret. I guess so. Nanahoshi dropped herself back onto the sofa. So she understands. I thought she'd be obstinate and not cooperate with me, though. Since Rudius is different from me, you're reincarnated. Yeah. That's right, reincarnation. I can't go back to how I was. It's not like I intend to completely abandon everything from back then, but I don't intend to proactively go looking, either. 9. In addition, I think my past life is something to be ashamed of. I do think that I am the way I am now only because of how hopeless I was back then, but shameful things are still shameful. I understand. I'll keep it to myself. Please. Then, I thought back to my previous life. Oh, that's right, I was forgetting something. What? Since you already know my identity. Well, not really, but I want you to deliver this to my home from my previous life. Saying that, I laid an envelope out on the table. In this slightly thick envelope, my feelings for my siblings from my previous life are enclosed. It's been 20 odd years since I came here. A lot of things happened in that time. Because of those things, I think I can proudly say I'm different from how I was back then. I'll only say that I'm different, though, I absolutely won't say I've become admirable or anything. Anyhow, an apology for that time, reminiscences, and my current circumstances are all crammed into there. If, by chance, Nanahoshi is sent to Japan and not a single day has passed, they may wonder what the hell I'm saying. But, that's fine. It's like self-satisfaction. I understand. As if it were important, Nanahoshi put it into her bag. I'll make sure it gets delivered. I'm counting on you. The destination isn't necessarily Japan. There's no guarantee that she can make it back to Japan after she teleports. But even so, she nodded. Also, take this. I handed over one more letter. Compared to the last one, it's very thin. If several years have passed over there, and you have nobody to rely on, no home, and nowhere to go. This letter asks my siblings to, even if just for a little while, take care of you. The hands that Nanahoshi received the letter with were trembling. That's... Well, I was a parasite over there, so they may not listen, but... Just in case. You were a parasite. Yeah, I was a jobless good for nothing. When she gets there and meets my siblings, it'll get known anyway. That's a little hard to believe. Nanahoshi said that and looked long and hard at my face. I wonder if her saying that is proof that I've done my best. If so, it makes me happy. However, if it comes to that, I'll use this thankfully. As if it were important, Nanahoshi clutched it to her chest and bowed her head. Truly, for all you've done for me, thank you very much. Nanahoshi returns tomorrow.
You very much.
The experiments were perfect. That magic circle is impeccable.
No.
However, even so there is a tinge of anxiety in my heart. The magic circle made with careful preparations and numerous experiments. Nanahoshi is confident, and nobody thinks that it will fail. However, there is a point to be concerned about. There's only one remaining. At the present, I don't intend to say that and make her anxious. In the first place, Nanahoshi should already be aware of that. However, she doesn't say it. It may be she's already made arrangements for that. Tomorrow, we're getting you home. Therefore, that is all I said. Yes. Nanahoshi nodded. I get the feeling that some things can be accomplished as long as you have a strong will. Maybe a reference to last chapter? Chapter 237, Nanahashi's Fate. Part 1. The day of Nanahashi's return has finally come. Only Perogius, his servants, and I were
Let's
present at the teleportation
go!
magic circle.
Let's
Nanahashi didn't want anyone
go!
else to see her off. She's already gone around and said her farewells to everyone. Our formation is the same as before. I'm the mana supply, Perogius is the controller. Nanahoshi is standing in the center of the magic circle. She's standing there facing me, wearing a traveling outfit and carrying a large backpack. The backpack was packed to deal with any conceivable situation. Even though I say that, neither Nanahoshi or I have any experience traveling overseas in our previous world. She should need identification and something to exchange for cash. Also, we don't know if things like magic crystals or scrolls will be usable over there. So we packed roughly what we thought was needed for a journey. After that, it's up to her wisdom and courage to get her through. Nanahoshi looked at me, I looked at her. There's no need to say anything more. We spoke enough yesterday. Anything else is unnecessary. Rudius. Preparations are complete. At Perogia's signal, I placed my hands on the teleportation apparatus. Everything's proceeding as usual. We practiced this experiment many times already. Although not all of the attempts were successful, any points of failure were identified and fixed. At this point, Perogius and I are veterans. Well, even if I call myself a veteran, all I really do is supply the mana. Everything's set. Nanahoshi, that's good. Nanahoshi faced Perogius and nodded. Yes, Perogius-sama, thank you for everything. Formalities are unnecessary. Thanks to you, I have also learned many interesting things. That's all there was to Perogius and Nanahashi's farewell. After that, they immediately went back to focusing on what they were doing. Nanahoshi faced me, and Perogius signaled to one of his servants. Then, let's begin. At Perogius' signal, the teleportation device started. Everything is proceeding as usual. Perogius and his servants placed their hands on the magic circle. As I begin supplying magic power, the edges of the magic circle begin to faintly give off light. My mana is being drained at a tremendous rate, but I'm already accustomed to that. Then, reacting to my mana, the magic circle began to shine brightly. First blue, then green, then white. While the magic circle was giving off tremendous amounts of light, I was focused on properly supplying the mana. Thanks to repeating the experiment so many times, I'm accustomed to the timing I need to allocate my mana. Evenly, without waste, not too much, but not too little. The magic circle, as usual, started emitting a black light. I don't think there's been a black coloring before. Somehow, I have a bad feeling about this. Rudius. Perogius shouted. The black light's growing stronger. I don't know whether I should continue or stop. I'm not the one controlling the process, I don't know what to do. Perogius-sama. Instructions. We need more power. As instructed, I increased the amount of power pouring into the magic circle. My legs are getting weak, even my vision is going hazy from using this much power. Yet the black magic circle shows no sign of change. But, I have a feeling like something's overflowing in my arm. This is the first time I felt this. This might be dangerous. Very dangerous, should I cut the power? But, Perogia said we needed more magic power, I need to have faith. Crack. Something burst. Then, as if a breaker tripped, the magic circle lost its light. All in a split second. The light normally disappears slowly, but this time it happened in an instant. Almost as if all the magic was suddenly absorbed by something. We're still here. The candlesticks in the corner of the room are still giving off light. But the room is shrouded in silence, like a PC shutting down. And, of course, needless to say, Nanahoshi was still here. Still standing in the center of the magic circle. Everyone is dumbstruck. I am too, the servants look as if they don't understand, a feeling of confusion has filled the room. What happened? Perogius shouted. What did you do, Rudius Grere? Me. Why was the supply of magic cut halfway? Cut? I didn't though. I was properly supplying mana. Then, why did that? The supply of magic was cut? But I didn't reduce the amount of mana. Rather, I increased it. Somehow it felt different. No mana was being released from my hands. But, I still feel the fatigue from using up an enormous amount of mana. If the mana supply was cut, The magic circle should have lost its light. That's right. There was definitely mana. But, the flow was interrupted. As if someone compromised the magic circle. Looking at the magic circle, it seems like part of it cracked. Was there a bug somewhere and the device short-circuit? No, give me a break. It's not something that would suddenly break. Ugh. Perogius had his hand on his chin in a thoughtful expression. Nadahoshi descended from the magic circle. Nadahoshi was silent. She lowered her backpack in silence, almost as if she was sleepwalking, and left the room. Looking at Perogius. He's still thinking. Somehow, his servants also seem shaken up. What to do? I want to figure out the cause of failure, but... No, I'll leave that to Perogius. I went after Nadahoshi. Part 2. Nadahoshi was sitting on the bed in her room. Her shoulders and head were drooping. With her head down, I can't see her expression. Judging from her posture, it seems like a mix between fatigue and resignation. And, like me, at least a little shock from the failure. It's time for an honest conversation. I had a sneaking suspicion this would be a failure. That's because of what my future self said. He said it fails at the very end. Although I don't know if this is the end, or there's more to come. I never heard the specifics of the failure. It's not something I would have understood. I don't even know whether the experiment turned out differently. Thinking back now, I should have asked for more details, but regrets won't help. Moreover, my future self said I failed to support her. I failed to support her, and then Nadahoshi. Although my future self was vague, I have no doubt she met a sorrowful end. In other words, that's now. Here and now, Nadahoshi is depressed, I need to support her. But, I don't know how to respond. Failure can happen to anyone, it's no use worrying about, that's normal. Even my future self should have said something like that. No, because my future self became such a hardened person, he might not have said anything at all. In fact, he might have said something horrible and driven Nadahoshi away. He was a considerably horrible person, he might have even said something like, it's probably impossible to return anyway, just become my woman. And attacked her. I'd like to know the failed example. Well, I'll have to think for myself. If my correct answer is a mistake, I'd really like to know what went wrong when I tried to console Nadahoshi. I guess I'll start as always. When Sylvie is like this, I'd sit down next to her. Then put my hand on her shoulder. Is this how you seduce those three? Nadahoshi raised her face and looked at me with damp eyes. Yeah, that is kind of like making a move. Excuse me. I returned the hand I was about to place on Nadahoshi's shoulder to my knee. Nadahoshi-san. Can we talk? Huh? I'm busy. Well, even so. Being alone at a time like this, it might be better to talk things out, even if it isn't easy. Even if it doesn't solve the problem, we can work on that afterwards, getting your spirit back is more important. The book Nadahoshi had open on her knee caught my eye. Japanese was written on the page. The hypothesis failed at the final stage. That's what was written. It was good to hear that I would fail beforehand. Nadahoshi traced her notes with her finger as she said that. If I failed without knowing that, I would have blamed some defect in the magic circle. Nadahoshi looked up. She doesn't look depressed. I seem to have misunderstood the fatigue and resignation I saw earlier. After all, Nadahoshi considered the possibility of failure. Well, maybe she doesn't need my support then. No, it's possible she's still depressed. As I was thinking, Nadahoshi turned back to her notebook. Hey, do you remember my hypothesis? Hypothesis. I have a feeling that I heard something about that. Somehow, I felt like it was nonsensical. I don't remember it very well. I'm sorry. I don't remember. Nadahoshi's eyes were getting moist again. I'm sorry. Well, then I'll give you the outline. Nadahoshi began her explanation. That is to say, she just began reading out of her notebook. First of all, the Fido region metastasis event, that summoned me, is not originally supposed to happen. Why would something that doesn't originally happen occur? When I heard about your future self, I thought someone from the future sent me to the past. No, more like placed in the past. Because a person who should not originally exist was placed in the past, history changed. The balance of the world's aggregate magic power was broken, causing an adjustment on the scale of the Fido region disappearing to occur. Ah, I remember hearing about this. But at the time I had other things on my mind, so I don't remember much. It's a nonsensical conversation, but... She's become more energetic, she seems to be recovering from the shock. No, it's too soon to say that. She might just be distracted. I should still keep her company. Do you understand? Yeah. Nadahoshi turned to another page in her notes. This page was labeled Who and Why. From here on is the main issue. Someone in the future modified history and I was the outcome. Allow me to explain why it's because of the future. I was able to come to this conclusion because of Orsted. He is sent from the past and does a loop in the present. In the present, Orsted can't really intervene, and his loop is the strongest existence until he wins. 1. Orsted's father, the first dragon god sent him. The first generation dragon god used a secret technique to send Orsted into a fixed interval time loop. According to Orsted, he can only escape the loop by defeating Hitagame. Until now, he hasn't been able to, but sooner or later he should succeed. He's definitely strong enough. I think the fact that we were sent here is related to the fight between the dragon god and human god. 2. Why is that? Immediately after I was transferred, the first person I met was Orsted. Afterwards I met you, and greatly changed Orsted's fate. We intervened in Orsted's loop. Orsted loops in order to defeat Hitagame. I don't know what will happen after he wins. But, to defeat him, the past might have to somehow be altered. Nadahoshi and I might have been placed here as some sort of strategic move. But who would do that? It's Orsted. He loops when he loses. In other words, it's possible that future Orsted brought us here. But, it can't be Orsted. He's not capable of that. Yet. Because, even without modifying the past, Orsted would eventually win. Even if Orsted could alter the past, rather than interfering with his loop, it would make more sense to change events before that. Like preventing Laplace from being divided during the Second Human-Demon Great War. Alternatively, there's the possibility that future Orsted has already intervened in his past loops. I have no idea. It's not possible for Hitagami either. Hitagami was supposed to win in this loop. Even Orsted said as much. Orsted wasn't aware of Jisu's existence. Therefore, he was supposed to win a little later. Like tripping over a small stone, it's completely unexpected. In this loop, without us, Hitagami would definitely win. That's why there would be no reason for Hitagami to change the past. Then, who, for what reason? That is the main subject. Though this is only a hypothesis. Nanahoshi lightly tapped a name written in her notebook. Written there, the name Shinohara Akihito. And, directly beneath it was written Kuraki Seiji, with an X through it and Rudius Guerre written to its side. Yesterday, you told me who you were, remember? At that time, Aki and I. Shinohara Akihito was hugging me, and you had pushed Kuraki Seiji to safety. In other words, it's unlikely he was teleported. 3 people were run over by the truck that day. Of them, 2 have been transported to this place. But, the remaining person, has not. And, you were transferred here a decade earlier than I was. In other words, it's likely 3 people were teleported that day, to different times. Although I've been reincarnated. Well, it's not that different. It's too coincidental that you were transferred, and then I was. So, it would make sense if Shinohara Akihito was transferred to the future. And, Shinohara Akihito met Orsted. This is the first time this has happened in Orsted's loops. Future Orsted befriended Shinohara Akihito and, realizing he couldn't beat Hitagami, moved to secure victory. So someone from the future modified the past. Then, that led to the Fedora region's disappearance. That guy, Shinohara Akihito, came up with a method to modify the past. It's not something he could do himself. However, just like we've met many people here, he must have met various people as well. That's how, he must have found someone with the power to alter the past. A Maiko. That word suddenly flashed across my mind. Zanaba has superhuman strength. The Maiko in Melis can read memories just by looking into her target's eyes. It wouldn't be strange if there's a Maiko with the power to alter the past. Has Orsted mentioned someone like that? He did a Maiko who can rewind an object's time. Rewinding an object's time. That's a little different from what I thought. Although it's not what I expected, the Maiko's power is undoubtedly related to time. However, the Maiko has an incredibly weak fate, and dies quickly as a result. And Shinohara Akihito saved the Maiko. Everything is clicking into place. Shinohara Akihito met the Maiko. In addition he met Orsted, and probably created a magic tool to amplify the Maiko's ability. Nanahoshi and Perogius created this powerful teleportation device. Cliff and Zanaba created the magic armor. It's the same thing. Then, using that ability, he altered the past. But, how is the teleportation's failure connected to this? That's just it? Nanahoshi turned to another page. There, written across the top, my future in case I can't return home. I considered that. I was looking for Shinohara Akihito, and he was looking for me. Well, it's only a hypothesis. I am unable to return now because I am supposed to return with Shinohara Akihito in the future. Or perhaps I can't return until some event comes to pass. Or maybe both. In other words, that's it. I'll put it in order. In the future. For some reason, a man named Shinohara Akihito was summoned. Shinohara collaborated with Orsted. However, it was impossible to win against Hitagami in that state. Upon investigating, he found the cause was in the past. Therefore, by amplifying the Maiko's power, he modified the past. Perhaps that's why I was summoned here. That's why Hitagami saw that he would be killed by my descendants in the future. So, the unknown person who was there with Orsted and my descendants was Shinohara Akihito. However, there's a problem. He had no way to return to his original world. So Shinohara Akihito borrowed the Maiko's power again. This time summoning Nanahoshi, who's dying to return home. And because of that, she made the teleportation magic circle. However, that might have been overdoing it. So, the entire Fedora region ended up disappearing. Thinking about it, I'm starting to get annoyed at this Shinohara Akihito guy. If this hypothesis is correct, the entire Fedora region was annihilated because Shinohara Akihito was selfish. Although it's only a hypothesis. No. I can't really blame him. It's possible that Shinohara Akihito was out of other options, his only choice might have been modifying the past. Doing something like that is dangerous, he may have chosen to modify the past in order to protect something important, even if it could cost him his life. When I came to this world, my number of important things increased. My wives, my children, my sisters. In order to protect them, I became Orsted's subordinate. Orsted turned out to be a surprisingly good guy, but I didn't know that at the time. I was sure I would be ordered to do inhumane things. And I'm sure I would have obeyed those orders, in order to protect my family. We might be the same in that regard. The only difference is what we consider important. I see. Then, Nanahoshi. If you assume your hypothesis is correct, what are you going to do? Well, until I play my part, it won't be possible for me to return home. I already finished the teleportation device. So there's nothing left for me to do. Her role. If Nanahashi's role is completing the teleportation device, then I wonder what my role is. Leading Orsted to victory? Or maybe my purpose is to kill Jisu, when all of our enemies are gathered at one point. Thinking about it, dealing with Jisu is my primary concern. Hitagami may have others besides Jisu hiding. But, I'm unable to return. So there must be something else I have to do. Alright. If I think about it, my purpose here must be to send Shinohara Akihito back to our original world in the future. Yeah. That's just it, isn't it? I made the device. But if he doesn't know how to use it, he can't return. Well. Yeah, even if there's a mono battery like me, it would be difficult to operate the device. It seems unlikely that Perogius would still be alive. But, this way of thinking, isn't it too much? It should be fine to make a manual or something. Or perhaps I'm already in the future. That could be problematic. If a time paradox occurs, it might not be possible to return. If Nanahoshi returns now, future Nanahoshi won't exist. If it's the future that's changing the past, then the future is the priority, so the magic device's operation might become ambiguous. But it might be impossible for me to survive another 80 years. Disease is always a risk. As Nanahoshi said that, she looked towards a teacup in the corner of the room. It's easy to forget, but Nanahoshi is already suffering from a chronic illness. A parallel world AIDS. Presently, the symptoms are suppressed by routinely drinking tea made from sokusu grass. However, she doesn't know when she'll contract another disease. Projecting 80 years into the future, her survival rate lowers. So what will you do? Therefore, Nanahoshi began to answer. Her solution. I'll request Perogius to stop my time. One of Perogius' servants, Tsukikito of Time. It's possible to stop time for whomever he touches. With that power, Nanahoshi can definitely survive. For a long time, though it's unlikely to last the entire time. Perogius won't be able to leave Tsukikito idle when Laplace revives. Laplace will revive in 80 years, 50 at the soonest. And, if Orsted cannot reach Hitagami without defeating Laplace, then Mr. Shinohara will help him. Nanahoshi will wake up at the perfect time. So, Rudius. I have a request for you. A request. I wonder what it is. You have to make sure Shinohara Akihito does not overlook my existence. I'll leave this book to you, to help you set up more teleportation sites. 3. After that, even though it's taboo, I want you to announce the existence of teleportation magic circles to the world and help advance its research. Will that be necessary? What if my hypothesis is incorrect? I mean, it would be strange if everything fit together just like that. 80% of it could be considered a delusion, there's no insurance. If my hypothesis is wrong, then 80 years later, I'll be able to return properly. That hypothesis seems pretty reliable. Even if it's slightly off, I feel like it's pretty much correct. But that's just it? It's not necessarily correct. Even if Shinohara was transferred to, it's not limited to just that. The reason Nanahoshi can't return might actually be due to a defect in the magic circle. Although we think it's perfect now, there might be some obscure problem that can't be resolved without a breakthrough. Of course, I plan to check on the situation several times a year, things might turn out differently. The situation can change. Her hypothesis isn't necessarily correct either. And, I want to help Nanahoshi return home to the best of my abilities. I also have a reason. I went through great pains to write the letter I entrusted to her. I understand. I nodded. Part 3. Afterwards.
That's a lot to take in. I on purpose didn't read chat just in case something happens in chat. Like, I got spoiled on Geese being an apostle by chat, so kind of avoided it for this one. But part of me doubts that other person would be. He probably did get teleported, but I think like Nanahoshi's like hypothesis is really it's a really really hard stretch. It's a pure hypothetical, and I just can't like. I can't see that being 100% right. Mushoku Tensei doesn't really do like the thing where it's like they introduce like a concept like guessed by a character, and in most anime or most series, usually that hypothesis is right. But Mushoku Tensei, that tends to not happen. It tends to be like a somewhat of a truth and not really. So I feel like him being summoned at a different time is probably correct. Whether or not he helped Orsted or not, or helps Orsted in the future, that's a different story. I don't think that happens. I don't think like him altering the past would be a thing. He said like that the help of a Maiko maybe. It might have to do with Orsted's like maybe if they met it might have to do with Orsted's like repeating loops or something. But I don't think like I don't think like I think he was transported, but I don't think he has anything to do, or not anything to do. Maybe he has something to do with the other people being transported, but I don't think that has anything to do with Nanahoshi like being prevented from teleporting over there. I don't think there's anything like they were summoned there at a specific time for a certain reason. I don't think that's the thing. I think it's purely just like I think it's probably just purely coincidence. Like honestly, like he could probably be summoned at any point in time in that world. They don't necessarily have to be like 5 years apart or 10 years apart or even 50 years apart. It could be like future, past, even present, but maybe he's just not doing much in this world to make himself noticeable. So, all right, let's see what chat thinks now. Yes, right on the money. All of that will be explained in the second to last chapter, I think. Yeah. Let's not spoil this for him. This is too good to be spoiled. It's uncoordinated, though. Nanahoshi teleported 10 years after Rudius. It could be a logarithmic scale. It could be, like, exponentially, like, changed. So, like, Rudius gets summoned first, then Nanahoshi, then the other person. But it could also be that dude gets summoned either really far into the future, like you said, like an exponential fucking, the time gap increases exponentially, or you already started with he already got teleported a long ass time ago, and at that point, like probably like in the Laplace War or whatever the fuck, maybe he got teleported then. Nothing really happened in his lifetime to add any real significance. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. So, yeah, I don't think he's like, I don't think he has any real significance to Nanahoshi not being able to be teleported. I think it purely has to do, the teleportation circle doesn't work at all with any beings who are not from that world. That's what I think. I think if and when Nanahoshi goes to Earth, she will go into the moment she teleported into the same time because her body's stuck in time. There's a lot of wibble wobbly, timey-wimey that is hard to explain. Yeah, it's like, this part's interesting, but it's not like, it's all hypotheticals, and like, until I actually see like the real reason for this shit happening, I don't think I'm too like, I don't think I'm gonna worry too much about it, but it is bringing up an interesting point that like, we have no clue what happened to that second person, or the third person, so yeah, it's very weird. Because she's on a different world, yeah. I love hypothetical stuff. Yeah, but it's like, when it's characters doing that and the author is in control of that conversation, like, it'd be stupid if that was like 1-for-1. You're right on the money with this, Nanahoshi. You got it. You got it 100%. You know, I don't think. No. Yeah, I don't. He introduced this hypothetical for a reason. The author introduced this hypothetical for a reason, and that reason is probably because it's partially correct. Whether that's him, whether that's the other person being teleported to that world, or something else. Whether it's like them being teleported to that specific time to change the past, or whether it's a Maiko just doing shit, or whether it's like, I don't know. But I think like there's some part of that hypothetical that's true, but we'll have to see, because like you guys said, like it happens in the second to last chapter, so I don't know. There's a problem that I have with Death Note. L is always right with his hypothesis. Yeah. Not everything is explained, even in real life. Not only him, almost everybody was right. Just can't prove it. Alright. Let's get on
We
with
tried
this.
again. Once again, after reviewing the magic device, we tried to send Nanahoshi home. There was no problem with the magic circle. Even after carefully examining it, there was no particular damage. But it was still impossible. As if it was being obstructed by someone, the mana supply was insufficient. Because I know it's not a problem on my end, unless Perogius is lying, it might really be interference from the future. Or it could be Hitagama's interference. Thus, Nanahashi's return ended in failure. No, I shouldn't really say it's ended. After the failure, Perogius announced Nanahoshi was put in chronostasis. I thought Perogius might object, but he readily accepted. After being asked to lend Tsukikito of time to put Nanahoshi to sleep, after seeing her inconsolable expression for a moment, he just muttered, "Is that so?" and consented. They might have discussed it beforehand. Regarding what would happen if it fails. Then, Rudius. Perogius-sama, for everything that happens from here on out, thank you in advance. That was the last thing Nanahoshi said before disappearing into her room. From this point on, she'll only wake up when Tsukikito of Time's magic is interrupted.
It's been great. It was a great time, Nanahoshi. It was a great time. Rip. Rip. Rip in chat. Apps in chat. She's gone. We probably won't see her again for the rest of the series. Big Satch. Fucking hell. Big F's. Big F's. Big F's. This is so sad. Oh. Oh my gosh. So sad. We won't see her again. There's no way we're gonna fucking see her again. There's no fucking way. Oh my gosh. She's gone. She's gone. That's the last we're gonna see her.
About once a month. When I think
There's
about
only
the fact
2
that I've
volumes
basically been
left.
estranged
I
from
doubt we
Nanahoshi for
see
the past
her.
few years, I don't really feel lonely. It's almost like she's going somewhere far away. I don't exactly feel lonely.
See you later,
but some of the
banana.
emotions are swirling about in my chest. I wonder what this feeling is. In any case, I don't feel very
She awakens
impressed.
once a month.
Rudius Guerre. While trying to sort out those feelings, I was about to leave the Sky Fortress, when Perogius called out to me. I hate the word fate. I'm not fond of it myself. That's a bit abrupt. I don't know why we're having such a talk now, but I agree. I don't like the idea of dancing on someone's palms. The idea of the future determining the past is ridiculous. I won't accept something like that. Perogius truly seemed to hate the idea, and looked towards the room Nanahoshi disappeared into. The very idea of it ridicules the past, and belittles the present. I won't accept it. Even though you say that so plainly, you readily lent your servant to Nanahoshi. Perogius let out a snort. Then fixed his eyes on me with a severe look. I believe the magic circle was defective. Nanahoshi seems to have already given up, but I will not. While she is asleep, I will complete the magic circle. I swear it on my title of Dragon King. Perogius seems motivated. Although his eyes look a little dark, they seem to have a fire lit in them. But unfortunately, I cannot match your aggregate magic power. Rudius Guerre. Lend me your power. I don't mind. However, Perogius-sama, why would you go that far for Nanahoshi? As I said that, Perogius' expression suddenly calmed. I guess he doesn't know why himself, and he's just looking towards the future. And, as if he suddenly had an idea, he raised his eyebrow. For the past, this is the future. It was the past just now. Chapter 237.
Fucking
Nana,
hell.
Chapter 230,
Fucking hell.
Chapter
Fuck
230.
off. Fuck off. Ah, I was at the beginning of part 3. Or part 4. Maybe part 3. Yeah, this is it. I hope they don't ban these vids for copyright. If it's for 10 seconds, they won't ban it for that. No, I mean the novels aren't copyright. These are fan translated web novels, and even the web novels aren't even copyright. It would be an issue if these were the straight up light novels, but these aren't. There's a reason why I'm not streaming where I didn't stream the light novels or anything. And there's a reason why I'm going to be using the web novels volumes 1 through 6 instead of the light novels 1 through 6 when I go through them. So, yeah, we're good. Don't worry about that.
I don't know why we're having such a talk now.
Although I did get a copyright claim on that Orsted meme for that last few seconds of that music, which is stupid. It's so stupid. But I don't care. I honestly don't care. What I am mad about is me changing the thumbnail for like a day, and right after me changing the thumbnail, the algorithm just didn't like that and started not recommending the video after that. That was something I am mad about, but I don't care about the copyright claims. I really don't. They just affect monetization. I don't care. And if it's like I'm not getting I don't get money from videos, so I don't give a shit. The main issue is just like the video not getting recommended to people, which is very frustrating, and I hate that. I guess I gotta just be content with the thumbnail I put out. I guess. I don't fucking know. Though I love these streams, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, the whole point of those videos is to get more people on these streams. I could say like, oh, join me on live streams after the meme, at the end of the meme, but I don't do that. It makes the meme really forced and stuff. I just encourage people to check out my channel with the memes. That's it. So, yeah. Fuck. Whatever.
I don't like the idea of dancing on someone's palms. The idea of the future determining the past is ridiculous. I won't accept something like that. Perogius truly seemed to hate the idea, and looked towards the room Nanahoshi disappeared into. The very idea of it but unfortunately, I cannot match your aggregate magic power. Rudius Rere. Lend me your power. I don't mind. However, Perogius-sama, why would you go that far for Nanahoshi? As I said that, Perogius' expression suddenly calmed. I guess he doesn't know why himself, and he's just looking towards the future. And, as if he suddenly had an idea, he raised his eyebrow. For the past, this is the future. It was the past just now. And now it's the future. I believe my pupil has made a foolish mistake, and want to correct it. Until Laplace's revival, this is just killing time. A foolish mistake? I guess, to Perogius, Nanahashi's behavior might be like a child sulking in bed. Even if it's useless right now, in the future something might change. It's wishful thinking. I understand. I'll cooperate. You have my thanks. Don't mind it. It was a comfortable exchange, and I couldn't help but let out a little laugh. Maybe, Nanahoshi might not return in my lifetime. But if, for some reason, she isn't able to return, there are people who care for her. Knowing that somehow makes me happy. Part 4. Just like that, Nanahoshi went to sleep. Until the future. I feel refreshed, my gloominess from before has lifted. A strange feeling remained. Perhaps, even without me, Nanahoshi can return in the future. Since my future self had a sad expression, without hearing her hypothesis, he must have assumed she committed suicide after hearing from Perogius. Well, whatever the case, that's one thing done. Perogius is going to continue with the research, though Nanahoshi might also do something in the future. Well, what's done is done. It's time to switch tracks. Nanahoshi is capable of thinking for herself, and choosing her own path. I also have things I have to do. Alright. The next place on the list is Sword God Gulfarian. Let's go with Eris and 2 other people. Simple is best. Though I'm a little uneasy going without backup, I've heard that the Holy Land of Swords doesn't have many bright guys. It's full of guys that have discussions with their fists. But, before that, I need to report
I
to
can't
Woodstock.
remember, but wasn't there a
Nanahoshi
suspicion that the
Although
sword
you might have already
god
heard her
would be
hypothesis,
a
nevertheless,
apostle?
I have to report the outcome. While thinking so, I headed towards Orsted's office on foot.
Can't remember.
Chairman Rudius. Thank you for your hard work.
I remember
When I
there's
entered the lobby,
being
the
something
receptionist
like
girl
that
laughed.
at some
This
point.
child is energetic. The president is waiting for you.
Kind of
in the
wish Rudy would be like a half
replying,
demon
I
or
entered the
become
president's office.
immortal and live
After
longer.
entering,
It might
I
be
closed the
during
door,
like
took his hands
volume
with my feet shoulder
18 or
width apart,
something like
and
that,
put
where
my
there
hands
was like
behind
a
my back.
suspicion about
As
that.
always, I bowed to Orsted, who was sitting at his desk. There is a report. Let's hear it. Nanahashi's return failed. She believes the cause is in the future. Perogius lent her Tsukikito of time to sleep until then. I see. Orsted slowly removed his helmet. Then placed his hand on his temple and let out a long sigh. What did Perogius say? That he believes the failure was caused by a defect in the magic circle, and that he will improve the magic circle in order to return Nanahoshi. Is that it? And that the past cannot be determined by the future. That's right. That sounds like something Perogius would say. Orsted's voice somehow sounded more muffled in emotion than usual. No, as usual, his voice is level and he has a sour look. You've heard about Nanahashi's matter. What are you going to do? For the time being, I'll gradually consider Nanahashi's matter. I think I should head to the sword god, Gulfarian. As usual, I would like to request the details. I see. I've already compiled information regarding Gulfarian. Orsted retrieved a stack of papers from a cabinet. Preparations are good this time. I'd be fine just talking, but this is good too. Shouldn't compiling these kinds of documents be my role? No, it's too late for that. I shall gratefully accept this. Everything is written in this document. Avoid fighting Gulfarian. Yes. After that. Suddenly, Orsted shifted his line of sight. I'm tempted to look as well. There, stones are lined up in a row. Although they look like tombstones, they're the communication lithographs I've installed in various locations. At the bottom of each lithograph, the name of the installation location is written. Azura Kingdom, Milis, Auriua Kingdom, doing well, the Magic Continent, the number has increased quite a bit. This is less like a president's office and more like a server room. Orsted's gaze was directed to a certain point. One of the lithographs emitted a pale light. That lithograph corresponded to the one in Adolf's fortress. The letter was brief. Kisirika Kishirisu has been captured. Logic might be a bit loose here, needs a double check. Orsted. Never noticed.
I guess we're not going to the sword god as of yet.
Chapter 238, a second. 1. Part 1. Fort Necros, located in the Gaslow region of the Demon Continent. 2. Deep within the most impregnable fortress in the Demon Continent, within a dungeon seldom used was a prisoner. Grrrrrrrrrrr. This prisoner had shackles around their hands, balls, and chains around their legs, and was wearing pajamas with blue and white stripes. It was a miserable sight.
R.
The growl resounding throughout the prison was originating from the depths of the prisoner's stomach. One might say the sound of displeasure was proof the prisoner did not think of their present situation as comfortable. Alternatively, the prisoner was just hungry. Out. Suddenly, the prison door was opened along with two daunting men clad completely in pitch-black armor entering. They made the prisoner stand and took them outside the prison, the ball and chains making scraping sounds as they were dragged along. Yet the prisoner showed no sign of heeding the balls and chains, apparently having a surprising amount of strength. Being led by the Black Knights, the criminal exited the prison. Past a long corridor and up a passage of stairs, the prisoner had arrived at an audience hall. Hurry up. The prisoner had their back shoved as if receiving a verdict and staggered their way into a circular plaza surrounded by violet candle stands. Raising their head, the prisoner saw a throne, the throne that the prisoner once sat upon that a demon king now did. Adolf. The female demon king was clad in pitch-black armor. The moment the prisoner saw her, the prisoner's face dyed with anger. What meaning is this? The prisoner shouted from the bottom of her stomach. Maybe due to there being nothing in her stomach, her voice left a strong echo. I follow, he is who's stronger than me. Just like with Laplace and after, that's all. In response, the most feared demon king on the demon continent glared at the criminal, almost becoming irritated. How wretched, Necros would roll over in his grave. Father said that I should live however I want to. That is simply because you listen not to what anyone speaks. He merely gave up because you can only live selfishly anyway. I'm not an idiot. The demon king roared. But the criminal didn't care for her anger, only sneering with an aloof face. You are. You've always been a giant idiot and you even know that. You know that you bite at the bait right in front of your eyes without a thought in the world. I do not. Kalman said I was clever. He said I had good memory. Oh, but Adolf. The criminal made a declaration to the demon king using words that shouldn't have been said. It's not but flattery. The demon king snapped. She was hair-raisingly angry. The surrounding black knights clung onto her, but were promptly flung about. But the black knights wouldn't succumb, grouping up and stopping the demon king in her tracks. The demon king flailed her arm about while declaring the death sentence for the prisoner. You bitch. Die. I'll kill you. Die again. Het. Try learning arithmetic or such if it is so irritable. Ogea. The criminal further provoked the demon king, who mustered all her strength and forced back the black knights. Lord Kisirika, please cease this. Please do not provoke Lord Adolf any further. Shut up. This one followed you lot because you told this one you would feed this one something good and all this one gets is poor treatment. This one shan't he feel better until this one has said at least that much. Yes, the criminal had fallen for a trap, deceived. She had been lured by the words, Miss, we'll give you something yummy, so come with us for a moment, by men who had stripped off their trademark black armor, and had fallen into a trap. Yes, there was bait dangling right in front of her eyes, she followed along without a thought in the world, and she fell into a pitfall. The promise had been broken, the criminal was given nothing delicious of the sort. In the first place, this one has yet to hear the reason why this one has been taken captive. What has this one done? This one has done no misdeed of the sort. Then, the criminal's hands began to fidget and rub together. She had far too many misdeeds that came to mind. Thinking about them, the criminal had the delusion that she had done nothing but bad things, her hands stained in wrongdoings. It was natural for someone to be angry at her. But the demon king declared. You haven't done anything bad. Her anger had settled in just a few seconds. Leaving aside if it were someone else, the demon king knew there was little meaning in getting angry at this particular criminal. Then for what purpose? Even you are not so spiteful a person to imprison this one over nothing. The times when you do this are the times when you're mistaken or when you've been deceived by someone. Then, the criminal had realized something. That must be it. You've been tricked by someone again. You're wrong. I'm not being tricked. All those deceived speak such. Very well. Tell this one everything about it. There's still time left before it is unrecoverable and this one shall help. So won't you take these monocles off? The criminal presented her monocles in front of her. The Demon King, in response, faced the fading day after tomorrow. 3. Deception is done through conversation, but that isn't what we did. We fought each other. After the battle, I admitted defeat. You lie. As if someone who hates losing as much as you would admit defeat openly. The man I lost to and recognize, is him. The Demon King pointed. There, was a magician wearing a grey robe with an evil expression. It was a lecherous face that looked like he had 3 women serving upon him. Alternatively, it was also likely the man was just smiling with all his might. Why you are, Rubens. Close, but not quite. See, certainly with the amount of mana you possess,
Rubens!
even Adolf might. The criminal was overcome with
Rubens!
terror. She had met this magician just 2 times in the past. The first time they had met, she had laughed at his disgusting amount of mana, and the second time, she had laughed at the magic power that could repel a demon king. There was no laughing the third time. She couldn't laugh at the man who made Adolf submit and at the man who captured her. Heh. The magician laughed while quietly overlooking her. Truth is, there's something I want to give you, you see. Www, what is it? A requiem. Heh, it's something much better. The magician was brimming with joy and made a bright smile. Th, this one will be tricked not. Humans always do such. They try to trick this one by using sweet words. The criminal offered resistance, but there was no escape. Her voice was trembling and she was holding down her groin that was on verge of losing control while seeking refuge in a fluff, something sticking to them like mold. This eerie sight, dangerous color, and sweet aroma drifting from them caused the criminal's hair to stand on end. What are those? What do you intend to do with them? Heh, these, you see, are for this. The magician picked one out by the hand and drew it near Kishirika's mouth. Simultaneously, 2 black knights seized the criminal so that she couldn't move a muscle. Say SST. ST. Stop the riot. Rudia's perspective. Kishirika Kishiras, the great emperor of the demon realm, was crying while eating the donuts I brought. So such a wonderful thing existed in the world, these wonders. They were donuts made with eggs and sugar procured from the holy country of Melis. The producer, Aisha Grere. A while back, she had heard from Nanahoshi that there was a food like this and had taught herself how to make them. Our meals at home are made using plenty of oil, so gathering the ingredients was simple. This one knows not what to say. Mayhaps this one was born to happen upon this flavor. Kishirika had looked like she was in a bad mood when she arrived in the audience hall, but it looked long cured by now. Must be the magic of donuts. When we're having the donuts sampled, Roxy had tried some too and the result was exceptional. I'm not sure I've ever seen Roxy look so happy before. I, at least, can't make her produce such a happy-looking expression. No, I was the one who made the route to Melis to replenish stocks. Therefore, it could be said I was the cause of that happy expression. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I'm making Roxy very happy. With donuts that Aisha made. Regardless, donuts have the magic power to render demons powerless. Oh. But that magic power was limited since the magic worked on
Yeah,
the
my
caste
video
system.
was on point.
Kishirika had finished eating 12 donuts and was making a sorrowful expression. Is there no more? There isn't. If you were to give this one a second helping, this one would grant anything you desire. Those are the words I wanted to hear. I spoke with a smile, and Kishirika made an expression of realization and tightly embraced her own body.
Gosh.
KH. So you're after this one's body. No matter how many delicious things you feed this one's body is baddies. But being allowed to eat such deliciousness. KH. I'm abstinent for the time being, so I'll pass. I see. Enduring it does not do wonders for one's body, you know. Even if I were unable to endure it, I would ask my wives. Wives? Oh, is that so? You were already married. Goodness gracious, humans grow so quick. Now then, for the issue at hand. I came here today just to ask this. Since Kishirika will reward whoever gives her food, I went out of the way to have donuts made. To start, I wish for you to find a man named Jisoo using your power. HOH, Jisoo. Yes, his characteristics are. I told Kishirika Jisoo's detailed characteristics and what was thought to be his real name that was written in the letter. HRMM, I feel like I've heard about this fellow somewhere. One moment. Kishirika, her mouth still dirty, began moving her eyes around. Her eyes were transforming like a clattering slot machine and suddenly stopped at a certain moment. They were one of Kishirika's magic eyes, clairvoyance. She examined the air with them and began viewing somewhere else with a frown. HOH. That. Oh, looks good. Kishirika mumbled, her gaze roaming. And once again, at a certain timing, Kishirika came to a sudden halt. Found him. It was in no time at all. The kingdom of Biharil, the eastern tip of the northern lands. He is speaking with someone in a forest. Good gracious, such a villainous face. Kishirika bent even more forward while letting out an he laughter. Now then, he is speaking to. Instantly, Kishirika's expression dimmed. I can't see anymore. Kishirika made a serious expression, a complete change from a moment ago, and she closed her eyes. She faced toward the sky while keeping her eyes closed, as if resting them. But after a short while, she slowly opened them. This feeling. That must be it. The one you are fighting against currently is Hitagame, isn't it? In a complete contrast to her usual self, she was giving off a quiet impression almost like a different person. That's right. To fight Hitagame means, in other words, you are follower to the dragon god, are you not? Right. HRRMMM. Kishirika folded her arms and tightened her jaw. It was a forced thinking pose. Several seconds later, she again looked up at the sky as if gazing at the moon. Although currently it was noon, the weather was good, only clouds were passing by. And Adolf, you are following this man. Yet. Then, mayhaps this is divine will. There wasn't a trace left of her usual playful atmosphere, almost like a sage. I wonder how that happened. Did the donuts go down the wrong pipe? Lord Kisirika, you know of Hitagame. Indeed. This one has history with him. Honestly, this one thought the connection was already gone. History you say? 'Tis nothing much. A mere 4,200 years ago, this one was used, both this one and Betty, by Hitagame, who wanted to kill Laplace. 4,200 years ago. Ah, around the Second Human-Demon War. If I recall, the fighting god and dragon god had fought. Indeed. Betty, clad in the fighting god armor in order to protect me, fought with Laplace, the demon dragon king. His Majesty Badigati had. I suppose the truth just revealed could be called shocking. So the man behind the fighting god was Badigati? Orsted never told me anything like that. The fighting god armor being lost is an old tale. However, best be cautious if Badigati appears. Even now, a part of him feels indebted to that damn Hitagame. Mayhaps he will rally with the enemy. Understood. It's not that I want to fight with the cheerful demon king. But him becoming an enemy is something I need to keep in mind. If possible, I want him to have long forgotten this debt and become my ally. Well, for someone who has turned Adolf ally, this one believes you should be able to deal with the current Betty, but
I'm
please
not
kill
gonna
him not if
watch
you can help it.
Natalie Hunter's
Their family. Demons may be big-hearted,
audio
but I doubt
reading.
they would sit back and be
I'm
quiet over
not.
family being killed regardless of the circumstances. Very well. To begin with, I don't think I could kill him so simply, honestly. Indeed.
One
Tenacity is
thing,
a saving
personal
grace for immortal
preference.
demons, so has it.
I don't like the
Kisirika
voice
said,
too much.
glancing
I
at
don't
Adolf.
like her voice too much.
Adolf
I
was
don't
making a
know.
confident
A
expression,
lot of people
but I
like her
think that it probably
voice.
wasn't a compliment.
I can't get behind
Also,
it.
come just a
It's
bit
whatever.
Kisirika beckoned.
Another thing,
Lured by that, I approached her. She
I
had her
don't
hand close
like
to her mouth,
using other
so it was likely a secret
YouTubers' content
conversation.
as the main
Move your face
thing.
just a little closer. What is it? Here, splosh. Kisirika suddenly thrust her fingers into my left eye and I felt a sharp
You
pain.
get what I mean.
Gaia. I reflexively tried to escape to behind, but Kisirika had a hold on my hair and I couldn't. I'm wearing the Mark II magic armor, so why can't I escape? It hurts, it hurts. Oh, actually, it's probably best to not run from this. Oh. You became docile. I accepted Kisirika's action. It did hurt, and was giving me a splitting headache. I understood what she was doing by suddenly shoving in her finger and fiddling around. It's the second time, after all. It's over. Finally, Kisirika pulled out her fingers. Pain still remained in the eye as well as a sense of blindness. But I understood all too well that I didn't lose my eyesight. One gift in exchange for something delicious is this one's personal rule. This eye makes the second. I was kneeling before Kisirika on one knee while holding the eye that was in pain. This one has no concern in this battle, but this one has just a slight history with Hitagame. This one is a freebie and farewell gift. I took off my hand and my vision was doubled, and as if one eye had been left in the palm of my hand, it was seeing completely different scenery. It made my head hurt. Clairvoyance. An eye only for seeing the distant, but this one is sure you'll find use of it.
Yeah, that's definitely useful.
I
Fucking
promptly closed
hell.
my right eye and gathered mana in my left eye. Adjusting the mana just like when using the foresight eye, I tried to see far away. I was overlooking Ford Necros's entrance from the audience hall. There, a black knight had his helmet off and was scratching the top of his head. I moved my sight even more. When I gathered mana, the sky soared through my vision. Like a camera that can zoom in endlessly, I steadily kept soaring. I could see a crater, and in the crater was a town, but I couldn't see the entirety of
Fucking
the town.
hell.
I put in more mana to view ever further, but stopped at a mountain. I could view the fine details of the mountain rocks, and a great king land tortoise yawning, but that was all. When there's an obstacle in the path, my gaze will be obstructed there. Ceasing the flow of mana, my sight returned to my original position. All it can do is simply view far away. I can't call it easy to use even in flattery, but it's by no means bad. This one is sure that you at present can even accustom yourself to using two magic eyes simultaneously. Thank you very much. I expressed my gratitude to her in honesty. Indeed. Well then, Rudius. If you find yourself troubled again, you may rely on this one. As long as it has naught to do with Hitagame, I will aid you. Kisirika took off her monocles and cut the chains attached to her legs with a chop. Moreover, she ripped off her blue-striped pajamas, returning to her usual bondage outfit. Then, she made a powerful jump. Farewell. This one BFH. Kisirika landed face first. Because Adolf had a tight hold on her leg. Hold it? What is it? You even interrupted this one's outstandingly cool exit scene. Kisirika glared at Adolf while blood poured out of her nose. Adolf undauntedly looked down over Kisirika. Listen to my request. What is this? This one won't listen to the person who suddenly captured this one and tossed this one into a prison. Hands off, shoo, shoo. Kisirika wiped her nosebleed while shooing Adolf away with her other hand. But, Adolf showed no mind to this and grabbed Kisirika by the collar. The bondage outfit was stretched tight and the apex of Kisirika's small breasts were exposed to all. Oh. No, Rudius the abstinent won't be tempted by such a. KH. Tell me where Earl and Alex are. Rudius needs strong men, right? They should be able to prove their worth. This one told Rudius but a moment ago. Moreover, this one even gave him a magic eye as a special service. Any more is out of the question. Earl and Alex. I wonder who they are. I'm sure they'll have some use since Adolf is saying so, though. Tell me. This one doesn't wanna. But Kisirika wasn't listening. Still, I learned Jisu's location. I may not know what he's up to, but even if it's an unreasonable request, I want to increase my allies. The more allies, the better. Unreasonable? Ah, that's right. I had this, didn't I? I recalled the existence of the sinister skull ring on my finger Randolph's ring. Miss Kisirika, Miss Kisirika. Please take a look at this. Oh, what's this? This one finds it familiar, but where? It's Randolph's wish. Oh, Randolph. This one has remembered. That is that fellow's ring. Kishirika's reaction was dramatic. To be specific, her complexion went deathly pale. Yes, his wish. Because this one has become indebted to him, because this one is extremely indebted to him. Why is that each time he aids this one, you can just eventually repay me, eventually, kahuhu, with that laugh. Each time this one sees that smile, this one trembles in fear over what he might request. You'll be even with this. Truly. For true. Then, but a moment. Kishirika again stared into the air. The search time took only a few seconds. What a handy search engine she is. Earl, I cannot tell. I believe he is somewhere around Azura, but whether he is in an area with dense mana or using a magic eye seal, it is blurred. Alex is walking upon a road. His course leads him to the kingdom of Beharrel. Big Harrel again. Is this coincidence? Adolf nodded in approval over the part I was thinking about. I see, then just perfect. Rudius, if you head to Beharrel, search for a man named Alexander. He should be helpful. What kind of person is he? He's Kalman III, the North God. Oh, Kalman III the North God. He's one of the people I had thought of calling out to if I found him. So his name was Alexander? I was under the impression his name was Kalman. Huh. But wait, why is he going to Beharrel? Why to where Jisu is? Is it coincidence? Sounds like a trap. Yep, it's a trap. Alright, is that all? This one is going now, okay. No one will grab this one's legs, waist, or shoulders,
Don't
right?
bother putting spoilers in the
farewell.
chat, please.
Fa-ha-ha-ha-ha. Fa-ha-ha-ha-ha. Fa-ha-fa-ha-fa-ha. While I was worried and Adolf was standing behind me with her arms folded, she left behind a Doppler effect and the loud laughter disappeared into the distance. Was getting caught on purpose?
Oh,
As ever,
okay.
she's a person like the Tempest.
That's...
Regardless, I've obtained Jisu's whereabouts and clairvoyance.
Okay.
Part 2. I bid farewell to Adolf and returned to Sharia. I've caught wind of where Jisu is, but at the same time, I also obtained information that North God Kalman III, one of the 7 world powers, is heading toward the same place. All I have is a bad premonition about it. Then, what to do? Should I move to speak to the Sword God? Would it be best to move out before Jisu can speak to Kalman III, make Kalman an ally, and quickly defeat him? The latter is better for removing enemies and increasing allies, but if Jisu perceives my coming, he'll just run right away. Since not running would mean he already has his fighting force in order, the former would be better. I should still scout it out first. In addition, I should prevent escape, arrange a force, and corner him with certainty. It's a pity Kishirika had gone. Were she here, I would have a more detailed account on the situation. I suppose I couldn't just somehow keep that handy search engine around forever. With these thoughts in mind, I had made it home. Oh, welcome back Naya. You came back at the perfect time Nano. There were 2 unusual people here, Rania and Persna. They were sitting on my home's living room sofa as if they owned the place. No, that's not actually accurate. Sitting as if she owned the place was Eris. Rania and Persna had their heads placed on Eris's lap and were being caressed behind their ears. They were completely and utterly docile. Welcome back. Thank you. Eris, upon seeing me, did not stop her hand and continued stroking. Boss, I have a report Naya. And it's good news Nano. The 2 said while not getting up. They were purring like they were extremely comfortable. They've already been completely tamed, it seems. Here Nano. Persna, still lying down, passed me a piece of paper. What an attitude. I don't actually mind, though. A report came from the East Naya. A demon with green hair that was the spitting image of the doll, with a jewel on his forehead a Superd was sighted. That's what's written on it Naya 4. Oh, at last. I took the paper and read through it. On it was written a concise report of the finding. It looks like a certain country's trader had done business with a man. Near him was a stick with a white handle wrapped in a cloth and he wore a metal-plated headband. He was clad in a heavy robe and wore his hood low, but having gotten a glimpse under the robe due to a strong wind, the man was wearing something like a native dress identical to the doll's. Apparently he had bought medicine while trying to avoid attention. They didn't know what kind of medicine he purchased, but his appearance resembled Rudyard's. What? Having read to the end, my eyes stopped on the final line. Location cited, the Kingdom of Beharrel, half a day west from the 2nd largest town of IRL. A village near the Land Dragon Forest Valley. Beharrel. Hearing it 3 times in one day, even someone as dense as me will get it. So that's how it is. Jisu, North God Kalman III, and Rudyard. It can't be a coincidence at this stage. Something is definitely about to happen in the Kingdom of Beharrel. Or rather, Jisu is trying to make something happen. Even this letter might be a trap laid by Jisu. Maybe he will use Rudyard as a shield, or just maybe even Rudyard has been made an enemy. It's too early to tell, but there is one thing I do know. If there is a possibility that Rudyard will be exposed to danger, even if Rudyard is being used as bait to lure me in, then I have to go. The preparatory phase is over. The time for the decisive battle has come. Chapter title is upon, can be read as second or two less. It's more.
Yeah. And that's it. Oh my gosh, what a way to end it. It's been a while. It has been a while. That was beautiful. That was a good volume. That was a good volume. I like that one better than volume 21. I like that one better. I like this one better. Check the illustrations. All right. Okay, that's Get volume 23. Alright. Alright. So, the last one's a spoiler. Alright. So you got this one. Cute. Cute. 1, 2, 3. Three more to go, including this one. Alright. That's good. I don't think we saw that one. And that one's beautiful. I assume we don't go any further. So. Alright. Nice. Do you want to see the colored versions? I'm good. Yeah, that one with Eris is probably, yeah, light novel extra. Look, the blue one. Oh. Oh, that one. Yeah. That one. That's pretty cool, not gonna lie. When again, I'll probably be doing a gaming stream later tonight. It probably won't be a VOD though. Depends on how I feel about it. It'll probably be a Genshin Impact stream. I still have yet to do the Archon quests, so I'll be doing that as well as catching up with a few other stuff. As for volume 23, or I'll just call it volume 24. As for the volume 24 live stream, that's please at the same time. We'll do tomorrow at 10. We'll do tomorrow. So tomorrow at 10 Eastern. So same time tomorrow. Same time tomorrow. I'll be streaming again. Yeah. So yeah, that's the. Yeah, tell us your theories. All right. If you have some. I think Geese is using Rugier as bait 100% to bring Rudius over there. I think the North God will eventually become Rudius's ally, but I think it'll take some time. And of course Rugier is going to be his ally. I think this operation will go pretty smoothly. I think Geese will have like a few strong people, but I feel like with a Toph, Eris, Rudius, Orsted, I don't think Geese stands a chance. So yeah. Next one is pretty much the end. Last volume short. Okay. So maybe tomorrow we might. Actually, no. Tomorrow, the volume 23 is super long. Let me check how long volume 23 is real quick. Just give me a second here. Volume 23 is how long? Oh shit, I don't. Let me try to get it. '23. There we go. Download. Right. With that downloaded, I will go here. Downloads. And I can already tell this is a way bigger fucking volume just by the size of the Holy shit, this is a long. Okay, yeah, we're gonna take our time with this next one. Yeah. Big volume, huge volume. Fucking hell. That's a big one. Yeah. Yeah, 23 is kind of long. Yep, big web novel. We'll start tomorrow. Depends though. Do y'all want me to work on like a video or something and not focus on the streams too much? Or how do you want me to go about this? Because last weekend I focused on making a video, but I didn't really spend too much time making it. I was instead watching the entirety of Stranger Things season 4, 5, 4, 4. You could spread it out across a few streams, to be honest. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna go through the entire thing tomorrow. This depends on what kind of video. I'm thinking the next one's probably gonna be a ReZero video. Gonna get back to the non-meme videos. Because I can't really come up with a decent meme to come up with. I can't really come up with a decent topic to make a meme on. So, yeah. I think the next video is probably going to be me talking about my favorite episodes of ReZero, which are episodes, like the last 3 episodes or so of Season 2, Part 1. I need streams, novel, or no, anime. Meme vid is always shit. ReZero is great. It's good. It's not as good, but it's good. The novel, you mean? Maybe. I don't know. It's weird. It's a really weird fucking volume. I can't get past it. There's too much politics. I find the politics in Mushoku Tensei to be really boring. And I find the politics in ReZero to also be very boring. So the beginning of Arc 5 was not the most appealing for me. You'll have at least 3 memes after the first half of the next volume and even more at the end. That's if I can come up with a way to make a good meme out of it, though. So, I don't know. You might see like a few memes just posted on the community posts from me occasionally. Just, yeah. I don't know. You can. ReZero is the best isekai when it comes to novels, but I personally like Mushoku Tensei more. Oh yeah, you can make a good one. I don't know. I feel like I want to make a video that's a little longer. I also there was I'll show you what I mean. Just a second. Go to my channel. So there were these string of videos that I have that there's these string of videos I have. You see it with my thoughts on ReZero. I went through the first 3 or so episodes of season 2. Then the following one I went through episodes 4 through 6, and then episodes 7 through 9. I want to go through episodes 10 through 13, the first half, because I find the second half to be a little boring, not boring, but not as good. But these next few episodes are really good in my opinion. I think they're masterclass episodes in terms of writing. And then it kind of falls flat later, but I can do so much talking about it. I don't think it's going to be a heavily edited video, but I feel like just having a video out there, finally closing it off, is something that I want to do. Also, your chat doesn't send links. Can you do something to fix that? Here's the thing. I get spammed a lot with bots and shit. So I prefer not to do that. So yeah, just dropping by to say hello. It's already 18 past midnight here, so I'll be going to sleep. Good night. I'll probably be streaming later today. So, yeah. Or what, if he can run away with Rem in season 1? If stories from ReZero, I'm already aware of the if stories. I do not care. I already know what happens in them, so I don't care about covering them. Like if I send an energy link, it doesn't send. Yeah, it's to prevent spam and messy links. It's how it works. So yeah, sorry. I'm not gonna disable that. Because I've been getting shady links from people in my videos. I delete them almost immediately, but there are a few comments where people send fishy links and shit. And yeah, I prefer to leave that off for these streams. They dope though. The if stories are not that dope in my opinion. I don't know. Man, back to face cam. Especially Wrath. I agree with that one. Wrath is really good. I agree with that one. I agree with you. Wrath is probably the best ReZero if story. But nothing comes close to like the episodes 10 through 13 of ReZero, in my opinion. I don't think any of them come close. I honestly think that I don't think there has been an anime episode of Mushoku Tensei that has reached as much hype as I felt in those episodes of ReZero. I don't think there has been. If you read them, they kind of are. All right. Yeah. There's like, I've been really, I was really passionate about ReZero till Mushoku Tensei came out. And while I was making those videos, I was blind to see a lot of faults with the series. A lot of faults. I need to rewatch those episodes again before I make the video though. So I'll probably still, a Turning Point 2 of being as good as the last, as being as good as those last few episodes. Here's the thing though, I was already spoiled about them though. I was already spoiled about Turning Point 2. I read ahead in the manga, and I already knew about Turning Point 2. I knew coming into it what it was going to be about. And it didn't reach nearly the same amount of hype for me. That's my own doing. But if I didn't read spoilers, I still don't think I would have had nearly the same amount of emotional impact as I felt then. Because like, even reading the manga, it was just like a what the fuck moment. And it didn't have nearly the same amount of character impact at the time as ReZero did. Everything in ReZero's the last few episodes, everything was thrown at you all at once with like, in terms of like characterization and like storytelling. Everything was thrown at you at once. Mushoku Tensei, a really big plot point happened, and then the effects of that dragged on. Now that's good over time, but I still believe that ReZero's last few episodes of Season 2, Part 1 are extremely fucking good. Who do you think is better character, Rudy or Subaru? I think Subaru. I think Subaru is a better character, but I still think I like the supporting cast in Mushoku Tensei a lot more. They're really close though. The main characters are really close. I think everything has flaws if you look hard enough. These are really big flaws. You see them a lot in Season 2, Part 2, and I didn't like Season 2, Part 2, like, a lot at all. Like, I find Season 2, Part 1 to be, like, it has moments of being a 10 out of 10 show, but, like, its faults make it, like, a 9 out of 10, and I'm being generous. The season 2 part 2, it's a low 7. It's a really low 7 for me. Personally, for me, Rudy, that's fair. I think manga can still present some themes better than the anime. I agree. Turn point 2 is probably the least impactful to the series from the point of view of the audience. Yeah. Once we get to season 2 for Mushoku Tensei, we'll have better moments than those ReZero episodes. But as of right now, the anime hasn't had an episode that is nearly as impactful to me as the last 3 or so episodes of season 2 part 2 of ReZero. Bro, so much was skipped from the novel in ReZero. I don't care, dude. The anime adaptation's perfectly fine in terms of the amount of content that they've shown, except in season 2 part 2. But I'm not gonna go through that. Can you send an original link? This is for the for this. It has the colored stuff. Let me go change the stream settings real quick. Yeah, like I'm a rem simp. That's unfortunately for most of you who are probably Amelia simps. I'm a rem simp, so anyways, talk Mushoku Tensei. I'll probably stick with Mushoku Tensei until the very end of the readings. So yeah. I don't think. Can I change it? Okay. Show all comments. Alright. Alright, you should be able to send links now. It says I just enabled it to show all comments, so you should be good. I like Rem better too. So you didn't like you should sure since it's pure politics. What the fuck is that? I don't understand that comment. Sylphie simp here, baby. Aisha simp here. How much longer do you have to be an Aisha simp? Good question. Good question. I'll get back to you on that. So that live stream was May 25th, so June 25th. I have 21 days. 3 weeks. 3 weeks of being an Aisha simp. I hate this. I hate this so much. Anyway. Sylphie better than... I agree with you on that. It didn't go... Oh. Well, then I can't help you with that. Well, I forgot about the Aisha thing. You love this. Without spaces, let's see if this goes. Because I didn't see geese coming at all. Yeah. Yeah, this... Okay. I hate this. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like... As for future content in this channel, I had a great idea for a video, an AMV, for Mushoku Tensei Volume 24. Now, I know that has its fair share of AMVs, really good AMVs. And, like... The problem is every single AMV always does a fucking Orsted fight. And, to be honest, I don't think that's a good highlight to do an AMV on. I really don't. I feel like Oldius's story is better to do an AMV on that by itself than any part of Mushoku Tensei, let alone the Orsted shit. To be fair, nobody spoiled the geese saying you figure it out yourself. I don't know about that. There were some leads. And we have to say to you that you were wrong. I think the smallest hint is enough for people to figure stuff like this. Yeah, it really was. There's some from Olius, I think. So it's a spoiler because someone pointed it out. Yeah. So I had this idea of an AMV. The problem is doing illustrations for it. I am not talented with drawing at all, and I need visuals for this shit. So whether I hire illustrators, that's another story. I think that's a waste of money in my opinion. I could just abandon the project if that's the case. I'd rather not spend any money on making this YouTube channel for like, unless I make money from YouTube. I don't want to spend any money making I don't want to spend any money on the YouTube channel. Because I'm being paid minimum wage, and I don't think that's a big priority for me. I don't think this channel deserves to have my minimum wage go into it. Not deserves, but I don't think it's a good priority. So the guy who made the Rudy versus Orsa, if nobody pointed it out, he'd be like Pikachu face when it would be revealed. The guy who made for Turning Point 4, Volume 24 for Turning Point 4, some of the best battles are in the next volume. Proper fights. Don't waste your money. No, it's not. Yeah. So I really wanted to do an AMV on this specific, on Oldius's story, with this specific son. And I don't like how there's every single person who's made a really good AMV of Mushoku Tensei light novels, they're Japanese. They're Japanese, so they use Japanese music. And when you can't understand the lyrics, it doesn't have as big of an impact. So I thought that this would be a good song to do it with. Do this. There you go. So I found this song. I've known about this song for a while, but then I just realized, oh shit, it matches this story so fucking well. So I'm going to go through this. I'm gonna have, first off, I'm gonna make sure I have chat next to me as I go through this, because I'm probably not gonna make this video, but I might as well like go through the lyrics of this thing just to give you an understanding of how I'd make this video if I made it at all. So I think this is entertaining enough to warrant being on the stream. Oldius versus Eris' death. That would be part of this. Anyway, let's go here, and here. Is the live stream good? Yes, it is. Okay. On a cobweb afternoon, in a room full of emptiness, by a freeway I confessed, I was lost in the pages of a book full of death. I was thinking right here it'd be something like current Rudius looking through the Oldius' story on his diary. and it really is like this part doesn't really match, but honestly, it's probably the only thing that doesn't match in this entire song. And you can honestly glance over a few things like that in an AMV. It's not too big of a deal. Uh, Reading how we'll die alone. We'll meaning Oldius and Rudius die alone. He really did. And if we're good, we'll lay to rest anywhere we want to go. Good meaning not following Hitogami's plot at all. I feel like that was like... Hold up. So bare bone structure is already there. Is that the research? What the fuck? Okay, anyway. In your house, I long to be room by room patiently. I'll wait for you there like a stone. I feel it, and from here, transitioning into here, I wanted to have a flash transition between current Rudius reading the diary, into Oldius' story, starting with Sylphie. This is being from Sylphie's perspective, finding out that Rudius slept with a bitch, basically, like just went out there, had sex with someone else just for the sake of it, you know. And like, in your house, I want to be room by room patiently. I'll wait for you there like a stone. I'll wait for you there alone. Animating that not animating, but having still images really, like, I really want to storyboard this, but I don't want to embarrass myself. I have a clear vision of this fucking paragraph, this phrase. Anyway. And on my deathbed, I will pray to the gods. Flashing back to Rudius's perspective here. After she leaves on this line here, you can listen to this song by yourself. It's a good song. I recommend it. And on my deathbed, I will pray to the gods and the angels. Oh, hold up. I need to catch up. Well, sorry for reminding. Oh, that's good, bro. There's illustrations. There's not enough though. Like, I want there's not enough illustrations. I really want to get my vision across here. I need so many images for this. They don't need to be moving, but I need so many in order for this video to like be what I want it to be. And I don't think there's that many. And I prefer not reusing people's art for an AMV specifically, even like, especially when like I'd be reusing a lot of images from other AMVs. That's not good. I don't like that. Personally, I don't like that. And even then, the images that they have, there's very few. I don't think that there's enough for this. But anyway, this is probably the hardest part, to think of something out of the entire song, honestly. On my deathbed, I will pray to the gods and the angels like a pagan to anyone who will take me to heaven. Basically, just Rudius reflecting on Roxy being dead, constantly being depressed and shit. That would be this, basically, in a nutshell. To a place I recall, I was there long ago. The sky was, who will take me to heaven. I guess like we could transition from here, from like reflections back on like the last time when Rudius first met Roxy. Sorry, this entire part's Roxy being dead, and him reflecting on that. I think I said Eris before. Sorry if I did. And then transitioning from here to Eris, to a place I recall. I was there so long ago. The sky was bruised. Looking back at when Rudius was taking Eris back home. Wine was bled. Wine falling on the floor during the sex scene in the anime. Ugh. And there he led me on. Flashing back to Eris's perspective. In your house, I long to be, room by room, patiently. This is just Eris constantly challenging Rudius. Constantly challenging Rudius to a duel, trying to bring like who used to be back. Constantly waiting for him to return back to the way he once was, and at the very end, she tries to save Rudius and sacrifices herself in the battle against Toph. And now back to Rudius's perspective with him with Oldius reading his own diary. In honor I'd read until the day was gone, and I sat in regret of all the things that I've done, for all that I have blessed and all that I've wronged. In my dreams until my death. This is like a build up in the song. And I feel like these two lines here. And I think going from depressed Oldius to determined Oldius to go back into the past and teleporting himself over there would be a good idea. In your house I long to be. Basically, now this is still Oldius's perspective, but in the past, warning current Rudius. In your house I long to be, room by room, as our current Rudius goes across the hallway. I'll wait for you there like a stone, and I'll wait for you there alone. Ending with Oldius dying, seeing glimpses of Roxy and Sylphie at the door. And I think that would be a decent AMV. I need a lot of illustrations for that. There are some moments where I can use still images from the anime, and if I'm going to use any parts of the anime, it'd be still images, because that would be if I use motions, I'd be really inconsistent with what's actually like the rest of the video. He made a new one for Turning Point 4. I am aware of that. That's what inspired this. Like 8 days ago, I guess so, but it's gonna be tough. I don't think I'm gonna make this. This is just an idea out there, because I can't, for the life of me, draw. I can't fucking draw. You gonna use anime clips? Manga is also an option. It's not enough though. That's Oldius dying. This is a possibility. The only good thing about the manga, getting good panels of characters. Yeah, I have those illustrations. I agree with manga's a really good source of getting images. Do you see the Juno video about Turning Point 4? That's what inspired this video. Could be Eris 2 though. Yep. I was thinking that to him. It's a good idea though. I think this could be a really good AMV, but I can't. I'd have to teach myself how to draw, to be honest. I really want this to be like a hands-on sort of thing. And I need these panels to be very specific. You can make it a novel thing. You can't do drawing because you have no skill, or because, yeah, I can't. I don't have any skill, and I don't even have a fucking pen or or tablet or anything. I don't have the tools. I don't have the talent. It's not a thing. With text and phrases, I don't know, just idea. Like digital drawing needs like prior equipment. The problem is with using the light novel like text is some of these parts aren't even in the light novel. They're inferred, but they're not exactly in it. So yeah. So it's both, yeah. It's both. It's both. It's both. It's both. Or so shit. I have a friend who can draw, but it's not. He's good, but he's not like. He doesn't care that much about Mushoku Tensei, and I doubt he'd be helpful with this project. And I doubt that if he is interested in Mushoku Tensei, I doubt he'd want to be spoiled on that, what actually happens. And I think we'd have to wait for him to catch up in the light novel. I don't think that's gonna happen. Like, you can make a fic covering the parts that are inferred. Online guy, maybe. But not covered in the... online guy, maybe. I think, like... I need to, like, fucking do a storyboard. I think I really need to do a storyboard. And then, we'll see how it goes. Because you can make a storyboard. It doesn't matter how bad your drawings are to make a storyboard. I've done a storyboard before for one of my, for a movie class that I took a long time ago. But it's not hard. But, yeah, it's a lot of work for a video that I'm ultimately probably not going to make. Online people do shit for free, man. Though, would love to. I can kind of draw, but not to the point I could help you. Though, would love to. Unless it had popular demand. Yeah, I'm not gonna dwell on it for too long. I recommend y'all listening to that song, though. It's a really good song, and just imagine like the turning point for diary chapters during it. It fucking clicks. It really fucking clicks. I think it's really good. It's a really good fucking song to go along with it. Thank goodness for the drawing classes from class 1 through 8. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. So, as for the rest of the day, I will probably be playing Genshin Impact, and I might as well stream it since I was going to play it anyway. I'll probably be playing Genshin Impact later today. And then I'll be hopping back onto the Mushoku Tensei readings tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. Eastern. Like if I had an idea in my head, I just draw something and make a story about that. That's how most of my fics materialized. Come back to this when you got more material. I don't think I will have much more material. That's the issue. And I want to play the audio for you guys, but having a 4-minute long segment take all the potential monetization from an entire 5-hour live stream is just not in my best interest. You can make fanfics, where I can read them. Yeah. Alright. That's his Reddit username. So yeah. With that said, if y'all are interested in Genshin Impact and want to watch me play, I'll be playing later tonight. Yeah, and I probably need to make the thumbnail for the I probably really need to make the thumbnail for this next stream. You only have to wait 3 more seasons for the anime to catch up and give you material for the AMV. I can't trust the anime to go through the diary chapters in a way that I would want it to do. But it's not 3 more seasons, by the way. It's fucking 2. Like, it'll be on the 3rd season if they do 24 episodes. But that's like so long from now. And I don't want to fucking do that shit. And to be honest, if you've already seen the thing adapted, it's very difficult to have interest in something that has already been animated for an AMV. In my opinion, I don't think it lands as well. Yeah, I can't wait. Hope to see it. The anime takes it slower in season 3 at least. I hope we get like 4 episodes for oldies. No, we're going to get 1. We're going to get 1. That is it. We're going to get 1 and that is it. I don't imagine this I can't imagine this being an actual thing. Maybe we'll have like no episodes, and then similar to how the end of season 1 we have an OVA for it at the end. Maybe I can hope. A person can hope. I can dream. After that, nah, more like 2 episodes. It's gonna be 1. I can already tell it's gonna be 1. Yep. So, with that said, everyone, thank you all for joining the live stream. Hope to see y'all later today as I try to build my fucking Mona build. Ugh. I wish I got Xiao, but I got Mona instead. Big Sag. Anyway, it'll be my first main Genshin Impact stream, sort of. So, yeah. See y'all later.